Chapter 51. 4 Pillars Leader. The slums in the imperial capital were the darkest corners of the empire. Seedy, good, devious, and all other kinds of people mixed in here, along with the downed shacks painted a perfectly wretched image. Any self-respecting man who had some money on the side would never choose to live here. Only those living from one day to the next, and the truly poor stayed here, waiting for the day that would rob them of their lives. Yet in the worst corner of the slums was a courtyard the people feared to the point of being afraid to step through its doors. Even if the vilest and most sinister man was to wander by happenstance here, he would be warned to leave this house be. This courtyard was unoccupied, but at night there were eerie whispers coming from it. Some braved to investigate, but it was as if their traces in this world vanished the moment they stepped foot inside. Recently, some bone-tempering and even a profound heaven expert charged in, fearing no evil. Afterwards, well, there was no news. They were gone all the same. From that moment, the courtyard became a taboo avoided by the strong and weak alike, on a full moon night when the slums had turned unusually quiet. The people had gone home earlier and as far away from the demonic courtyard as possible. But it was then that a faint lantern lit up in the courtyard. It was akin to ghost fire, flickering on and off. In a ruined room of the courtyard, an elderly with white temples sat in a pleased manner on a tutor's chair, waving a goose-feathered fan. His half-lidded eyes flashed here and there, and his mouth was twisted at the corners. It was as if the world's suffering and happiness were beneath him. 2 old men stood behind, one with black hair and the other with white hair. Their eyes were closed, but their powerful auras identified them as experts, preventing any living creature from approaching 100 meters around them. Even a harmless beetle would find its tiny heart reeked with fear. Whoosh! A sound broke the silence, and a black-clothed man suddenly appeared outside the room. He had a bamboo hat that hid his features. The sitting old man stopped fanning and smiled. "Valley Lord, how is it progressing?" The bamboo-wearing man was Hell Valley's Valley Lord, Yuanshan. Sighing, Yuanshan shook his head. A dozen years of painstaking effort was ruined. The Emperor ordered for Hell Valley to stay away from Windgaze City. The same goes for the other houses. He must have sensed something. "Oh," the old man raised an eyebrow with a smile. "The Emperor is planning on enacting the secret Pearl Order?" "My guess is yes." Yuanshan's face grew angry. "They got luck on their side last time, but next time it won't be so simple. Emperor wants to raise the 8th house, but we shall see if the clan can live to see that day." "Ha ha ha, Valley Lord, ease your anger. A loss is a loss. Why make excuses?" The old man was still calm, yet his words were sharp and filled with disdain. "Hell Valley is one of the 7 noble houses, yet it can't even deal with 3 common clans. The time of its fall must be close at hand." Yuanshan snapped, his power exploding. Peak profound heaven cultivation smashed the windows to splinters. He unleashed all of it to pressure the old man. "Zhuge Changfeng, you were the one who told me of the contents of the secret Pearl Order. It was also you who said the Emperor wants to help in the rise of the 8th house. The dozen years plan also came from you, so how can you speak like this?" Yuanshan bellowed. "Go to hell!" The smile never left the old man's face, still sitting calmly and fanning slowly. Boom! Just when the pressure was drawing near Zhuge Changfeng, the black and white elders behind him opened their eyes. At that moment, one's eyes flashed black while the other's flashed white. A ripple echoed outwards and clashed with Yuanshan's display of power, creating a jarring sound. The entire slums shook. Yuanshan's felt a sweetness in his throat and spat blood as his face paled. The 2 elders closed their eyes again, while Zhuge Changfeng swayed the fan like nothing had happened, still sporting that ever-present smile. Yuanshan watched the black and white elders incredulously. "Yin-yang elders?" Zhuge Changfeng nodded. "Valley Lord, you sure is knowledgeable. These seniors haven't shown up over the past century. I find it amazing that you still recognize them." Grinding his teeth in anger, Yuanshan panted while also spitting blood now and then, but the look he had when he turned to the elders was now one of fear. "You are worthy of being Tianyu's #1 sage, 4 Pillars' leader, Prime Minister Zhuge." To be able to make these monsters leave their mountain, not even that Fang Kyubai from the divine dragons can compare to you. Ha ha ha, Valley Lord, you is exaggerating. I am not worthy of such a title. I do not dare face the imperial family in the open just yet. Zhuge Changfeng let out a short laugh, but the confidence he exuded was unshakable. Yuanchen snorted and muttered. Prime Minister Zhuge is as modest as he is arrogant. Who in the Tianyu Empire can match your power? Not even the imperial family can. Sai, I can see why you failed in Wingei's city. In this world, strength and weakness aren't obvious at a glance. Zhuge Changfeng sighed as he looked at the sky. Furthermore, I am not the #1 sage in Tianyu. If not you, then who? That person above me. Zhuge Changfeng pointed upward with a grave expression. Yuanchen disdained. You're talking about that senile emperor? Senile, Zhuge Changfeng chuckled. I've been a prime minister in the imperial court for 40 years now, and I still can't read him. Valley Lord, you go back. Make sure to not cause any further trouble. Zhuge Changfeng swayed his fan as his countenance went back to normal. Be careful to not give that old man the perfect chance to remove you for good. Humph, the imperial family's power is hardly enough to deal with my Hell Valley. Yuanchen grinned, but when he saw the cold look in Zhuge Changfeng's eye, he didn't continue. He just cupped his hands and vanished in the night. After Yuanchen left, Zhuge Changfeng took a deep breath and looked to the heavens. Your Majesty, what is your plan? What is the secret Pearl Order? *****, 3 months later, in the misty forest at the foot of Blackwind Mountain. Zhuo Fan stood near a frigid blood pool, holding a gourd. His hands performed signs and red dots flew from the pool into the gourd. A smile tugged at Zhuo Fan's face as he watched the wiggling red dots. This blood pond was something Zhuo Fan made to raise the frigid pool snow worm. Though, its name should more aptly be frigid pool bloodworm. Zhuo Fan used a secret art from the 9 Serenities' secret records to train this particular demonic creature. So it not only retained the parasitic ability of the frigid pool snow worm, but it also connected to Zhuo Fan through telepathy. It could now work in tandem with him in performing a secret and evil magic art from the 9 Serenities' secret records, the Blood Curse. The Blood Curse was a demonic cultivator's way of controlling his men. Once he put the blood curse on someone, they had to obey him for life. If not, the blood curse would flare up, and the victim would die of blood explosion, a cruel and savage ending. But the blood curse had a fatal flaw. If the target was stronger than the caster, the later would be devoured. This wasn't anything good for Zhuo Fan. But now that Zhuo Fan had the bloodworm, this flaw could be eliminated. Since the bloodworm lived in the target's body, they would never be able to remove the blood curse. With this special demonic creature, Zhuo Fan would be in control of a large group of experts to assist him. If anyone heard of this, they'd come to kill Zhuo Fan themselves, even radiant stage experts. This demonic creature was an abomination, an affront to heaven. Any listener would shiver hearing one could make any expert into a slave. With a maniac grin on his face, Zhuo Fan took the gourd filled with bloodworms and left Misty Forest. He performed a hand sign and the forest's fog turned bloody, barring any entry. This was his rearing grounds. Why would he ever let another find it? Stashing the gourd in his ring, Zhuo Fan returned to Blackwind Mountain. On his way, he paid attention to every grass, every tree to make sure all was in order. Over the past 3 months, besides the imperial family sending thousands of spirit stones and hundreds of pills, the Veiled Dragon Pavilion also sent 2,000 spirit stones. He had enough spirit stones on hand that he could flaunt his array grandmaster's skills. Plus, with the natural array here, he could still set up some decent defensive array even without such an amount of spirit stones. To the east of Blackwind Mountain was the Azure Dragon position under the wood attribute. It was a place filled with vitality. As such, Zhuo Fan set up a 5th-grade array, Poison Dragon Array. Poisonous thickets grew inside the array, and the miasma above them would never scatter. Even a profound heaven expert would find it hard to escape with his life. Only to the west was the White Tiger position under the metal attribute. It was a place filled with sharp and overgrown plants. Zhuo Fan set up a fifth-grade array, dazzling gold array. 9 suns shined brightly within the array in every direction that no one could walk with their eyes open. Each ray of golden light was like a sharp sword, capable of robbing people of their lives, yet incorporeal. To the south was the vermilion bird position of the fire attribute, filled with burning Kai. Zhuo Fan set the fifth-grade array, Black Flame Array. The fires within it were demonic flames that corroded bones. When it entered one's body, it would be hard to remove, and it wouldn't stop gnawing until the target was burned to ashes. To the north was the black tortoise position of the water attribute, a place filled with piercing chills. Zhuo Fan set up the fifth-grade array, Ice Shadows Array. Howling winds blew within the array's territory, forming endless illusions. Anyone who entered it would lose their way easily and freeze to death under the bone-piercing coldness that seeped into the victim's body. Zhuo Fan didn't tell anyone about the 4 new arrays, but since today was the day of his departure, he had to give the array's method of control to those he trusted. Chapter 52, Departure. Young miss, come with me. Zhuo Fan beckoned Luo Yunchang. She was unclear as to the reason, but she followed nonetheless. She was filled with glee as she saw so many things brought from the imperial family over the past few days. Especially with 2 elders standing watch, Luo clan was becoming stronger day by day. She was so moved that she was lost for words. It got so far that she even let Zhuo Fan's disappearance for these past 3 months slide. Steward Zhuo, is there something? Luo Yunchang smiled as they entered a small room. Zhuo Fan closed the windows and doors without replying. Her thoughts started going in a particular direction and her face flushed. Zhuo Fan, what are you trying to do? Luo Yunchang was bashful. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Fan began, I'm leaving. What? Luo Yunchang stood there in shock. She had a face of complete disbelief, wondering if she had heard him wrongly. Only when Zhuo Fan repeated was she certain. Why, Luo clan is growing and is already the #1 clan in Wingate City. Why do you want to leave? For Luo clan's safety. Zhuo Fan's tone was grave. Luo clan is safe for now, and there's no other clan around to mess with it. But remember what we had to do in exchange for all this. We accepted the imperial family's vague secret pearl order and offended the 7 noble houses Hell Valley. As for Veiled Dragon Pavilion, if we do not rise to the level of the 7 houses, they will change their stance with us. Then we need you even more. What will we do without you? Luo Yunchang teared up. Her heart was unwilling to let him go. In a blink, a glittering tear fell. Wiping her tears away with a gentle touch, Zhuo Fan said, Fatty was right about one thing, a clan's foundation is strength. I am leaving now to bring back experts for the Luo clan to protect our future. This is the control method of the 4 arrays around Blackwind Mountain. Only you must use it. If I'm not back in time, you can activate the arrays to deal with any trouble that arises. These are 4 5th-grade arrays, plus the Wraith Array in the Misty Forest. It should defend you for a good while. Zhuo Fan gave a jade slip to Luo Yunchang, who accepted it in tears. She asked softly, How long will you be gone? Sighing, Zhuo Fan shook his head. I don't know, but I'll be back as soon as I can. He wasn't leaving just to recruit experts, but also to search for the Heavenly Emperor's remnant Long Jiu talked about, Lightning Canyon. At any given time, raising one's power was the most basic way to guarantee one's safety. All right, go now. Send Captain Pang and Yunhai in. Nodding, Luo Yunchang left but stopped to kiss Zhuo Fan. He froze for a moment and watched her leave with a deep look. Luo Yunchang blushed but didn't turn around as she mumbled, Come back soon. When the words came, she was already gone. Not a moment later, Captain Pang brought Luo Yunhai over. Even they were shocked that Zhuo Fan was leaving. Silly kid, you're the only man of the Luo clan. Your sister will have to rely on you in the future. You must act like a true clan head who bears the Luo clan's responsibilities. Zhuo Fan patted Yunhai's shoulder. Luo Yunhai nodded while sobbing. Turning to Captain Pang, Zhuo Fan's hand flashed and revealed a jade slip. But when Captain Pang was about to take it, Zhuo Fan clenched his fist. Captain Pang looked at him in doubt. Zhuo Fan stared hard at him. Pang Yu, do you remember what Long Kui said? She is right, with your talent, you'll only be a Kai condensation cultivator at best. Captain Pang's face darkened, his hand shivered and withdrew a bit. But, Zhuo Fan's tone turned grave, nothing is set in stone. I have on me a way to change your body anew to gain incredible power. But the terror you will experience would be worse than death and the pain unimaginable. Are you willing? Captain Pang was stunned, then he was overjoyed. Truly? Nodding, Zhuo Fan raised the jade slip. This is a mid-profound ranked demonic method, Wraith art. It is unlike other cultivation methods. It is a cultivation method for the body, ignoring one's talent for cultivation or his constitution. Just that cultivating it will make your life a living hell. It's no different from being boiled alive. And once you start, you can never stop or your soul will perish. Captain Pang licked his dry lips, yet he wasn't afraid, his eyes only held excitement. No worries. As long as I can become strong, no torment shall best old Pang. Captain Pang snatched the jade slip as he shouted. Zhuo Fan reminded him. The horrors you will experience from cultivating it aren't something you can fathom. Maybe you will be under such a pain that your mind will collapse and die in the end. This is a mid-profound ranked cultivation method, matching a high-profound ranked cultivation method, but with the process being so excruciating, many great demonic cultivators never even dared to touch it. Choose wisely. Waving his hand, Captain Pang's eyes flickered. Brother Zhuo, old Pang's only torment in this life was to see clan head die before me and unable to stop it. Now, my greatest wish is to protect young miss and young master. Captain Pang looked gratefully. Brother Zhuo, thank you for giving me this chance to have no more regrets. Zhuo Fan's heart shivered as he nodded. His eyes held respect. The next time we see each other, I hope to see a powerful old Pang and not a corpse. Ha ha ha, no worries. I am stubborn, not one to die from just this. Captain Pang laughed and squeezed Zhuo Fan in a bear hug with moist eyes. Brother, come back soon. Luo clan won't be the same without you. Patting Zhuo Fan's shoulder, Captain Pang left with Luo Yunhai. Per Zhuo Fan's instructions, Lei Yuding came soon after. Miss Lei, how is the task I gave you? Zhuo Fan smiled. Lei Yuding blushed with a nod. Brother Zhuo, the 610-year-old children you asked me to gather are almost here. They all are high talents and await your teachings. Zhuo Fan eyed her, then nodded. How did you know that I wanted to teach them? Lei Yuding spoke with confidence. I know you too well to believe that you helped those orphans out of the goodness of your heart, so I guessed you wanted to train them as Luo clan's guards and make me their leader. At her words, Zhuo Fan recalled something and sighed. Goodness. I once raised an orphan out of kindness, and look where it got me. Didn't he betray me in the end? Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed coldly at that point, scaring Lei Yuding. Miss Lei. Zhuo Fan held a jade slip. This is a mid-spirit ranked cultivation method, elusive shadow art. Cultivate it, and then give it to those you trust to form the shadow core, protecting the clan in the dark. Begin with the 600 children the same way I taught you. Use the worst of them as guards, the average for the shadow core, and hand the best among them over to Captain Pang to train them in secret. Pass him my word, he'll understand. Lei Yuding took the jade slip with a blank look, then stared at Zhuo Fan, her heart uneasy. Why not do it yourself? I'm leaving. What? Lei Yuding asked. Why? Zhuo Fan was forced to retell his reasons. Lei Yuding nodded, but before she went out the door, she pecked Zhuo Fan's cheek. He was floored, watching her dash away in a blink. What is going on? Do all women like to peck next? Was Lei Yunshin's turn. Zhuo Fan explained to him his affairs, and Lei Yunshin took his instructions to heart in an honest manner. Although he was the Grand Elder, he was clear Zhuo Fan controlled everything. Elder Lei. Zhuo Fan took out another jade slip. This is the profound ranked martial art I recorded after merging the 3 clans' martial arts. Thunderwind Sweeping Dragon art. Since this is part of the Imperial family's secret Pearls Order, this will be the Luo clan's best martial art on the surface. As the Grand Elder, you need to be diligent in practicing it. Lei Yunshin raised an eyebrow but nodded. Zhuo Fan put an emphasis on the words on the surface, making it clear he had other high-ranked martial arts that the imperial family was unaware of, his secret weapons. A day may come when the imperial family might discover that the 8th house they raised was out of their control. But at that time, it would already be too late. Zhuo Fan was young, but his wisdom and shrewdness drew the old man's admiration. "Rest assured, Steward Zhuo, I will be the best Grand Elder there is." Lei Yunchen laughed, reaching an understanding with Zhuo Fan. Even without Zhuo Fan's reminder, he was clear what it meant to stand close to a ruler, and that the imperial family wasn't to be trusted. But Zhuo Fan gave this old man the nerve to tangle with this behemoth. "Right, Steward Zhuo, what of Kai clan's father and son?" Lei Yunchen frowned. "It's already been 3 months since the merger of the 3 clans, but I still feel that the Kai clan is of a different thought, always acting suspiciously. The Blackwind Mountains guards have people from the Kai manor. I fear—" "Let them." Zhuo Fan waved with a smile. "The Kai clan is part of the secret Pearl Order. If we deal with them, we'll earn the imperial family's ire. But if they betray us first, he. Lei Yunchen's eyes flashed with a nod. "You're amazing, Steward Zhuo, to plan so far ahead." Zhuo Fan squinted as killing intent filled his eyes. Asterisk, 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 on the morning of the 2nd day, Zhuo Fan left Blackwind Mountain all by himself. On the mountain peak, Luo Yunchang, Lei Yuding and Lei Yunchen along with other Luo clan members watched him leave. All except Kai clan's duo. But in the forest halfway up the mountain, Kai Rong and his son watched Zhuo Fan's retreating figure with cold eyes. "Humph, without this wretched punk, Luo clan will fall from grace." Kai Xiaoding snorted. That stinky girl, Luo Yunchang, made eyes with Zhuo Fan every single day, not sparing me even a glance. With Zhuo Fan gone, Blackwind Mountain is ours. Let's see her act haughty now. Sigh, one must give credit to Zhuo Fan for his rare talent. He has veiled Dragon Pavilion on his left and Third Prince on his right, while he himself has the power to shake the 3 clans. All of Blackwind Mountain knows the true clan head of this merged clan is him. Kai Rong shook his head. "The most unfortunate thing is that he chose to be against us. Since he is leaving, we might as well take everything back." "Dad, what do we do?" Kai Xiaoding asked. Shaking his head, Kai Rong said, "Don't be hasty. With Zhuo Fan gone, the Luo clan is nothing. The Lei clan is our true enemy. We need to ally ourselves and become stronger than the Lei clan." Chapter 53. All Beast Mountain Range. In the shadow of a large forest, a black-robed figure stood on the precipice of a mountain. His eyes took in the view of a large city gate with 3 golden words inscribed on it, Blue Expanse City. Raising the corner of his mouth, the black-robed man left as the wind scattered 2 piles of black dust. 15 minutes later, the man arrived before the city gates. "Hold, where's your pass?" With a clank, 2 city guards crossed their spears before the man as they released their 6th-layer Kai condensation cultivation. Taking out a metal tablet with the serene character inscribed on it, the black-robed man let them see it. The guards nodded and let him pass. "Enter." The black-robed man quickened his pace, but after 100 meters, he turned his head at the guards, eyeing them with disdain. Utterly useless. The man raised his head and exposed his face. It was Zhuo Fan. It had been a month since he left Luo clan, and this city was his first destination, Blue Expanse City. This place was Hell Valley's domain. Just how Veiled Dragon Pavilion placed its guards in the Windgaze City, so did Hell Valley in this city. To avoid anyone recognizing him, Zhuo Fan put on a black robe. He braved through this deadly danger because he was left with no other choice. Who told the spiritual beasts to gather on the All-Beast mountain range near the Blue Expanse City? This was also why the security was so tight in this city. Be it righteous or demonic cultivators, there were other external means to increase one's power besides the hard and arduous method of cultivation. Spiritual weapons, demonic treasures, spirit animals, demonic creatures, these were all external means but of significant importance. At the time of peril, it could save one's life. The late elder of Hell Valley was a good example. Condor Giant Fan's soul-devouring crow had the purple lightning gold eye and could push back Veiled Dragon Pavilion's 3 elders' joint attack. Long Jiu's third-grade spiritual weapon was another, helping him push back 2 Hell Valley's elders with just a sword. It was obvious how important these external means were to cultivators. Spiritual beasts could be turned into demonic creatures or spirit animals. Righteous cultivators tamed them into spirit animals, while demonic cultivators tamed them into demonic creatures. Zhuo Fan's blood infant, which was born naturally, was an exception. The Blue Expanse City was taken by Hell Valley during the founding of the Tianyu Empire. As such, any cultivator wanting to get his spirit animal or demonic creature would have to obtain Hell Valley's approval. And Hell Valley used this as a pretext to set up a checkpoint half a mile around it to confirm everyone's identities, allowing entry to only those with a pass. But how could Zhuo Fan expose himself and offer himself up on a chopping block? So he killed 2 righteous cultivators outside, stole their pass, and waltzed right in. Humph, Hell Valley can only intimidate some shy disciples with this. You think this is enough to deal with a bold cultivator or a profound heaven expert? Zhuo Fan's mouth let out snide remarks as he walked on. He came all this way to All Beast Mountain Range looking for a rare 6th-level spiritual beast, Thunder Skylark. Entering Lightning Canyon could only be done through the purple lightning. Zhuo Fan was certain Long Jiu's 3rd heaven purple lightning wasn't the same as the lightning from that place, or it would have reached the 6th heaven. That kind of power was a deterrence even for a radiant stage expert. So before he cleared Lightning Canyon's restrictions, he had to first find a way to guarantee his life in that place. And the Thunder Skylark, a creature that lived by swallowing lightning, was a perfect choice. When he'd made it his demonic creature that matched the demon transformation art, he'd have no trouble getting in. Zhuo Fan hoped Lightning Canyon's purple lightning wasn't higher than 6th heaven, or not even the Thunder Skylark would survive repeated blows to its body and turn to ash. If that happens, then he'd only be waiting for his death. Zhuo Fan took a deep breath and picked up the pace. If not for Heavenly Emperor's remnant, he'd never dare go through such danger. Bam, as he walked, a black figure knocked into his chest. Zhuo Fan looked down to find a little beggar in shabby clothes. Zhuo Fan was enraged, but before he could curse, here came the little beggar's pleading voice. "Please, don't shout." Zhuo Fan frowned. Then, from his back, a group of 30 Kai condensation cultivators appeared. Because the beggar hid in front of Zhuo Fan, his black cloak was wide enough to hide the beggar. Any sign of him? None. What are you standing around for? Find him. If we don't find him, Master will have our heads. A steward cursed. The others only nodded as they scattered. Once they were gone, the beggar looked up with a relieved breath and patted his chest. Scared me to death. I didn't think I'd make it. Zhuo Fan ignored him and walked away. "Hey, brother." The beggar was stunned for a second, then swooped in to block Zhuo Fan's path. He had a dark and dirty face but sported an extra big smile as he said, "Thank you for earlier, if it weren't for you." But Zhuo Fan kept walking. The beggar stood there blinking, then hurriedly caught up with Zhuo Fan. "Brother, did you come from outside the city? Can you take me outside, please? If you want to leave, do it alone. You don't need a pass to go out." Zhuo Fan dodged him. The little beggar's face was bitter as he bit his lip and sniffed twice as tears rolled down his cheeks. "Brother, to be honest, I stole from them. If they catch me, I'm a goner. Please take me outside." Smiling, Zhuo Fan eyed him. Around 15-16 years old and a 4th-layer Kai condensation cultivator. You're not weak for your age. There's no way a commoner can have such cultivation. Are you truly a beggar? The beggar stopped crying and his eyes darted everywhere as if looking for an excuse. Zhuo Fan continued with a smile. "And even if you're sincere, why should I help you and offend a powerful clan? I see no reason why I need to help you." Zhuo Fan then shook his head and walked past him. The beggar stood frozen in his spot, not knowing what to do. He didn't think Zhuo Fan was pragmatic. From the start, the beggar thought Zhuo Fan to be a kind youth since he helped him once. "Don't you want to go to the All Beast Mountain Range?" the beggar shouted. Zhuo Fan halted his steps. "All who come here are looking to go to the All Beast Mountain Range." What else is here, visiting Hell Valley's cemetery? The beggar was stunned by his words. This kid sure has an attitude. Isn't he afraid of being killed for cursing Hell Valley? But the more Zhuo Fan acted as such, the weirder the beggar's eyes turned. You'll have to wait for 3 months before going to All Beast Mountain Range. Zhuo Fan stopped with a frown. Why? The beggar skipped to him with a smile. Let me tell you, the diamond sand is about to come out on All Beast Mountain Range. These past months, Hell Valley sealed the whole mountain range for this precise reason. Diamond sand, Zhuo Fan was secretly overjoyed. The diamond sand was known as the blood of the earth, rare and difficult to obtain. It was used for refining 5th-grade spiritual weapons. But what made it even more valuable was that it was a flowing spirit metal, a perfect match for his blood infant. His blood infant was close to breaking through to bone tempering stage, and he needed to refine its body. At that time, Blood Infant could switch between being corporeal and elusive, killing people without leaving tracks. Refining it with 100 spirit metals would turn it as hard as a demonic treasure, and it would become difficult to cause any harm to it. He could also achieve a similar result by refining Blood Infant with diamond sand. If he was able to do it, then he wouldn't have to worry about obtaining 100 spirit metals. And with a body refined from diamond sand, facing a profound heaven expert would be a cinch. Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed with excitement. The beggar saw through Zhuo Fan and coughed as he raised his head with pride. Let's make a deal. If you take me outside the city, I will take you to All Beast Mountain Range. And when the diamond sand erupts, we can take advantage of their carelessness and steal a bit. Zhuo Fan secretly snickered. There was no way Hell Valley didn't prepare for this, but the fact that he had a guide to enter All Beast Mountain Range without them knowing was a nice bonus. Deal. The beggar raised his hand and winked. Zhuo Fan shook his head and slapped the beggar's hand. Ha ha ha, awesome. I finally found someone to take me out of this damnable place. The beggar laughed while jumping around. Brother, what's your name? Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan was blunt, because he knew even though Hell Valley was aware of the Luo clan, his title as a steward wasn't well known. And the only one who knows that he killed 2 of their elders was Yang Ming. But would anyone believe him even if he said it? Zhuo Fan was confident that Yang Ming would let this matter fester inside him. If anyone knew that Elder Giant died at the hands of a Kai condensation punk, yet he survived, his future would be bleak if not cut short. Moreover, even if he did speak up, Hell Valley would never announce it. Could they afford to lose any more reputation? Only the beggar laughed. Brother Zhuo, call me Zaya Ning. Fine. Zhuo Fan nodded, not carrying much because he knew it was fake. The beggar pouted, looking at him with a deep look full of curiosity. Zhuo Fan gave him a different impression from all those he had seen before, simply mysterious. Chapter 54, He's with me. Ninger. Just when the little beggar was about to take Zhuo Fan to All Beast Mountain Range, a yell echoed in their ears. Little beggar shivered, turning his head shyly. With slow footsteps, what appeared before the two was an elegant young master in white with tied hair. He was in front of 20 Kai condensation experts donning the same clothes as the ones from the previous group. The young master ignored Zhuo Fan and glared at the beggar with rage. You've caused enough trouble. It's time you return. Biting his lip, the beggar's eyes looked uncertain, but soon he came to a decision and stared back with a firm gaze. He dodged behind Zhuo Fan with a yell, Brother Zhuo, save me. The young master finally picked up on Zhuo Fan's presence, merely glancing his phoenix eyes his way. This concerns our Zhu clan. If Sir does not want any trouble, I suggest you leave. Zhu clan. Zhuo Fan quirked an eyebrow and stared long at the beggar. I didn't think this buddy had offended the Zhu clan. Zhu clan was the #1 common clan in Blue Expanse City. It had a profound heaven expert as overseer and could be considered a second-rate clan on the continent. But as Blue Expanse City was under Hell Valley's control, Zhu clan was nothing more than its vassal. Zhuo Fan saw the beggar pleading with his eyes and smiled as he drew the beggar closer. The young master squinted and paled. The beggar was also surprised, and a faint red tint made itself notice on his dirty cheeks. Kid, what do you think you're doing? The young master bellowed. Zhuo Fan snickered. From now on, he's under me. If you want him, you'll have to pass through me first. Absurd. Did you come to Blue Expanse City without even knowing of our Zhu clan? Is our clan someone you can offend? Ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan laughed and shook his head. Of course I know. Zhu clan is Hell Valley's #1 dog in Blue Expanse City. You're telling me to ignore all those rare and amazing spiritual beasts on all Beast Mountain Range for a lame dog? The young master was about to explode from anger. The beggar was also angry and pushed Zhuo Fan. Don't talk of Zhu clan like that. Zhuo Fan was stunned. I am venting your anger, yet you still blame me. Men, seize them. As Zhuo Fan was lost for words, the young master bellowed orders. The men behind him swarmed the two. The beggar woke up to who the enemy was and hid behind Zhuo Fan. Sneering, Zhuo Fan picked up on the fact that these guards were mostly 5th layer Kai condensation cultivators, with only 2 in the 6th layer. A bunch of fishes looking for death. Zhuo Fan attacked with disdain. His hand flashed red and struck with blood palm. It hit a guard's chest, and the victim felt all his blood vessels burst and his organs expand to the point of bursting. He spat blood before collapsing. Another palm flew and the next guard fell. This pattern went on and on. The group of 20 guards fell one by one under Zhuo Fan's onslaught. The young master had long been standing there in shock. Even with his 8th layer Kai condensation cultivation, he would be unable to deal with 20 men like Zhuo Fan did. It was clear that Zhuo Fan was only in the 5th layer, yet his simple palm dealt each guard a serious wound. What escaped his eyes, though, was that Zhuo Fan's blood palm bypassed a person's flesh and struck at the blood vessels. It was the same as ignoring the body's defense and attacking the vulnerable organs within, so, of course, it was far deadlier than it looked. In but a few breaths, all guards were on the ground, knocked out. The young master witnessed it all with a solemn expression. The beggar's eyes also bulged in wonder. So you do know a thing or two, kid. No wonder you're so smug. The young master gnashed his teeth and jumped, shattering the stones beneath his feet. Then let me, Zhu Gang, coerce her with my high martial arts. Zhu Gang? Zhuo Fan frowned. Are you Zhu clan's young master? I heard your dad pampers you and you are to be the clan's successor. So are you afraid perchance? Zhu Gang shouted. Zhuo Fan shook his head. No, I just don't like annoyances. If I offend you here, my days in Blue Expanse City will be harder. It's best to shut all these people up for good and bring peace to my ears. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed with killing intent and shot forward. Such pressure from him squeezed at Zhu Gang's heart. He never dreamed Zhuo Fan would dare to kill him. The naked killing intent made his Yuan Kai slow down, even if he was 3 layers higher than Zhuo Fan. He, who was praised to high heaven for his talent in cultivation, couldn't foresee the world housing such a ruthless youth. A mere 5th layer Kai condensation cultivator was able to overwhelm an expert 3 layers higher. He watched in abject fear as the palm neared his chest and was moments away from rupturing his heart. But in this moment of impending crisis, he bit his tongue to wake up. The pain freed him from the killing intense, horrifying grip. With no time to lose, he punched. Blue lights shot like a tornado at Zhuo Fan. High mortal ranked martial art, howling fist. Zhuo Fan snorted in disdain and made a hand sign so that a red light flew right into Zhu Gang's body. Before the howling fist even touched Zhuo Fan, it broke apart, and Zhu Gang's body froze on the spot in panic. At this moment, Zhuo Fan towered over him. Seeing Zhuo Fan's devious grin, Zhu Gang felt like he was looking at a demon and his heart seized up for a few seconds. Bam! Zhuo Fan's palm landed on his chest, and Zhu Gang spat blood as he flew into the air. His organs felt like they were burning and his blood vessels began to rupture, but the pain had yet to register when the demon approached. Zhu Gang was so scared he was having a mental breakdown. This was Zhuo Fan. He didn't strike with another palm, and instead, Zhuo Fan grabbed Zhu Gang's neck with a sneer. Young Master Zhu, worry not. After you die, your servants will follow in your footsteps, down to the last one. This should keep the Zhu clan from chasing me all over for at least 3 months. Let's make this case cold. Zhuo Fan tightened the chokehold, and Zhu Gang felt his throat almost breaking. He could even hear his bones creak. He was on the brink of death. Besides agony, nothing else was felt. Not for the life of him could he understand what he did wrong. Wasn't he only going to bring Ninger back? Why did he meet a Reaper instead? A ruthless killer? I forgot to read my future before heading out. If his neck wasn't being crushed by Zhuo Fan, he'd be wailing and bawling. Damn it, what rotten luck. Stop. Just when Zhuo Fan wanted to apply the last bit of force and send the young master to paradise, the beggar yelled. Zhuo Fan eyed him suspiciously. What are you doing? Aren't they your enemies? The beggar was filled with worry for Zhu Gang's life that even tears formed in his eyes. In fact, he wanted to stop Zhuo Fan long ago, but Zhuo Fan was just too fast. He dealt with the guards in one moment, and in the next, he was at Zhu Gang's throat. Even if they are, I don't want to kill them, the beggar cried. Zhuo Fan frowned. Why didn't you say so? But it's too late now. They are no longer just your enemies, they are mine too. The only ending for my enemies is death. Zhuo Fan's hand tightened and Zhu Gang's eyes bulged out. He wasn't far off from dying. If you don't release him, I won't guide you. The beggar yelled in tears. Zhuo Fan frowned. This was his first time seeing a person shed tears for their enemies. He let go, and Zhu Gang dropped on the ground. Zhuo Fan made a sign, and Blood Infant returned as he shrugged. Since you aren't scared, why would I be over some future inconvenience? He wiped the tears off the beggar's little face and walked away while holding the beggar close. Show the way, then I will take you outside the city, far from Zhu clan. Why, you baddie? The little beggar stammered. Zhuo Fan sneered. Correct, I'm a bad man. But in this world, they are the only ones who can survive. The good guys have already left for hell. The beggar wiped his tears and looked at Zhuo Fan, unafraid. He had seen his fair share of bad people, but none rose to Zhuo Fan's level. Yet he never felt any hatred for Zhuo Fan as he did for others. Instead, he felt at ease. This feeling he didn't express, but it felt nice anyway. An hour later, a black figure appeared standing in Zhuo Fan's previous position. The old man's beard shivered from rage at the sight of the guards on the ground. He noticed Zhu Gang twitching on the ground, helped him up, and asked nervously, Ganger, what's wrong? Who did this to you? Zhu Gang gasped with a pale face, yet not one word was uttered. The old man looked him over and found that only Zhu Gang's insides were wounded, while below him was a puddle of water. He gave Zhu Gang a pill, then let out a long breath. But Zhu Gang's injury astonished him. His wound wasn't heavy, only needing a month to heal. But his mind, however, had received a heavy shock. He was frightened so badly he peed himself. Ganger is a bold youth. Only a dreadful expert could have scared him to such a state in such a short time. The old man was bewildered as he pondered for a long time. In the end, he shook his head and left with Zhu Gang. No matter who it was, any who dared offend Zhu clan in Blue Expanse City would have another thing coming. Chapter 55. Peak Bone Tempering Stage. That's the path up the mountain. The beggar and Zhuo Fan poked their heads through a bush close to a narrow mountain path. Zhuo Fan looked ahead and frowned, seeing 30 bone-tempering guards. With his strength and savage moon, along with Blood Infant's help, it wasn't hard to charge through. But to do it without anyone noticing was the problem. Any noise here would attract the elder from Hell Valley stationed within. And since Zhu clan's profound heaven expert was after him, he'd have a hard time coming out alive. After careful deliberation, Zhuo Fan shook his head. He'd have to rely on the little beggar if he wanted to go within the mountain's range. Zaya Oning, where's the secret tunnel? Zhuo Fan looked at the little beggar. The latter was still feeling afraid of what he had witnessed some time ago. He wasn't crying, but still sniffed. "See, come with me," said the little beggar while sniffing hard. Then he and Zhuo Fan vanished from the bushes. Zhuo Fan felt helpless. Why is this kid more of a coward than a mouse? Ever since he saw what I did, he keeps crying from fear, even now. They were the enemies chasing you down, not your family. So why are you crying so hard? Zhuo Fan secretly cursed, but was resigned to his fate. Who told him to agree to this little beggar's deal? He imagined that after he followed the beggar to the mountain, he'd be facing some ferocious spiritual beasts while the beggar kept crying at the side. Sighing, Zhuo Fan traveled with the beggar through a dark forest. After a long time, they found a narrow tunnel next to a hidden stream. This is it. The beggar forced himself to stop sobbing, but his body still shivered. When I was little, I used to play with my dad and brothers in these woods. Zhuo Fan lifted an eyebrow as he inspected the cave and the surroundings. It was such a remote place that only a native would know of. He guessed that the little beggar must have stumbled upon this cave when he was playing with his brothers, or the Hell Valley would have sealed it by now if they knew of it. All right, Xiao Ning. Go in first, I'll be right behind you, Zhuo Fan shouted as he pushed the little beggar in. He didn't think this place held a trap, but his years and years of experience still showed his cautious nature. The little beggar was aware of the meaning and rolled his eyes in anger and stooped to go in. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Ninger, stop! Whoosh! With a sound of the wind, a large figure blocked the two's path. The man looked like he was in his 40s and wore luxurious clothing over his tall and sturdy body. His pair of large eyes flashed with the explosive power of an expert. Peak bone tempering expert? Zhuo Fan frowned and his hands tightened. Are you the clan head of the Zhu clan, Zhu Wanlong? Good eyes, Zhu Wanlong praised. Were you the one who harmed my eldest son, Zhu Gang? Indeed, Zhuo Fan smiled. He wanted to take one of my people. Sparing him was already kind enough. What, yours? Zhu Wanlong was shocked and turned to the little beggar. The little beggar blushed as he hid behind Zhuo Fan. Zhu Wanlong's expression turned weird. Dad? Just then, a yell was heard. A youth in white landed next to Zhu Wanlong. Ha ha ha, I knew Ninger would be hiding here. Dad, let me help you take him back. The youth looked thrilled. He disregarded Zhuo Fan and flew to the little beggar. Bastard, this kid is way too cocky, treating me like air. Zhuo Fan squinted and secretly cursed. When the youth was close to him, he struck with a red palm. The youth felt his energy turn sluggish and his blood vessels rupture. In this moment of deadly crisis, Zhuo Fan struck like lightning and grabbed his neck. What are you doing? Zhu Wanlong roared. He didn't think his son would be caught so easily. To be honest, he saw Zhuo Fan as a fifth-layer Kai condensation cultivator and was still skeptical of how he hurt his eldest son and guards. But now he knew. Compared to the kids he raised in his clan with all his heart, Zhuo Fan was akin to a savage beast bathed in blood. He was weaker, but his timing was perfect and his methods vicious. Before Zhuo Fan, his two sons were nothing more than greenhouse flowers. With a snicker, Zhuo Fan raised the youth up high. A fifth-layer Kai condensation cultivator. He must be your second son, Zhu Lin, right? Release him now, or you won't make it out alive. Zhu Wanlong roared in anger. Sneering, Zhuo Fan shook his head. If I do as you say, you'd make sure I'm dead even more. Clan head Zhu, no matter what grievances Xiao Ning has with you, he is my person. I only hope you will give up at this point. Don't. Zhuo Fan's hand squeezed and Zhu Lin gasped with his tongue out. And you will have your son as a corpse? No, the little beggar shouted before Zhu Wanlong could reply, grabbing Zhuo Fan's arm and begging with his eyes. Zhuo Fan was stunned. This beggar must have a screw loose. Why does he want to leave his enemies alive? Zhu Wanlong watched them with a complicated gaze, but soon came to a decision and calmed down. This, in turn, startled Zhuo Fan. Kid, what is your name? Zhu Wanlong asked. Zhuo Fan smiled. I am alone and am not afraid of your revenge. Nor am I afraid of telling you my name. It's Zhuo Fan. All right, Zhuo Fan, you want to protect him no matter what. Zhu Wanlong pointed at the little beggar with a solemn look. Zhuo Fan snorted. He is mine, so of course I will. Good, then let's make a bet. You let my son go and take 10 hits from me. If you win, I will no longer care about him. What do you say? Squinting, Zhuo Fan considered Zhu Wanlong's bet, then showed his manic grin as he threw Zhu Lin away. Aren't you afraid I will break my word? Zhu Wanlong's eyes flashed. Zhuo Fan sneered. If I want to kill him, you won't be able to stop me. Big words? Zhu Wanlong was angry again. Here are my 10 moves. He charged with his peak bone tempering power on display. But Zhuo Fan didn't seem to feel any discomfort, standing there calmly. Zhu Wanlong's brow trembled as he secretly praised Zhuo Fan, but before he reached Zhuo Fan, the later also charged. This puzzled him greatly. Even if this kid is a seasoned fighter, he can't fend off a bone-tempering expert. So why? He saw Zhuo Fan's hand shine and Savage Moon appear. Basked in a silver glow, Zhuo Fan sped up and was before Zhu Wanlong in an instant, ready to attack. Third-grade demonic treasure? Zhu Wanlong was shocked and turned to the side in an attempt to dodge, but a red light darted out from Zhuo Fan, aimed at Zhu Wanlong. Got you. Zhuo Fan grinned with killing intent, but just as Blood Infant was about to enter Zhu Wanlong, it was repelled. As it bounced off, Zhuo Fan felt his blood stirring from his connection with it. His hand moved and he slashed with Savage Moon. The silver light trailed past Zhu Wanlong's face. When both of them stopped, Zhuo Fan was standing in Zhu Wanlong's original place with a solemn look. Just now he had planned to take Zhu Wanlong's life in one hit by using Blood Infant and Savage Moon. But unexpectedly, Blood Infant bounced off and the recoil veered his attack. He turned back to see Zhu Wanlong's chest flash and shouted, "Second-grade defensive demonic treasure?" His heart grew heavy having found out the reason. Against such a defensive demonic treasure, his Kai condensation Blood Infant was useless. He could only rely on Savage Moon in this battle. As Zhuo Fan felt gloomy about the upcoming fight, Zhu Wanlong's jaw dropped in shock. He didn't foresee that a fifth-layer Kai condensation kid would have such terrifying power. If he was a moment too late, his head would have been sent flying right now. Recalling his bet with Zhuo Fan, he felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Blast it. As the matter stands, it'll be good if I can at least keep my head after 10 moves. He then looked at the chain mail on his chest and sighed. Thanks to his father warning him that the man who took Ninger might have been an expert, he wore this armor. Only he was unclear as to what was Blood Infant's use, but he knew death wouldn't be far away once it got into his body. Then he turned to Zhuo Fan, who was looking at him as if to devour him, and broke out in cold sweat. This was his first time meeting such a dreadful opponent. Even more so when this opponent was in the fifth layer of Kai condensation. Damn it. Is this kid a monster? Gnashing his teeth, Zhu Wanlong braced himself for what's to come. Chapter 56. Mystifying Phantom Step. Zhuo Fan stared at Zhu Wanlong, thinking hard for a way to finish his enemy. Zhu Wanlong was the same, yet his eyes seemed lost. He saw no hesitation from Zhuo Fan, but a naked taunt instead. This was not how a Kai condensation cultivator was supposed to stare at a bone-tempering expert. It was more akin to a savage beast staring down its prey, and he didn't like it one bit. Being stared down by someone weaker than me feels like I've lost all respect. He decided to rush for an attack and strike awe in this kid, but Zhuo Fan got ahead of him and ran for him first. Second move, Zhuo Fan's sudden action startled him, but soon recalled who he was. Even if it was against a punk, he wasn't about to make a fool of himself. Moreover, only Savage Moon was a threat to him. If he paid attention to it, he'd be fine. It would be no problem lasting 10 moves. If his thoughts were known to others, it would leave them speechless. In a fight between peak bone tempering expert and a Kai condensation kid, the former who thought this was but a cat and mouse game was now thinking how to survive 10 moves. Who the hell was strong and who was weak then? And more importantly, who in the hell told him to make a 10 moves bet in the first place? But he had no time to mind such trifles as Zhuo Fan had turned into a silver light. Seeing the silver light approach him, Zhu Wanlong exploded with power and retreated. It could be said that he was being wary of Savage Moon, but he was even more afraid that he would end up making an embarrassing scene. Zhu Lin, who was thrown down, coughed twice, then stared in shock. Dad, you were the one who brought up the 10 moves bet, not the other way around. Zhu Wanlong's face froze, itching to run over and kick his son's rear real good. Can you be even more oblivious? This kid's toy is sharp and you want me to play around with death. Zhu Lin was ignorant of his dad's struggle and kept cheering. But Zhu Wanlong's face was getting more and more ashen. Zhuo Fan didn't even get to touch Zhu Wanlong's clothes in the first 5 moves. But he saw through Zhu Wanlong's intention and became bold. With a manic grin, Zhuo Fan declared, "6th move." He sped up for another attack while Zhu Wanlong was prepared to dodge. But this time, Zhuo Fan stepped lightly and turned into 3 figures, surrounding Zhu Wanlong. 3 silver lights approached Zhu Wanlong in a threatening manner from different directions. Zhu Wanlong was startled, but as a peak bone tempering expert, he didn't lose his calm. He kicked the ground and made it explode. The force helped him dodge backwards, almost enough to escape the encirclement, but Zhuo Fan sneered and stepped again. Whoosh! The images dissipated. However, Zhuo Fan appeared from behind Zhu Wanlong and cut past his ear. Low spirit ranked martial art, mystifying phantom step. The two stopped again, with Zhuo Fan standing 3 meters away from his opponent with a smile. Zhu Wanlong stood there watching a strand of black hair floating before him. I lost. He couldn't believe it. What was meant to be a test for the kid ended with his complete loss in the 6th move. He didn't sense Zhuo Fan behind him, but since Zhuo Fan could cut his hair just as well, it could have been his head. In other words, Zhuo Fan was going easy on him. Zhu Wanlong swallowed dryly. He was going all out from the 2nd move, but even so, impossible, the beggar and Zhu Lin yelled at the same time. They found it hard to accept that such a powerful expert lost to their peer. Dad, you must have gone easy on purpose, right? Zhu Lin ran next to Zhu Wanlong with expectation in his eyes, but Zhu Wanlong didn't comment. Zhuo Fan watched them coldly. Of course, clan head Zhu went easy. His first move was just a test without killing intent. If Dad hadn't gone easy, you'd be dead. Zhu Lin was grasping for straws here when he stuck out his chin in derision, but Zhuo Fan just sneered. Terribly sorry, your dad didn't go all out. But if he had, his head would have been lying on the ground by now. Zhuo Fan wasn't saying to scare people. Although his first attempt with Blood Infant failed, it only meant that he lost the initiative completely. And that didn't equal losing his chance to kill Zhu Wanlong. A bone tempering expert lacked speed in comparison to a profound heaven expert. With Savage Moon's assist, Zhuo Fan's speed matched a bone tempering expert. So he still had a chance with his speed. What was left then was to deliver a killing blow at the perfect timing. If Zhuo Fan was in the 4th layer of Kai condensation, it would have been impossible. But in the 5th layer, he could use spirit-ranked martial arts, and the first one he trained was mystifying phantom step. This was not your average martial art, but one coming from 9 Serenity's secret records, a rare martial art that made use of an array's advantage. The phantom part wasn't important, but it was crucial to bait the opponent. The true killing move came from the mystified path he drew his opponent in. With this martial art, Zhuo Fan could teleport anywhere within a short range. During their fight, the phantoms took all of Zhu Wanlong's attention and made him ignore the sudden appearance of Zhuo Fan behind him. If Zhuo Fan had sensed any killing intent in their fight, he would have chopped Zhu Wanlong's head off. Zhu Wanlong was more than clear on this and accepted his defeat. Zhuo Fan, with a sigh, Zhu Wanlong stared at him solemnly. You're the most reliable youth I've ever seen. I will leave Ninger with you. Don't fail him. Zhuo Fan was puzzled. What does he mean by that? But Zhu Wanlong didn't explain and hugged the little beggar. Ninger, go and don't return. Follow your dreams. Dad, the little beggar cried rivers. Zhuo Fan watched in shock. Dad, when did Zhu Wanlong have a 3rd son? But soon, he yelled. Hold on, your 3rd young miss, Zhu Ningxiang. Rolling his eyes, Zhu Wanlong patted Zhuo Fan's shoulder. Kid, I thought you were smart, but you found this out only now. Anyway, you said it yourself that she is yours, so I am leaving her in your care. If I find out that you mistreated my daughter in any way, I will wring your life from your body. No way. What is going on here? Zhuo Fan was slack-jawed. All this time he'd been fighting the little beggar's father and was so close to ending her entire family. It's obvious now why she always glared at me with such hatred. Sighing, Zhu Wanlong took one last look at his tearing daughter and left with Zhu Lin. After going some distance, Zhu Lin said, Dad, if we don't get Ninger back, how do we explain it to Hell Valley? Quiet, I have a way. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Zhu Ningxiang? Zhuo Fan stepped before the little beggar and tossed her cap. Jet-black silky hair cascaded. The little beggar, who was still lost in tears as she watched her father leave, yelped when this happened and hurriedly held her head. She faced him with a blushed face but didn't meet his eyes. Miss Ning, what's your game? Here I was fighting with your father, thinking of helping you vent your anger, but, in fact, it was for nothing. Zhu Ningxiang took 2 steps back, muttering as she looked at his angry face. Brother Zhuo, don't be angry. I only want to leave the city while you want to go to All-Beast mountain range. We'll each get what we want. Zhuo Fan was startled. Then again, she's right. As long as I get what I want, who cares if they're a family of archenemies? Each gets what he wants. This Missy speaks reason. Will I, demonic emperor, get angry because she lied to me? Anyway, this has nothing to do with me. But then Zhuo Fan was startled once again. Since when have I been so emotional? With a frown, Zhuo Fan recalled everything that happened since his rebirth. He then realized that being in contact with the Luo clan over the past months made him show consideration to the people around him, even without his knowledge. This wasn't how a demonic cultivator acted at all. Damn it, I don't need these useless feelings. I have to change. I have to. Zhuo Fan reminded himself again and again. His face then turned serene, void of any emotion. Only Zhu Ningxiang, let's go. Zhuo Fan pointed at the cave and said in a cold tone, Once I'm done with All-Beast mountain range, I will take you out. At that time, our deal is done. Zhu Ningxiang looked long at him, then nodded. Zhuo Fan's behavior changed way too fast, as if he was a different person. To begin with, Zhuo Fan wasn't a good man in her mind, but now he became neither good nor bad, but cold and unfeeling. Chapter 57. Golden Spring Pool. All-Beast mountain range, deep in the forest, in a remote thicket, a rabbit was chewing on tender, juicy grass. Suddenly, the rabbit straightened its ears and bolted. A moment later, a black hand extended out from the ground, followed by the slow crawl of the little beggar. But as she was crawling, she was flung out with a loud sound, as if a palm had slapped her. Get out already? Zhuo Fan scowled and came out after the beggar flew. He was just as filthy as the beggar and looked as if he had crawled through a cramped coal mine. The tunnel was winding and almost half a mile long. It was also damp and smelled of rot. He couldn't understand for the life of him what was so great about playing in this place as kids. Zhu Ningxiang got on her feet, rubbed her rear, and then glared at him. You're the worst. I show you the way, and this is my thanks. Yes, I'm a scoundrel. Zhuo Fan didn't argue with her and had his eyes peeled, scanning the surrounding as he heard the seldom roar of spiritual beasts. He now knew that this was indeed All-Beast mountain range. Looking at his filthy appearance, he shook his head and turned to Zhu Ningxiang. Hey, is there any river nearby? Rolling her eyes, Zhu Ningxiang began walking. Follow me. Zhuo Fan smiled and followed her. 15 minutes later, the sound of water reached their ears. He perked up and sped. His eyes were soon rewarded with the sight of a wide river flowing with clear water and small fishes. With a shout, Zhuo Fan leapt in despite a female's presence. His clothes then flew out. Zhu Ningxiang whipped her body around in shame and snapped. You rogue, what are you doing? What do you think, bathing? Zhuo Fan snorted as he bathed with no regard to her presence. I'll get out after I finish. Do what you want. If you wish, we can bathe together, I don't mind. Damn you, who wants to bathe with you? Zhu Ningxiang didn't turn around, only mumbled with irritation. Shameless? Zhuo Fan heard her loud and clear, though. If demonic cultivators cared about reputation, what are righteous cultivators then? A quarter of an hour later, Zhuo Fan came out of the river and put on a new robe from his ring. He patted Zhu Ningxiang's shoulder. Let's go, where is the diamond sand going to appear? Zhu Ningxiang was a bit nervous seeing Zhuo Fan wanted to leave. She stood there in hesitation and was too embarrassed to speak. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. What? Show the way, didn't we have a deal? But. Zhu Ningxiang muttered shyly. I haven't washed yet. Zhuo Fan's eyebrow twitched and he exposed an enigmatic smile. I told you to wash, but you refused. Since you haven't, then that's that. I won't avoid you either way. But. Zhu Ningxiang was even more embarrassed now. She put on a disguise to run away from home. But she was a girl, and girls loved beauty, so how could she allow herself to stay dirty? Zhuo Fan knew this too, but he was just teasing the hell out of her. Who told her to deceive me? Zhu Ningxiang was swaying from one foot to the other but didn't speak. But when she caught Zhuo Fan's faint smile, she knew he was teasing her. Pissed, she threw her hat in his face and walked to the river. But after a few steps, she turned to warn Zhuo Fan. "Why you better not peek?" Zhuo Fan mocked as he left. "I'm not interested in unripe fruits." Unripe. Zhu Ningxiang was startled, then looked down at her chest and pushed it out unconvinced. "Humph! Where am I unripe?" But Zhuo Fan had already disappeared among the trees. Zhu Ningxiang pouted and returned to the river with a gloomy heart. Half an hour later, Zhuo Fan was laying carefree on a bush, holding a straw in his mouth and contemplating his next course of action. The bushes around him moved at that moment, and Zhuo Fan looked over with a smile. "Oh, you're finally done. Little miss, can we go now?" "Why, yeah." With a shy reply, the bushes were pushed aside. A white-clothed, delicate girl slowly walked out. She wasn't gorgeous, but she had a lively air about her. She was like a bouquet of fresh and pure flowers. Even Zhuo Fan was startled by her image. He didn't think that the dirty little beggar from before would transform into a gentle swan. Zhu Ningxiang reddened a bit from his constant staring. She coughed, and Zhuo Fan smiled embarrassingly. Lady Zhu, please lead the way." Changing his mannerism after encountering a belle, Zhuo Fan started to despise himself a bit. Since when have I become so shameless? Yet the end result was that he found it refreshing walking side by side with a belle. 2 hours later, Zhu Ningxiang brought him to a hilltop. Zhuo Fan was puzzled. Since the diamond sand is coming out, there should be plenty of people around. Why is it deserted? Zhu Ningxiang shook her head and rolled her eyes. "Brother Zhuo, I thought you were smart. How come you are so stupid all of a sudden?" Zhuo Fan watched her skeptically. "If we go in right now, we will be caught. That is why I led you here." Zhu Ningxiang pulled Zhuo Fan's hand and went higher up the hill and pointed. "That is the place where the diamond sand will erupt." Looking over, Zhuo Fan saw many figures, 50 in number, defending a pond. The pond seemed to be connected to a hot spring as it was bubbling. In the center, on a stone rising from the water, sat a gray-robed, white-haired elder with his eyes closed. The air was warm around him, but the steam from the hot spring vanished the closer it got to him. So much so that not even his hair was wet. Such deep cultivation. Is he a profound heaven expert? Zhuo Fan frowned in panic. Suddenly, that elder snapped his eyes open and looked in Zhuo Fan's direction. His eyes were sharp and landed like lightning on his position. "Get down." Zhuo Fan pulled Zhu Ningxiang to lie on a rock as cold sweat ran all over his body. "Such a sharp instinct. He is a profound heaven expert for sure." "Correct?" Zhu Ningxiang nodded. "He is Hell Valley's elder overseeing Blue Expanse City for the past dozen years. Last month, he found that the Golden Spring Pool released a lot of diamond sand and has stood watch here ever since. The 50 people around him are also bone-tempering experts." Zhuo Fan nodded. Before diamond sand erupted, it would cause the flowing gold tide. But the flowing gold tide would only contain trace amounts of diamond sand. But 3 months from then, the diamond sand would erupt for sure. To get all the diamond sand before others, they placed guards. But who is to say the diamond sand would erupt from here? Zhuo Fan frowned as he thought. With his power, he had no hope of stealing the diamond sand, unless his eyes flashed and pulled Zhu Ningxiang off the hilltop. "What? You have a way?" Seeing Zhuo Fan confident, Zhu Ningxiang was startled. She was already shocked that he could beat her family, but could he also have the power to win against a profound heaven cultivator and a team of bone-tempering experts? Zhuo Fan shook his head. "If you can't beat them, outwit them. Let's go, I want you to find a little pet for me." Zhu Ningxiang was puzzled. In the Golden Spring Pool, the elder's eyes were filled with confusion. Did I sensed wrongly? At the same time, in Blue Expanse City, Zhu Wanlong took Zhu Lin's dirty figure home. In the main hall of the Zhu clan sat a wizened old man in the seat of honor watching the two. Then he suddenly jumped to his feet. "How was it? Did you bring Ninger? Did you deal with the culprit that harmed Ganger?" Sighing, Zhu Wanlong shook his head. Dad, I let them go. That kid is not bad, so I entrusted Ninger to him. As for him injuring Ganger, he did not know any better. As long as he takes care of Ninger, I do not mind it. What, that man is Ninger's? The old man spouted in shock. Nodding, Zhu Wanlong said, that kid said Ninger was his. Ninger was also willing, so we can assume so. Fool! The old man slapped the table with a howl. Wanlong, no matter who the kid is, even if you disregard what he did to Ganger, Ninger can never ever be taken away. You know that if she leaves our Zhu clan. Even though he was angry, his eyes revealed sadness. Zhu Wanlong looked at his father with firm eyes as he said, Dad, let Ninger go. I will take full responsibility. You take shit. Can you keep the young and old safe? The old man roared. Wanlong, I know you love your daughter, but you think I don't. But Zhu clan, only sighing, the old man's face hardened. Where did they go? Zhu Wanlong was vexed, but still spoke as he closed his eyes. All beast mountain range, whoosh, in an instant the old man vanished. Chapter 58. Mystery Guy. Zhuo Fan and Zhu Ningxiang were searching through bushes in All Beast Mountain Range. Zhu Ningxiang was unsettled, not knowing where he was going with this. Zhuo Fan suddenly shouted in glee and held out something dirty. Found it? Zhu Ningxiang blinked in curiosity at the thing. What is it? What does it do? Sweet potato. Zhuo Fan gave a vague smile and continued. The one thing that first-level spiritual beast burrowing mouse likes the most. Zhu Ningxiang's eyes flashed and yelled, Great plan, you want to use a burrowing mouse to make a tunnel and steal the diamond sand. The burrowing mouse didn't know how to fight, and even a Foundation establishment cultivator could capture it easily. But its burrowing skill was second to none. Just one of these critters could dig through a 1,000-mile-long mountain range in an hour. Zhuo Fan didn't reply and showed a faint smile. Zhu Ningxiang felt even more suspicious now. No one seemed to be able to unravel the insidious mind of Zhuo Fan. A moment later, Zhuo Fan took Zhu Ningxiang far away from the golden spring pool and made a fire in which he threw the sweet potato. Soon, a sweet aroma wafted for 100 miles. Many spiritual beasts raised their heads and began searching for the source. Zhuo Fan took Zhu Ningxiang to lay in ambush close by, their eyes fixed on the fire. The bushes rustled and many spiritual beasts, big and small, approached the fire. They prodded the black lumps in the fire, wanting to find out from where the sweet smell came from, to no avail. Zhuo Fan secretly laughed and smiled at Zhu Ningxiang. In fact, the two took the cooked sweet potato long ago. They only left it inside enough to release its sweet smell and attract the burrowing mouse. If not, the other spiritual beasts would have taken it away and ruined their plan. More and more spiritual beasts came and searched, but found nothing. However, the soil next to the fire moved as it bulged outwards to no more than a fist in size. Zhuo Fan stood up slowly and got ready. Suddenly, the bulge of dirt broke away. A creature with a black mouth on its tiny head came out. It roamed around the fire a few times and sniffed. Now. Zhuo Fan screamed in his mind as he shot for the fire. The spiritual beasts, which gathered around the fire, were only at first and second level, ran away at the sudden noise. Only the burrowing mouse was oblivious to what was happening, but its intuition as a spiritual beast gave it a bit of insight that danger was looming. It immediately started moving its claw, wanting to burrow, but it was too late. Zhuo Fan already flashed before it and grabbed its tail. The burrowing mouse struggled for its life in panic, but there was no escape from the demonic palm of Zhuo Fan. He, buddy, you wanna run? With a manic grin, Zhuo Fan grabbed the critter's frail body and squeezed. It screeched in pain and flailed its claws. Zhu Ningxiang couldn't take it anymore and took the poor thing close to her chest. She patted it and threw Zhuo Fan an evil eye. How can you be so cruel? What if you hurt it? Humph, spiritual beasts don't get bruised easily, Zhuo Fan snorted. We need to hurry and tame it or we won't get another chance. But you don't need to be such a bore about it. My clan had raised some small spiritual beasts before, and even if they were wild, they still listened to me. Zhu Ningx and comforted the poor critter with a sweet smile. Isn't that right, little one? The burrowing mouse seemed to understand and nodded, then glared at Zhuo Fan. Curses, buddy, you're pushing it here, Zhuo Fan raged inside, itching to get his hand on the prick. But it was impossible, not with Zhu Ningxiang guarding it like a tigress. But then an idea struck him, and his manic grin returned. The burrowing mouse shivered at the sight of him and hid in Zhu Ningxiang's chest. "What are you trying to do?" Zhu Ningxiang warned Zhuo Fan as she stepped back. His face flipped to a gentle smile as a gourd appeared on his palm. "It's all right. I won't harm the little one. I only want it to swallow something." Then he took out a blood-red worm from the gourd. It was the demonic creature he had raised with great care, frigid pool bloodworm. Any creature that ingested it would have no choice but to listen to his commands, or the blood curse would claim their lives. If not for time being an issue, he wouldn't have wanted to waste a bloodworm on a first-level spiritual beast. "What is that? So disgusting." Zhu Ningxiang frowned and took another step back. The burrowing mouse also sensed the danger and hid in her chest. Zhuo Fan was dead serious. "We have two ways we can tame the little guy fast. Either let me train it for a day, or he eats this." Zhu Ningxiang saw Zhuo Fan's face, and she knew if she refused, he'd use force. Helpless, Zhu Ningxiang took the burrowing mouse out and patted its head. "Little one, it's better if you eat it. Although it's a tad disgusting, it's better than landing in that guy's hands," Zhu Ningxiang said as she walked towards Zhuo Fan. With a sinister smile, Zhuo Fan inched the bloodworm close to the burrowing mouse's mouth. The critter struggled, but it was of no use. The bloodworm was about to enter its mouth. At that moment, however, a whoosh was heard. Zhuo Fan pushed Zhu Ningxiang away as he moved back himself. "Watch out!" A cold light passed between them. The freezing ray almost touched Zhuo Fan's fingers as it cut the wiggling bloodworm clean in half. He was aware of the killing intent the ray contained. Zhuo Fan turned to see a tall youth not 10 meters away. He looked to be 20 years old and had a handsome visage. His eyes flashed with coldness, like a pair of sharp blades at the two of them. The burrowing mouse shrieked a few times and ran from Zhu Ningxiang's hands and climbed up his body to his shoulder. "It has a master." Zhuo Fan scowled. The youth snorted at the two. "You both got some nerve eyeing my spirit animal." Sorry, it wasn't on purpose." Zhuo Fan stopped Zhu Ningxiang's explanation with a wave and pushed her behind him. "It doesn't matter if it has a master or not. We need it today." "Ha ha ha, big words." The youth sneered. "One insect is in the 5th layer of Kai condensation, while the other in the 4th. Yet you still want to tame what is mine. Fine, guess I will have to end you." "Humph, we will see about that." Sneering, Zhuo Fan rushed at the youth as Savage Moon flashed in his hand. 3rd-grade demonic treasure, raising an eyebrow, the youth lost the contempt he had before. This demonic treasure was a threat to his life, and in all his teachings he received, one needed to go all out regardless of the enemy. His eyes gleamed as he dashed at Zhuo Fan, his hand flashed and it now held a long sword. In an instant, the world seemed to freeze over. The sky and the earth seemed to vanish as flickering lights spewed from the sword. Empty net. Whoosh, Zhuo Fan suddenly slowed down amid his charge. Even his surroundings were sluggish, while the only thing unaffected was the long sword. Profound ranked martial art, 7th layer of bone tempering stage, and 4th-grade spiritual weapon. Squinting, Zhuo Fan started to take this seriously. This youth wasn't average. It was hard enough reaching such cultivation at his age, but he had also grasped a profound ranked martial art and used a 4th-grade spiritual weapon in the Tianyu Empire. Rare were those like him even in the 7 noble houses, and exactly that was the answer. This man could be a core disciple of the 7 noble houses, perhaps even an inheritor. Today Zhuo Fan offended him, and tomorrow trouble would come knocking. The only choice was to kill him. In an instant, Zhuo Fan's eyes exploded with killing intent. The youth was startled. "Am I not the one holding the advantage? Why is this kid releasing such thick killing intent? Does he think he can actually kill me?" The next moment, however, Zhuo Fan's action left him pale. Despite knowing that he was slowed down, Zhuo Fan only took a step and turned into 5 images of himself. Sneering, the youth grinned. "Think you can act tough with such a base-level killing move?" The youth's sword turned into 5 and struck each figure down. But at that moment, Zhuo Fan's voice came from behind him. "Nice sword skill. Too bad you met me." The youth jumped in fright. When did he get behind me? In this moment of imminent danger, he stabbed backwards. The sword art's aim was perfect, targeting Zhuo Fan's chest. Only Zhuo Fan looked down calmly, with slight praise in his heart. "Too bad it's over," whoosh. Zhuo Fan ignored the sword going for his chest and slashed at the youth's waist. If this continued, it would end with Zhuo Fan being gravely wounded and the youth dead. A wound for a kill, worth it. Chapter 59. Sword Markwise Abode of the 7 Noble Houses. Ding. Zhuo Fan slashed with full power, but a metal screech echoed and Savage Moon bounced back. He squinted as his heart was in a panic. This punk has a spiritual armor besides the spiritual weapon. But the timing didn't even let him think. The youth's sword was getting dangerously close to his chest. In this wound for a kill scenario, his opponent would come unharmed while he would be too wounded to continue fighting. Damn it, I miscalculated this time. Zhuo Fan secretly cursed and used the Savage Moon's rebound to save himself. Not for the life of him did he think this freakin' punk to be this rich. Even an elder from Hell Valley had a single demonic treasure at best. But this punk here was wielding one while wearing another. Who the hell is he? Bam. With no more time to think, Zhuo Fan's Savage Moon and the golden sword struck each other. With a loud sound, Zhuo Fan flew back due to the force. The blood in his chest flowed erratically and forced him to spew blood. He hit the dirt, and the Savage Moon clanked next to him in 2. His brow shivered as he turned solemn. He has a 4th-grade spiritual armor on him that my blood infant can't get through. The only way to hurt him was with Savage Moon, but Savage Moon is now in pieces. This was the first time since his rebirth that Zhuo Fan met such a danger to his life. The youth was in the 7th layer of bone tempering stage, had a spiritual weapon, had a spiritual armor, and even profound ranked martial arts. I can't punch through his defense, and I can only take a beating. But the worst part was, the youth used all his power against someone weaker. Everyone was afraid of the serious types. This will make it even harder for him to make any mistakes for me to exploit. How do I fight him? Zhuo Fan stared down the figure while his forehead ran cold with sweat. Yet who'd have known that the youth's mental state mirrored his, maybe even more terrified. The youth was known as a genius among geniuses in his clan. He learned the sword all his life and never lost. But against Zhuo Fan, who was weaker, he was one move away from dying even when he exerted his all. If not for the spiritual armor, he'd be dead. Dead from a man weaker than him by a stage. He just couldn't get over this. He was an exceptional genius who could defeat a peak bone tempering expert in a single move. He was the clan's successor. How could? The youth's brow was sweating bullets and gnashed his teeth at Zhuo Fan. "Brother, what is your name?" Zhuo Fan was startled and saw the change in the youth's eyes, guessing he wouldn't keep on wanting to kill them. He replied, "Zhuo Fan, I'll remember you. We'll finish this the next time we meet." That youth sheathed his sword, took his burrowing mouse, and was about to leave. Zhuo Fan rushed to say, "Wait." The youth stopped. "What is it?" "Dare I ask, brother, are you also here for the diamond sand?" The youth stared at Zhuo Fan. "What if I am? What if I'm not?" Zhuo Fan smiled. "If not, then let's part ways. If you are, want to work together? Work together." The youth frowned and took a long look at the two. "How? Not even the 3 of us are enough to steal 1 speck of diamond sand." Not long back, this youth viewed them as nothing more than insects, but his words just now showed his respect for Zhuo Fan's strength as someone equal to him. Zhuo Fan grinned inside. "We can negotiate like this. Brother has a burrowing mouse, so you plan to avoid fighting them." The youth smiled. "So we had the same idea. I see why you wanted this guy, but this burrowing mouse is mine. What can you bring if we team up?" The correct way of using the burrowing mouse. Zhuo Fan continued with a smile. "How is brother going to use it to get the diamond sand?" The youth squinted and replied with another question. "How about you? Dig a tunnel, wait for the diamond sand to erupt, and we steal some." Zhu Ningxiang spoke out of turn, but her response only earned the laughter of the two until her face went red. She glared. Why are you laughing? Am I wrong? The youth shook his head. Lady, they have a profound heaven expert, so how could it work? You'll be caught before you even make a move. Zhuo Fan nodded. In any case, my silly sister raised an option we definitely must avoid. What about you? Zhu Ningxiang glared at Zhuo Fan for making fun of her, but her face became red again for some other reason. The youth spoke simply. Easy, the diamond sand is pushed by the deep earth and comes out as a spring. I will have the burrowing mouse dig a small tunnel from the main course to direct a part of the diamond sand to me. Zhuo Fan clapped, and Zhu Ningxiang praised the brilliance of it. Great plan. The youth smiled with pride, but Zhuo Fan shook his head. If I were you, this would also be the best plan. The youth frowned. You have a better way then. Ha ha ha, of course. Why would I work with you if I didn't? Zhuo Fan smiled as he continued. Your plan won't earn you even 1,000th. Since there are so many types of earth layers beneath us, the diamond sand will be stuck along the way and you will get even less. What's your idea then? The youth stared at him. With a mysterious smile, Zhuo Fan stuck out his chin. If brother believes me, I can get all of it, leaving nothing to Hell Valley. We will later split it evenly. What do you say? How can that be? The youth watched them in shock, but Zhuo Fan was confident. My skill is making impossible possible. This got the youth to recall Zhuo Fan's close call in killing him and nodded. Fine, I believe you. How do we do it? Splendid. Zhuo Fan laughed. We are now partners. How should I address brother? Zai Tianyang. The youth spoke loud and clear. Zhuo Fan frowned. Zai, you mean you're from the 7 noble houses, sword markwise abode? Waving his hand, Zai Tianyang smiled vaguely. But they all figured out even if Zhuo Fan didn't get to finish. Zhu Ningxiang watched the youth for a long time in shock. Second-rate clans like the Zhu clan relied on the protection of the 7 noble houses. Just that she never got to leave Blue Expanse City, not once in her life, and the only 7 noble houses people she saw were from Hell Valley. Oh, Brother Zhuo, what house do you come from that you're so amazing? Zhu Ningxiang couldn't help but wonder as Zhuo Fan was so young and yet no less powerful than Zai Tianyang. In fact, Zhuo Fan could have struck this disciple of sword markwise abode dead if not for the spiritual armor. Thus, Zhuo Fan had to be from a special background. Zai Tianyang also turned to Zhuo Fan with eager eyes. He wanted to know just which house gave birth to such a monster. Zhuo Fan shook his head with a smile. I'm no one important, just a small steward in the Luo clan of Wingay City. Steward. Luo clan? The two were shocked. Luo clan? Never heard of it. Ha ha ha, it's quite normal for you to not know. Luo clan is just a third-rate clan. Zhuo Fan smiled. This time, both of them eyed him with suspicion. They would never believe that a trifling clan could raise such an expert. Not even the imperial family and the 7 houses had many like him. Brother, if what you said is true, you are welcome to join Sword Markwise Abode. Zai Tianyang's eyes shined as he patted Zhuo Fan's shoulder. It mattered little if Zhuo Fan was being honest. He was an unpolished gem nonetheless. With Zhuo Fan joining the Sword Markwise Abode, the Luo clan would one day be a second-rate clan, maybe even a peak second-rate with the house's assistance. The Sword Markwise Abode would at that time grow in power even more. For one of the 7 noble houses to personally ask for a clan to sign an agreement with them would stir all other small clans into crying if they found out. But Zhuo Fan only disdained this act. Knowing where Zai Tianyang was going with this, Zhuo Fan smiled. He, you're late. I already signed an alliance agreement with Veiled Dragon Pavilion. But if Sword Markwise Abode wants to sign a similar agreement, I'd be happy to oblige. Only what? Zhuo Fan just dropped a bomb that shocked the other two to their cores. Alliance agreement. Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Why would Veiled Dragon Pavilion do this for a small clan? Chapter 60. 1,000-mile-long array. Zhu Ningxiang and Zai Tianyang took long, skeptical looks at Zhuo Fan. From Zhuo Fan's reaction, it could be said he spoke the truth. But this news was too outrageous, even worse than if the heaven and earth switched places. The 7 noble houses could stand shoulder to shoulder with the imperial family. If they discovered a clan with great potential, signing a vassal agreement was more appropriate. But an alliance agreement only ever happened between the 7 noble houses. Yet this gap in power between the house and the clan breached by an alliance agreement made it look like the emperor went out to a beggar and called him brother. Such an act would make them, the 7 houses and the emperor, look like charitable folks. But this was fundamentally impossible. Just how did Zhuo Fan do it? Zai Tianyang watched Zhuo Fan closely but shook his head in the end. Brother, it's fine if you don't want to say it. But do you have to lie to us so openly? Zhu Ningxiang rolled her eyes while whining. Brother Zhuo, we told you everything about us while you still keep your secret. This is not proper. Zhuo Fan shook his head. The truth was taken as lies by others and he did not know how to respond. All right, Brother Zhuo, let's forget it. We'll be going our separate ways when this is over anyway, with little chance of meeting again. There's no need to know everything about each other. Then, Zai Tianyang clapped. We had better listen to Brother Zhuo's plan. Zhuo Fan nodded with a smile. He liked Zai Tianyang's attitude a lot. There was no eternal enemies and friends in the world, only benefits. They were friends now, thanks to a mutual goal, but tomorrow they might be on opposite sides. There was no need to know too much about each other. Quite the contrary, it would be best to hide one's secret and protect one's identity. Only Zhu Ningxiang pouted. Since we were brought together by fate, why can't we be friends? Zhuo Fan and Zai Tianyang just smiled. Zhuo Fan then retrieved a piece of paper from his ring and began to write on it. 15 minutes later, a strange design adorned it. Zhu Ningxiang was looking puzzled, while Zai Tianyang was feeling more and more astonished with each brushwork. This. Zai Tianyang watched the finished design in shock. A first-grade array. But I've never seen this one in my life, and I've seen my fair share. Zhuo Fan secretly nodded. Zai Tianyang was from the 7 houses, and just like Long Kui, he had learned of arrays from a young age. But few parts of this array were from an ancient era and not seen today. Thus, he could not understand the array completely. Zai Tianyang studied the design for a long time, then looked at Zhuo Fan with a firm gaze. You're from the 7 houses, no, maybe even imperial. He wasn't certain, because the more he got to know Zhuo Fan, the more Zhuo Fan's talent scared him. So much that he couldn't ascertain which house Zhuo Fan belonged to. He even felt the 7 houses couldn't have raised such a monstrous talent. Then the only one above the houses was the imperial family. Zhuo Fan shook his head. I already said it. It's up to you to believe or not, but now we're working together. Zai Tianyang gave a strained nod. Follow me. Zhuo Fan took out a map and walked ahead with the other 2 close behind. After half a day, Zhuo Fan reached a stream. He gave the area a once-over and nodded. Zhu Ningxiang and Zai Tianyang were filled with curiosity. This place was even farther away from the Golden Spring Pool and near the border to the second area in the Albeast mountain range. Albeast mountain range was split into 3 areas based on how dangerous the spiritual beasts were. The first area was the safest, with only 1st and 2nd level spiritual beasts roaming around, and the seldom 3rd level. These were suited for foundation establishment and Kai condensation cultivators to catch as spirit animals. And the Golden Spring Pool was in this area. The second area was the treasure hunting area, a place where 3rd and 4th level spiritual beasts came and went as they pleased. Entering it, while being below the bone tempering stage equaled death. But this area was filled with spiritual beasts, an important place from where strong experts got their spirit animals. The 3rd area was deemed as the danger zone. The spiritual beasts here were of 5th and 6th level. Even a radiant stage expert would die here. As such, if one didn't have absolute confidence in his power, he would not step foot here. Zhuo Fan was now standing near the border between the 1st and 2nd areas. Once they entered the 2nd area, Zhu Ningxiang, with her Kai condensation cultivation, would find death lurking at every corner. Zhuo Fan took a deep breath and nodded. This is it. Zhu Ningxiang and Zai Tianyang were puzzled, but Zhuo Fan waved. Brother Tianyang, I'll be counting on your burrowing mouse to dig a tunnel to the Golden Spring Pool, then keep digging along this pattern. Zhuo Fan pointed on the map. This is where the Golden Spring Pool is. What? Zai Tianyang said, startled. For it to dig to the Golden Spring Pool is not a problem, but for it to arrange spirit stones and set an array, it will take more than 1,000 trips. Correct. 3221 to be exact. Zhuo Fan nodded. Burrowing Mouse is small and can only carry one spirit stone at a time. This means it will take 3221 trips to set the array around the Golden Spring Pool. Zai Tianyang gasped, and Zhu Ningxiang went slack-jawed. You want to work it to death? Even the burrowing mouse seemed to understand and collapsed on Zai Tianyang's shoulder. Shit, this punk is after my life. I can't do this idiotic thing or it'll be the death of me. Burrowing mouse shut its eyes. Even when it fell from the shoulder and landed on a rock, it wouldn't open them, though its twitching gave it away. Zhuo Fan smirked and ignored the critter while talking to its owner. Time is of the essence. Diamond sand could erupt at any minute, so get your critter step on it. Is there no other way? Zai Tianyang asked with a solemn expression. Zhuo Fan smiled. If you can snatch the diamond sand from right under their noses, then be my guest. Zai Tianyang watched the unmoving critter on the ground with pity. Zhuo Fan added an incentive. There's a lot more burrowing mouse where he comes from, but as for diamond sand, only if you listen to me will you make a killing. Spurred on, Zai Tianyang's eyes flashed and he nodded. Fine, it's just a first-level spirit animal anyway. Who would need it, ha ha ha. The burrowing mouse jumped to its feet and pleaded to its owner with teary eyes. Master, how can you be so cruel? I'll end up working to the bone. But Zai Tianyang was too far gone to notice its gesture, as he and Zhuo Fan looked like demons with their manic grins at the poor critter. Zhu Ningxiang watched the cuddly and pitiful little one, and her heart swelled with love. She hugged it and comforted it as she glared at the two demons. But why would any of them care about a critter when diamond sand was at stake? At once, under the stately figure of its master, Zai Tianyang, the burrowing mouse was compelled to dig to Golden Spring Pool. In 15 minutes, a new pattern was beginning to emerge underneath the Golden Spring Pool, all according to Zhuo Fan's grand design. Yet the elder stationed at the Golden Spring Pool was oblivious to everything that was happening right underneath his nose. This was only the beginning for the oppressed burrowing mouse, which was forced to work itself into the ground. The only time the trio saw it was when it came for the next spirit stone. It could take it at first, but once it was finished with its first 100 stones, it was dog-tired that even its fur was slick with sweat. Around the 500th trip, the critter was gasping. Zhu Ningxiang's heart was bleeding, wanting to give the poor guy a rest. But Zhuo Fan and Zai Tianyang stood like demons, just like a landlord overlooking his peasants, making sure to leave them dead tired. Especially Zai Tianyang. Having nothing but diamond sand in his head, he had no time to mind trifles like getting his spirit animal killed from overworking. This resulted with the burrowing mouse making trip after trip and Zhu Ningxiang giving it a sip of water on the sly out of pity, the only thing that she could do to ease its hell. In the eyes of the little guy, she became a goddess. It was starting to hate itself for choosing poorly. Its owner just heard Demon King Zhuo Fan's 2 cents and was hooked into sending it to its death. When it came out for the final time, it was close to breathing its last. Zhu Ningxiang hugged it and consoled it, letting it feel the joy of a survivor. Zhuo Fan smiled at Zai Tianyang. See, I told you it'd be fine, Zai Tianyang sighed. Yeah, but this guy would hate me to the bone after this. No choice. If we wanted to have the array in place within 3 days, the only choice was its sacrifice. Zhuo Fan shrugged. If he'd really died of work, then it wouldn't be treated as a first-level spiritual beast. Zhuo Fan stood up, and his hand flashed as he deployed another array on the stream's bank. With a hand sign, the spirit stones in the ground lit up. An invisible ripple spread out, and the 2 arrays, thousands of miles from each other, were now connected. At almost the same time, the elder at the Golden Spring Pool shivered and opened his eyes with suspicion. What's going on? Why am I restless all of a sudden? Next to the stream, Zhuo Fan revealed a wicked grin. Only one more push. When the diamond sand erupts, Hell Valley's elder would get the shock of his life, he. Chapter 61, Heaven and Earth Shift. With everything in place, Zhuo Fan's party entered an idle period alongside Hell Valley's elder, waiting for the eruption of diamond sand. For a while, everything was quiet and peaceful. Zai Tianyang was feeling bored standing guard every day and thought of training his martial arts. But his worries about the diamond sand erupting and Zhuo Fan hogging it won over that feeling in the end. Because he knew Zhuo Fan's mannerism, but not his intention, and because he didn't understand Zhuo Fan either, he held some mistrust. While Zhu Ningxiang seemed to have forgotten about the diamond sand and played with the burrowing mouse every day. Zai Tianyang tried to call the critter over, but the little guy gave him an eye roll which only worked to embarrass him. It was his spirit animal, yet it was closer with Zhu Ningxiang, so he switched targets to Zhuo Fan, watching him with a perplexed look. Zhuo Fan was a riddle, be it his background or his origins. In no way would he believe Zhuo Fan's words of coming from a small clan. Among their group, Zhuo Fan was the calmest. Over the past Tenso days, all he did was meditate. As if he didn't care about the diamond sand at all, while in fact it also concerned him the most. Zhuo Fan, in Zai Tianyang's mind, was becoming more valued, with how rare such a character existed in the Tianyu Empire. At least he didn't have the state of mind to cultivate while waiting for the diamond sand like Zhuo Fan. Cultivating with his anxiety and restlessness would only cause a deviation. While Zhuo Fan, Zai Tianyang scrutinized Zhuo Fan, feeling envy. A sudden sound woke Zhuo Fan up. At last, the sixth layer of Kai condensation. Zai Tianyang's cheek trembled and showed a resigned expression. To break through at such a crucial time, he would never reach Zhuo Fan's state of mind for years to come. This was how the trio spent the next month. Zai Tianyang was bored out of his mind. Zhu Ningxiang and the critter played like crazy, sporting smiles every moment, while Zhuo Fan sat there in meditation. Rolling his eyes, Zai Tianyang was driven to the point of insanity. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have pushed the burrowing mouse that hard. The critter broke up with him so thoroughly that it wouldn't even come to relieve his boredom. Can't take it anymore, Zai Tianyang wailed. Then a sudden bang resounded across the mountain range and the ground started shaking. It's time! Zhuo Fan jumped to his feet. Zhu Ningxiang, who was playing with the critter, was a bit startled and turned to Zhuo Fan and Zai Tianyang, but the two didn't look afraid, only excited. Hell Valley's seventh elder stationed at Golden Spring Pool flew higher. Ha ha ha, I have waited 2 months for this. Men, cast the nets to gather the diamond sand. The seventh elder roared and the bone-tempering guards bowed. Understood. They then began throwing golden nets into the Golden Spring Pool until it was all shining golden. At the same time at the stream, Zhuo Fan asked, "Did you prepare a net?" Ha ha ha, why would I come for diamond sand if I hadn't? Zai Tianyang laughed and cast his net. Diamond sand erupted along with lava and it needed special nets to filter it. Zhuo Fan also cast his own golden net into the stream. Zai Tianyang watched him doubtful. Brother Zhuo, what will you do now? Watch closely. Zhuo Fan smiled with confidence and his hand performed signs. Heaven and earth reverse, mountains and rivers switch, yin and yang shift, twin array exchange. The spirit stones laid underground shined ever brighter, and each beam of light pierced the horizon. All around the Golden Spring Pool, 3221 light pillars towered towards the sky. The seventh elder felt uneasy, but as Diamond Sand's eruption was imminent, he had no time to mind parlor tricks and fixed his eyes on the hot spring's mouth. Suddenly, a column of water sprouted from the spring, just that the heat from it was far lower. People were stunned seeing this. Reason dictated that along with the eruption of diamond sand, lava should flow out too. The hot spring's water would be so hot that not even a bone-tempering expert should be able to approach. But why was there only plain water? Seventh elder blinked in a daze, then face-palmed. Damn it, someone's playing us. He rushed higher in the air and saw thousands of light pillars in the distance. There, seventh elder seethed in rage as he charged. You're dead if you think you can play me. Meanwhile, the stream before Zhuo Fan's party was gone, replaced by a dark hole that was soon spewing lava along with fine and shiny particles. Diamond sand? Zai Tianyang was overjoyed as he turned to Zhuo Fan in shock. "Brother Zhuo, you're great. How is the diamond sand erupting here?" Grinning, Zhuo Fan flatly said, "This array is called Heaven and Earth Shift. It is a mere first-grade array, but it can reverse yin and yang, shift mountains and rivers. I only switched diamond sand's flow to here." Zhuo Fan said it dully, but Zai Tianyang was shocked to the core. As far as he knew, only 6th grade and above arrays could do that, and they were all lost. But Zhuo Fan not only did it, but used just a first-grade array in the process. He started to recall Zhuo Fan mentioning Veiled Dragon Pavilion's alliance agreement. It might not be far-fetched for Veiled Dragon Pavilion to make such an agreement if they knew of Brother Zhuo's outrageous talent. Zai Tianyang watched Zhuo Fan closely with a secret smile. He didn't think he'd meet such a man when he decided to get the diamond sand. There may not be a second person in the Empire who can set this array. Zai Tianyang then spoke. "Brother Zhuo, would you like to come into Sword Markwai's abode as a venerable?" Zhu Ningxiang was tongue-tied. Zhuo Fan was so young, yet he'd get to be a venerable in one of the 7 houses. Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes and almost made Zhu Ningxiang stumble with his next words. "Save it. Veiled Dragon Pavilion tried it already, and I refused them all the same. That's why they changed to having an alliance agreement. Brother Zhuo, you're showing off here." Zhu Ningxiang clearly doubted his words, but Zai Tianyang nodded and said, "All right, I will send someone with an alliance agreement when I get back. Where do I send it?" "Wingay City's Luo clan. I will return when I am finished with my affairs." Zai Tianyang hesitated. "Then I will wait for your return. I want to sign it with you. With your skills, when you leave the Luo clan in the future, we won't lose out then." Zhuo Fan shook his head. "Why are all 7 houses the same?" Zhu Ningxiang gasped as her face twitched. "Sword Markwai's abode is so unruly. Why would they want to sign an agreement with an outsider? And it wasn't with a clan, but with a single man." But what escaped her thoughts was that precisely because Zai Tianyang was from the 7 houses that he valued Zhuo Fan so much. The average clan would never see Zhuo Fan's value. At this time, the dark cave let out a final eruption of lava. Seeing this, Zhuo Fan urged, "Get the nets." "Why the hurry?" Zai Tianyang waved and continued with a smile. "The nets are made of spirit metal. They won't break in lava." Zhuo Fan snorted. "You think I don't know that? If we don't go now, we may not have a life to enjoy it." Zai Tianyang was startled as Zhuo Fan continued. "You think all elders from Hell Valley are blind, who wouldn't notice the light pillars? Just wait, and you will have a profound heaven expert hovering overhead." Zai Tianyang rushed in with his hand signs to recover the net. As the nets rose, the trio saw the glitters among the lava, and on the net's threads was shining sand. "What do we do now?" Zai Tianyang was happy seeing the net, but was aware of the imminent danger. Zhuo Fan dragged them for 12 hours to this place for a reason most obvious: to buy time. Even a profound heaven expert would need 2 hours to reach here. During this time, they could retrieve the diamond sand and leave. But where to run was the question. Where was safe? Noticing Zhuo Fan gazing at the stream's opposite bank, the pair shouted, "The 2nd area." "Wrong," Zhuo Fan said dryly. "The 3rd area." Gasping, the two stared at Zhuo Fan in a daze. Is this guy crazy? "The 2nd area is dangerous enough, but going to the 3rd is suicide." But they both were oblivious to the fact that Zhuo Fan's aim from the start was in that area. 6th level spiritual beast, Thunder Skylark, Chapter 62, Chase. "We'll divide the diamond sand first, then flee." Zhuo Fan was getting eager to get his share of the spoils when he saw the glittering dust and gave the two the cold shoulder. Zhu Ningxiang and Zai Tianyang smiled bitterly. Ever since they ran into Zhuo Fan, they were led by the nose. Zhuo Fan did whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted. The same went for abusing the critter and setting an array to steal all diamond sand. But all turned out fine in the end. Everything he did was flawless and brought success. So, despite Zhuo Fan making no sense, which added to their worry, The two believed he had a failsafe in place. So Zai Tianyang dropped the issue and was excited by all the glittering dust before him. Whoosh! The dust flowed like water out of the net and filled a 1-meter-tall bucket, and that was just a third. So everyone started taking out any containers they had from their rings, and the coveted diamond sand soon filled vessels of all shapes and sizes. Seeing such a haul, Zai Tianyang was smiling in excitement. At first, he hoped to use the burrowing mouse to get a bit of diamond sand. And now, with a weirdo like Zhuo Fan around, they got everything in no time at all. In refining a 5th-grade spiritual weapon, a handful of diamond sand was enough to raise its power, making it a top 5th-grade spiritual weapon. But with heaps of diamond sand, who knew how many such weapons could be made, and he could even add as much dust as he wanted in the refining process. When refining, people would add a gram, fuse it well, then add another gram, thereby increasing the amount of diamond sand progressively. With this much yield, it's even possible to make a pure diamond sand spiritual weapon. Ha ha ha. Zai Tianyang started laughing. Despite his high position in Sword Markwai's abode, and not being poor in the least, compared to the diamond sand before him, it was no different than being a beggar. Zhuo Fan saw Zai Tianyang laugh. His eyes flashed as he turned back to the glittering sand with a smirk. Sword Markwai's abode's disciples are ignorant of the world outside. Zhuo Fan then stashed half of the sand into his ring while he spoke in a flat tone. "This is my share and the rest is yours." Zai Tianyang blinked, then smiled. "No worries, it's fine if you take a bit more." They had struck it rich this time. So even with Zhuo Fan taking half, it was more than enough for the other two. But in the end, this wealth was divided in two, with Zhu Ningxiang having no interest in it. Compared to having such a precious item, she'd rather get out of Blue Expanse City. Zhuo Fan only took his share, leaving hers untouched. Zai Tianyang secretly nodded and took the rest of the diamond sand and asked Zhuo Fan, "How do we escape now?" Whoosh! Zhuo Fan's hand held a small bottle and took 3 red pills out. He ate one and gave the rest to the two. "This is a 1st-grade pill, energy concealing pill. It can hide our auras for a whole day and let us pass through the second area while not attracting spiritual beasts." Zai Tianyang looked at the pill with amazement. "That's great. Where did you get it?" Allbeast Mountain Range was a treasure trove that had the continent's cultivators drooling over for thousands of years. Too bad the spiritual beasts were a bit savage and kept the cultivators at bay. If they knew such a pill existed, they'd be fighting over it. Moreover, it was just a 1st-grade pill. As far as Zai Tianyang knew, the continent didn't have such a pill, or wouldn't the cultivators be flocking here by now? Zhu Ningxiang was also amazed. Zhuo Fan scratched his nose. "I made it. It is unique to me." Zai Tianyang shouted. "You're a freaking alchemist, too?" Perhaps he was a bit too amazing that Zai Tianyang even had to resort to curses, but Zhuo Fan couldn't care less, which was evident from his shrug. "Yep, the more skills the better." The shock got to Zai Tianyang so badly that his cheek was twitching. "Who the hell is this punk? He's a Kai condensation cultivator, yet can match me, a bone-tempering cultivator. And now he's an alchemist too. Not only that, but he also sets up a lost array and refines unprecedented pills." Until now, he thought that he had met a paragon like himself. Just another strong opponent like the few geniuses he found his match in the 7 houses. But with Zhuo Fan revealing that he was also an alchemist, gave Zai Tianyang's psyche a heavy blow. Next time around, he'd never say that he was a genius, at least not when Zhuo Fan was present. Zai Tianyang swallowed the pill and jumped across the stream and into the second area. "Let's go." Zhuo Fan and Zhu Ningxiang were startled. What's up with him? They didn't know that this proud and conceited genius had just fallen from Cloud 9 all the way down into the mortal quagmire. 2 hours later, a gray figure landed next to the stream. It was the 7th Elder. His face was red with rage when he saw the steaming lava, and his hawk eyes flashed with killing intent. Someone pulled the diamond sand here." Squinting, the 7th Elder huffed a few times, then calmed down. But the coldness on his face grew thicker. He looked around and muttered, They just got the diamond sand and shouldn't have run far. If they stayed in the first area, death was only a matter of time. Then, the seventh elder turned to the opposite bank with a sneer. Think you can get rid of me with parlor tricks? Then he soared into the second area. 100 miles out, Zhuo Fan's party was running when a sudden cawing came from behind, followed by crows taking to the sky. Zhuo Fan stopped and looked back with a frown. What? Zai Tianyang and Zhu Ningxiang also stopped. What's going on? Zhuo Fan muttered. That elder is charging right into the second area. What? Zai Tianyang was anxious. What now? He will catch up in no time. Zhuo Fan sighed. I don't know. I thought that the elder would first search the first area after inspecting the lava just to be sure, thus buying us enough time. Moreover, the second area is notoriously dangerous, so I guessed he wouldn't come here to search so soon. That is why I picked this area to flee. And by the time he'd figure it out, we'd have a 6-hour lead. And for his safety in the second area, he'd be flying far slower to avoid fourth-level spiritual beasts. At that point, we'd be in the third area and he'd ultimately given up the chase. In that area, he will be in the same boat as us, food for the spiritual beasts, so he'd never go in after us. Zhuo Fan squinted, yet he went for the second area from the start. In this case, we only have 1 hour lead. If he catches up to us here, we're dead. Brother Zhuo, haven't you heard of the seventh elder and what he is famous for? Zai Tianyang asked. Zhuo Fan was startled. I only knew that a Hell Valley's elder was stationed here, but not the details. Sighing, Zai Tianyang shook his head. Know your enemy and yourself, and you shall win 100 battles. It's normal for you to make a mistake when you don't even know how dreadful the seventh elder is. Dreadful. Zhuo Fan frowned. Zai Tianyang said in a severe tone, he is greatly admired in Hell Valley, and even Valley Lord Yuanshan consults with him, or he wouldn't have left such an important city in the seventh elder's charge. You're saying he's strong? Zhuo Fan's brow twitched. Zai Tianyang shook his head. Not his strength, but his schemes. He is cunning and deceitful, known as the insidious demon. His mind is filled with schemes. Many elders of the 7 houses have fallen in his ploys. Even veiled Dragon Pavilion's elder Jiu lost his purple lightning gold eye because of the 7th elder's plot. Many hate him to the bone, but even more fear him. No wonder Zhuo Fan's plan fell through. He is another who plays open schemes. This kind of plot is useless against him. But the die was cast, and Zhuo Fan's only choice was to beat him at his own game. Brother Zhuo, our only choice is to leave Lady Ninger behind. With our speed, we may be able to escape the 7th elder's clutches. Zai Tianyang's eyes flashed as he spoke firmly. Zhu Ningxiang shuddered and grabbed Zhuo Fan's arm with a pitiful look. Brother Zhuo, you promised to get me out. Brother Zhuo, this is not the time to be soft. Leave her behind. She will stall the 7th elder while we escape. Zai Tianyang's mind was set. Zhuo Fan squinted as he contemplated, then sneered at Zai Tianyang. Humph, if not for my energy-concealing pill, you'd have thrown me away too. Zai Tianyang's mouth pursed. Only Zhuo Fan laughed it off and said, I won't abandon anyone. As for that elder, I have my way to deal with him. I will fight him right here with an array. Zai Tianyang nodded after a careful ponder. He knew of Zhuo Fan's skills in arrays and was certain that Zhuo Fan was an array grandmaster. Zhu Ningxiang was beaming as she heard him and was swinging Zhuo Fan's arm on and on with a red tint on her cheeks. But they both failed to notice Zhuo Fan's odd smile at the end of chapter 63. Thunderflame Gale Array. Whoosh! Beneath the shade of the forest, a gray figure flitted by. The moment a spiritual beast saw him, it would jump on him with greedy eyes. But the beast would ultimately fall to the ground lifeless with an extra fist imprint on its chest. The 7th elder's eyes turned darker, but his speed remained the same. Unlike Zhuo Fan, his flight attracted no little amount of trouble. Yet this only left a trail of 3rd-level spiritual beasts' corpses behind. He was lucky enough that he did not meet a 4th-level spiritual beast, or it would have been a slightly different outcome. Whoosh! Suddenly, he landed in an open area. He checked for tracks, making sure nothing escaped his sight. He, 3 little brats want a run, the 7th elder sneered. He stood upright and scrutinized his surroundings with a cold eye. "Will you come out yourselves, or shall I drag you out?" His yell bathed the trees in killing intent and scared off nearby spiritual beasts. "Ha ha ha, I see the seventh elder is not without his reputation. No wonder you are called insidious demon, finding how many we are just from a few faint signs. I am in awe." Zhuo Fan's laughter resounded through the air. The seventh elder frowned and paid closer attention. "Kid, you have just entered the sixth layer of Kai condensation." "Good ears." The hidden Zhuo Fan felt his heart go cold. This elder was shrewder than he'd thought, a hard opponent, but he still kept his cool. "Seventh elder must be tired after such a long chase, and fighting here will attract fourth-level spiritual beasts. It will be quite an annoyance to you. What if we strike a deal?" "Which is?" The seventh elder snorted, and his cold eyes flitted around the area. Zhuo Fan smiled. "Seventh elder chased us for so long, all for the diamond sand. If we give you half, are you willing to let us go?" "You must be joking. The diamond sand was mine to begin with." "You want to bargain with what you stole from me?" The seventh elder laughed while being shrouded in thick killing intent. "I will not only get my diamond sand, but wring the life out of you brats." Then the elder rushed towards a lush tree. He struck it with his palm and made it explode to reveal Zhuo Fan sitting on the rock behind it. He, brat. You knew of my sharp hearing, yet still talked about conditions with me." The seventh elder went for another palm attack, this time targeting Zhuo Fan. But the latter was calm as ever. He even smiled. He. I've never been afraid of revealing myself from the start." Zhuo Fan's hand shifted and, boom, with a loud noise from behind Zhuo Fan, a towering flame rose 50 meters high. And with a bird cry, it took the shape of a phoenix. It spread its wings and launched 2 fire pillars at seventh elder. "Array." The elder was startled, as he didn't foresee the weak brat would know about arrays. From the look of its power, it had to be in 5th grade. No longer careless, he struck the pillars with his palms. Boom. Raging flames exploded, and the elder was thrown back with burned palms. Looking up, the elder's carefree eyes from before sported a hint of severity now. "I took you lightly." The seventh elder squinted, never imagining a 6th layer of Kai condensation youth was a 5th grade array master. "Too bad it won't be enough to beat me." The seventh elder soared and made a sign. A fiendish demonic shadow rose behind him from the twisting black tendrils of energy. Wails echoed around him and made the temperature drop. Zhuo Fan's eyes squinted and his tone lowered. "Such a malevolent demonic method, is this from Hell Valley's inheritance?" He. Why do the dead need to know so much?" The seventh elder cackled and pointed. The demonic shadow rushed at Zhuo Fan with a shriek. Zhuo Fan responded with a hand sign. The fire phoenix cried and spat flames. Bam. Flames and shadow collided in an anticlimactic way. When the fire touched the demon, hissing was heard as if it was met with ice. The seventh elder looked proud of this while Zhuo Fan squinted. "Ninger now." A faint cry echoed, and from another side not far from Zhuo Fan, a fierce gale hammered through the woods and exposed Zhu Ningxiang sitting on a stone. At Zhuo Fan's call, she made the hand signs he had taught her. A chilling wind picked up and flew like a blade as it fused into the fire phoenix's attack. The fire pillar expanded 10 times in a blink and started pushing back the demonic shadow. The seventh elder's face turned grave and made hand signs to strengthen the demonic shadow. But with the help of Zhu Ningxiang, Zhuo Fan was getting the upper hand, and the seventh elder started sweating. He never saw it coming. Another person was controlling the array, but before he could think of a countermeasure, Zhuo Fan shouted again. "Zai Tianyang, he's yours." Ha, I was waiting for this. See how I splatter the brains of a profound heaven expert." Under Zai Tianyang's incessant cackling, lightning burst and revealed him sitting on the other side of Zhuo Fan and across from Zhu Ningxiang. Zai Tianyang made a hand sign and launched a 50-meter-long lightning dragon. With a roar, it flashed right into the demonic shadow. Boom! As lightning entered the shadow, it triggered an explosion. The demonic shadow could not overcome the multiple increases in power and was blown into black pieces, soon becoming nothing but ash. The seventh elder spatted blood, This defied all logic. Today, 3 brats hurt him. But the brats were far from done and battered him with the thunderflame gale again. If he didn't do something now, he'd be heavily wounded. He may even die. The 7th elder braced himself and waved the centipede-like chain that suddenly appeared in his hand. Boom! The thunderflame gale attack was blown away as the elder took a few steps back. Zhuo Fan's side also shivered as each of them felt blood stagnating in their chest. It was a tie, 4th grade demonic treasure. Zhuo Fan turned serious. The 7th elder gasped and barked. Good, well done. I've traveled the world for so long, but today 3 brats have reduced me to this state. He turned to Zhuo Fan. I admit you're strong. If we continue, it will end with both sides dead. It's better to take your previous deal. Give me half of diamond sand and I will go. The 3 exchanged glances. Zhu Ningxiang and Zai Tianyang didn't want to offend Hell Valley and nodded. Zhuo Fan showed an amiable smile. All right, let's make the deal. He then jumped off the stone. The 7th elder took back his weapon and flew towards Zhuo Fan. When they were 10 meters apart, suddenly both their eyes flashed with murderous intent. Die, brat. Finish him. Shouting at the same time, the 7th elder revealed his demonic treasure and flung it at Zhuo Fan while the latter made hand signs. The flames and the centipede chain clashed. Zai Tianyang and Zhu Ningxiang were startled. Even though they missed the first clash, they soon sent lightning and wind blade toward the elder. The 7th elder couldn't dodge and had to destroy their attacks with his chain once again, but he was also forced to retreat to the skies. Eyeing Zhuo Fan, the elder's face turned green and white from rage. Bastard, who would believe you? He takes a demonic cultivator to know one. Zhuo Fan smirked. Zhu Ningxiang and Zai Tianyang witnessed this in a daze. Who the hell are they? One is more despicable than the other. None of them is worth trusting. Both of them had only one thought since the beginning, kill. They're too damn vile, treacherous, insidious. Had one of them trusted the other, then their side would have died by now. This thought made the 2 gasp and their eyes darted at Zhuo Fan. Thank God we have one just as vile and insidious among us. Or we'd be dead for sure. Chapter 64, Bait. I need to calm down first. The 7th elder took a deep breath and inspected the area with wrinkled brows. He found that the recovery of diamond sand was becoming a headache, and when he knew the trio ran into the second area, he confirmed it. With his experience, he could easily discover their meager cultivation. And with the highest among them being the 7th layer of bone tempering stage, it was no different than squeezing 3 insects. What was unbelievable, though, one of them had a deep knowledge of arrays along with a cunning mind, unlike a rash and ignorant youth he posed to be. This led to the current predicament. With the 3 working together to control the array, he would never get the upper hand. However, he thought of something, and his hawk eyes flashed sinisterly. You are Zhu Clan's 3rd young miss. The 7th elder ignored Zhuo Fan and switched targets, sizing Zhu Ningxiang with a smile. I remember seeing you 5 years ago. You were just a child back then. My, how you've grown into a fine lady. Zhu Ningxiang's heart seized and lowered her head to avoid his piercing gaze. Zhuo Fan shouted, 7th elder, if you have something to say it to my face. Don't go around scaring girls. Yet the 7th elder's eyes never left Zhu Ningxiang. Ninger, why do you bother going against me? Zhu Clan is a vassal of Hell Valley. We always took care of your Zhu Clan. And yet here you are, resorting to this. His eyes flashed with murder as he spoke. Zhu Ningxiang shivered and could no longer keep the hand sign up. Zhuo Fan knew that the 7th elder was threatening Zhu Ningxiang and rushed to say, Attack! He and Zai Tianyang synced their hand signs, launching lightning and fire at the 7th elder. But Zhu Ningxiang was still in a daze, her hands trembling. Zai Tianyang thought, damn, Zhu Ningxiang is worried for her clan and has no will to fight. Without the wind's help, there'll be a sharp decline in power. The 7th elder was fighting a psychological battle, grasping the trio's weakness. Fire and lightning combined as it neared the elder, but his centipede chain just flew at it, and the attack was nulled. The 7th elder stood still in the sky while Zhuo Fan and Zai Tianyang spat blood. Ha ha ha, that's better. The seventh elder cackled. Ninger, you made the right choice. These brats will wash their hands over this and leave from here while your clan will stay forever. Zhuo Fan looked at the shivering Zhu Ningxiang and urged, Ninger, don't listen to the old goat. He knows who you are and will destroy your clan either way. The only way to save the Zhu clan is to kill him here and now. Remember my words. The Thunderflame Gale Array needs 3 people to work together, and as long as the 3 are in sync, not even a profound heaven expert can escape. Another shiver reeked Zhu Ningxiang's frail body, and now she stood still. The seventh elder's words scared her, but she had finally recovered. Zhuo Fan smirked and shouted, If this old coot lives, your clan is no more. Boom! His words echoed in her ears, and Zhu Ningxiang rose her head to show killing intent for the first time as she muttered non-stop. He can't leave. He has to die, he must. Die! Zhu Ningxiang roared the last word and completed the hand sign. A green panther roared behind her and sped towards the seventh elder, 10 times stronger than before. The elder panicked, noticing the true power of the array in Zhu Ningxiang's hands. From the start, the 2 brats used all they had in fighting me. Yet she hadn't. Zhu Ningxiang was a kind and gentle soul, not willing to kill even her enemy. But the seventh elder's words struck a chord in her frail heart that she was close to losing her will for fighting. It was then that Zhuo Fan woke her up and lit a fire in her. The dissonance in her heart led to unleashing her full power. To protect her clan, Zhu Ningxiang turned cold and unfeeling like a reaper. She was willing to do anything and everything to make sure the old geezer died here. Zhuo Fan and Zai Tianyang smiled and launched their own attacks. Fire, wind, and lightning combined at their strongest into an overpowering strike that threatened to consume the seventh elder. Even the calm and collected seventh elder was starting to feel fear. He hastily lifted the centipede chain and lashed. Boom! A huge explosion shook the entire second area, and even the sky seemed to collapse. Some 4th-level spiritual beasts even fled. The seventh elder, who was caught in the middle, was blasted a dozen meters with his hair and beard singed as he spat blood. But this time, the blood evaporated before it touched the ground. It was proof of the intensity of the attack that pierced his inner organs. With such a heavy wound, just one more and he'd be done for. For the first time, the seventh elder panted with fear in his eyes. Not even he could foresee that the array needed just the girl to flip out for unleashing its full power. But he understood that he would not be able to take more of such attacks. He's on his last leg. Ninger, Zai Tianyang, get ready. We'll finish him off. Zhuo Fan laughed as he made another hand sign, but a sudden green panther beat him and Zai Tianyang to the punch. All Zhuo Fan saw was Zhu Ningxiang going crazy and making signs on and on as she raved. He has to die, he must die. Damn, this girl has lost it. I managed to spur her on, but now she is too far gone. Her only thought is to kill the old goat, even disregarding cooperation with her allies. Her action was limiting the array's power. The seventh elder noticed this weakness and smiled as he charged for Zhu Ningxiang. He was only facing a wind panther, and without the other 2 elements, he could breeze through it. With a swing of the centipede chain, the panther was no more. Quickly help Ninger? Zhuo Fan panicked as he formed hand signs alongside Zai Tianyang. Once again, lightning and fire came at the seventh elder. Yet such lack of cooperation lost the array's advantage, and the seventh elder dealt with it easily. He flung the centipede chain, removing this nuisance, and appeared before Zhu Ningxiang. But she sank in, making hand signs. The seventh elder snorted and clutched her neck, lifting her off the ground. Zhu Ningxiang began suffocating and her hands slowed down. Crazy girl, you almost had me killed. Consider yourself lucky since you still have some use, or I'd have killed you already. Ninger, Zhuo Fan, and Zai Tianyang stood up with worry. The seventh elder mocked them. What are you brats called anyway? Sit tight, I will deal with you in a moment. Zhuo Fan clenched his fists. Cough, cough, cough. Zhu Ningxiang coughed, looking at Zhuo Fan with pleading eyes. Kill him, don't let him harm my father. He, what a carrying daughter. You're still thinking about your father. Too bad these 2 brats have no way of killing me. Once I get back, I'll make sure to wipe the Zhu clan for good." Tears glistened down Zhu Ningxiang's cheeks. Zai Tianyong's heart hurt and roared in anger. "Hell Valley Elder, does one of your stature even know what shame is to raise your hand on a defenseless girl?" He, there's no such thing as shame in a demonic cultivator's vocabulary." The seventh elder cackled and turned to Zhuo Fan. "Brat, you're just like this old man, stirring this girl's will to fight with a few words. I would have taken you as my disciple if not for us being enemies. You hurt my friend, so you must die by my hands." Zhuo Fan's tone was irreproachable. "Zai Tianyong, get ready to strike." But Ninger also agreed. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed with a hard look. Zai Tianyong felt cold as he looked at Zhuo Fan, then saw the pleading eyes of Zhu Ningxiang and sighed. This old man must die, or he will slaughter the Zhu clan and Ninger won't ever find peace, even in death. Zai Tianyong then yelled as he made hand signs. The lightning dragon roared as it encroached on the seventh elder. Zhuo Fan, with his red eyes, also shouted, and the phoenix behind him spread its wings. This was the strongest power they managed to unleash through their cooperation. But to all this, the seventh elder's answer was disdain. "Humph, I have already figured out this array. Without wind, just you two are nothing." Zai Tianyong gnashed his teeth. "Would our full power attack amount to nothing? Would we meet our end at his hands? Furthermore, Ninger's clan would be doomed." But Zhuo Fan revealed an evil grin. "Who said we lacked wind?" His hands shifted through the signs, and the seventh elder was swallowed by a tornado, turning his immediate surrounding into a wind prison. Then came the lightning dragon and fire phoenix. Boom! Fire and lightning mixed, erupting in a spectacular fashion on contact with the tornado, burning everything within into nothing. This display of power was twice as strong as their best attack. This time the elder should be dead. Zai Tianyong watched it all at a loss. How? What? How the wind appeared. Zhuo Fan smiled, unlike someone who just lost a friend. "I told you before that I can't control the fifth-grade array by myself and need all three of us to work together, right? Well, I lied. That seventh elder would have seen through you, and I couldn't have deceived him in the end." "What? All was a lie," Zai Tianyong stammered. Zhuo Fan smiled. "Insidious demon is beyond sharp. He is Hell Valley sage. If I fight him alone, defeat is certain. So I arranged for you two to work with me in controlling the array and help conserve power. But this wasn't without its weakness. Us three had to be in full cooperation to unleash its greatest power. Him being the insidious demon, he would find this out with ease and would target the weakest among us. It's clear Ninger is that person and he would attack her. But he would have never guessed Ninger was the bait I laid out for him. So he fell right into my trap." "Why, you're saying that you had planned on giving up on Ninger from the start?" Zai Tianyong gasped. Zhuo Fan felt like a stranger to him. He still recalled how Zhuo Fan yelled at Ninger, "I won't leave anyone behind." His eyes filled with righteousness. Was it all an act? What's with that look? Zhuo Fan sneered. "Didn't you say to leave Ninger behind and flee, that she was a burden? I only thought of a more appropriate use of this burden. What of your promise to her?" Zai Tianyong swallowed dryly. "I heard you promised Ninger to take her outside the city." Zhuo Fan waved it off. "The result's the same, be it living or otherwise." Seeing Zhuo Fan's casual manner, Zai Tianyong felt numb and a chill crawled up his spine. Only after working together for over a month, he had thought that he somewhat understood Zhuo Fan's character. But now it felt like he was talking to a stranger. Such sheer cruelty made him, a seventh layer of bone tempering expert, feel more fear than facing a radiant stage expert. But laughter came from amidst the Thunderflame Gale prison. Chapter 65. Insidious Demon. "Ha ha ha, kid, you're just like me. Selfish, cruel, heartless, and won't even hesitate to use your own men. Even I'm feeling a bit afraid of you." Boom. The Thunderflame Gale prison blew away with a loud noise to reveal the sinister, smiling seventh elder. Yet now he held another centipede chain in his hand, this one black. The two chains formed a helix around him, sparing his life from the dreadful attack. But even so, his body was littered with burn marks, and one could even see the bone in some places as blood seeped out. It was obvious that he survived because of these chains. And that too against the true power of the Thunderflame Gale array. After spitting some burning blood, the seventh elder gasped, but his wicked eyes never left Zhuo Fan for a moment. Kid, I have always been quick to pick up on things related to my enemies everywhere I went, but today you almost had me killed. I have to admit, I never met such dreadful brat in my life. Zhuo Fan looked over to see Zhu Ningxiang unconscious at his feet, but she wasn't dead. Perhaps the chain helix protected her the same way it protected the elder, but it wasn't like Zhuo Fan cared if she lived or died. He just kept staring at the black centipede chain. You have another fourth-grade demonic treasure? He, I used to have only one. The seventh elder joined the two centipede chains together to form a black and white chain. This fourth-grade demonic treasure, yin-yang chains, are of one body. I usually attack with the yang chain and use the yin chain to kill my enemy at the right time. But to save myself today, you forced me to reveal my yin chain. You should be proud of that. Even profound heaven experts only figure out the truth at the moment of their deaths. Zhuo Fan gnashed his teeth. The insidious demon title fits you like a glove. You were willing to suffer a heavy wound just to keep this move hidden. But of course, the seventh elder coughed blood twice, but his face still retained the sinister smile. With how the world is filled with lies and schemes, I prefer to keep my strongest move hidden. That is why my ploys always succeed while the ones against me fail. But today is the exception. The seventh elder's eyes flashed and threw the yang chain at Zhuo Fan and the yin chain at Zai Tianyang as he roared. Too bad you're out of tricks and can't beat me. I beg to differ. Zhuo Fan smirked and made a hand sign, making a bloody light fly out of Zhu Ningxiang towards the seventh elder. The elder was seriously hurt, and the chains were far away. Zhuo Fan watched him like a hawk just to find if he also had a defensive demonic treasure. This way he could put Blood Infant to good use. In his sorry state, if Blood Infant was to get inside the seventh elder, he'd be refined without even a means to resist. This was Zhuo Fan's true killing move. Even the Thunderflame Gale prison was only used as bait to reveal all the Elder's cards. Zhuo Fan refused to believe a man with the insidious demon fame had no hidden means to save himself. Demonic creature? On the other hand, the seventh elder was startled by the bloody light. He now figured out what Zhuo Fan really intended when he said Zhu Ningxiang was the bait. It wasn't just to trap him in the Thunderflame Gale prison, but to also hide a killing move. With how close he was to her, he had no way of dodging. Insidious Demon had to admire Zhuo Fan's cunning mind for beating him at every turn. Zhuo Fan was expectant of victory as he smiled. It's over, seventh elder. This fight is my win. Suddenly, the seventh elder's yang chain pierced through Zhuo Fan's chest. He felt his heart being crushed. A large hole was left behind on his body with pieces of his heart here and there. This is impossible. Zhuo Fan was confident that the Blood Infant would gain control of the seventh elder once it entered him, also stopping the yang chain's attack. But the truth was, the chain never stopped. Zhuo Fan even felt his organs withering and seeping life force. This wasn't caused by the chain, but by Blood Infant's injury. Puking blood, Zhuo Fan watched in shock as Blood Infant hung behind the seventh elder. A flash of silver revealed a needle impaling Blood Infant's chest. Third-grade demonic treasure, twisted needle. The seventh elder sneered at Zhuo Fan and pulled back the twisted needle into his elbow. Blood Infant collapsed and Zhuo Fan fell to his knees. His eyes were filled with dread. He couldn't believe he just lost. Bam. A sound was heard from the side. Zai Tianyang struggled for his life, but the yin chain lashed over his chest, and he was now spitting blood. It was thanks to his spiritual armor that he was still breathing. Ignoring the rest, the seventh elder walked to Zhuo Fan calmly. Kid, I am known as the insidious demon. How can anyone outsmart me? The seventh elder watched the dying Zhuo Fan. You're good, real good. Your schemes even make me feel fear. In a decade or two, you will become an outstanding demonic cultivator. Not even the #1 sage in Tianyu can compare to you. A pity you won't live so long, because I am afraid of what you'll become. You are the first to ever make me feel this way." He was about to land the finishing blow. "You might die at my hand, but do not feel bad. Our cunningness is about the same, but I am stronger. In front of true power, all tricks, all methods are moot." The seventh elder's palm came from above, and Zhuo Fan could even hear the whistling wind. He didn't want to die, but he had nothing left to fight with. A loss was a loss, be it in power or cunningness, and the one to lose died. But he had so many things he wanted to do, so what? The loser never had a choice to begin with. Closing his eyes, Zhuo Fan took one last breath and blacked out. Roar. A sudden roar shook the entire all-beast mountain range, and the seventh elder's palm stopped an inch above Zhuo Fan's head. Along with the roar, a wave of flames came to engulf everything. It swallowed trees and left empty husks behind. The seventh elder was startled. Looking towards the third area, he said with uncertainty, "Why is this monster coming to the second area?" Taking another look at the hopeless trio, he gnashed his teeth and fled, even disregarding the diamond sand. A bird cry soon followed, and the skies darkened. A huge bird wing trailed above, overshadowing the earth. The spiritual beasts shivered in their caves. The huge bird's wing burned blue, and each flap sent sparks everywhere. Wherever the sparks landed, flames torched all of it into nothing. The previously lush forest was now reduced to ash after the bird passed. Not even bones were left of the fourth-level spiritual beasts touched by the flames. The huge bird flew for a while, then left, but the forest beneath it was no more. Zhuo Fan and the other two were lying unconscious among the ashes. Some spiritual beasts passed by, but finding them dead, they left. In fact, it was thanks to the energy-concealing pill that hid their auras. Cough, cough, cough. With a light cough, Zhu Ningxiang strained her eyes open, but shock swept her heart. Why is the forest gone and only ash remained? The seventh elder couldn't have done this. She looked around in haste for Zhuo Fan and Zai Tianyang and saw them lying unconscious. Zhuo Fan had the most critical injury, bleeding from the hole in his chest. He wasn't too far from breathing his last. Chapter 66. Guilt. "Brother Zhuo." Zhu Ningxiang was on Zhuo Fan with a cry and turned him over to see the fist-sized wound in his chest which went all the way through his back. His face paled by the second, and his temperature dropped. Tears welled in Zhu Ningxiang's eyes and fell along with her anxious voice. "Brother Zhuo, wake up! Wake up!" Perhaps it was the soft tears or the incessant shouts grating on his ears that made Zhuo Fan crack his eyelids. "Brother Zhuo, you're awake?" Zhu Ningxiang was glad. Zhuo Fan moved his lips but was too weak to even let out words. Watching her tear-stained face, Zhuo Fan took a deep breath and squeezed his last drop of energy into pointing, but his hand soon fell limp. Zhu Ningxiang caught his gesture and saw a blood infant in a pool of blood. "You want me to bring it over?" she asked. Zhuo Fan blinked weakly, the only thing he could do in his current state. Zhu Ningxiang thus marched to Blood Infant and was soon back with it in her arms. She then placed it on the hole in Zhuo Fan's chest. Blood Infant flashed red and was back in Zhuo Fan's body. He let out a breath as his complexion started improving slightly. His and Blood Infant's lives were shared, so much so that its wound was far more important than his own injury. As long as Blood Infant was fine, him suffering heavy wounds would matter little. But now Blood Infant's life hung by a thread. Without his blood essence, he could only keep it alive for a short while longer. He was in a worse condition, too, and had no way to save it. But as Blood Infant was kept alive, a bit of energy returned to him. "Be blood," Zhuo Fan whispered hoarsely. Zhu Ningxiang paused a moment, then cut her wrist with a dagger and brought her hand to Zhuo Fan's lips. The girl's blood dripped in Zhuo Fan's mouth, and he slowly recovered a bit more energy. Zhu Ningxiang let out a relieved sigh and even sported a faint smile, but Zhuo Fan suddenly bit her wrist, sucking the blood out. Zhu Ningxiang braced through the pain and let him have his fill. Time passed, but Zhuo Fan's appetite didn't drop. Zhu Ningxiang's face paled and was even getting woozy. She knew it was from the blood loss, but she didn't stop him. When Zhuo Fan finally let go and gasped for fresh air, he saw Zhu Ningxiang's pale countenance and felt complicated. "Thank you." Zhuo Fan now had the strength to speak, thanks to the blood. Zhu Ningxiang smiled. She was feeling weak, but her smile looked mesmerizing to Zhuo Fan. Recalling his previous act, his heart began to feel guilt. With a thought, a blue bottle flashed in his hand. "Ninger, these are third-grade heart-protecting pills. Give me one, you take the second, and give the third to the kid if he isn't dead." Zhu Ningxiang nodded and fed the first pill to him. She checked Zai Tianyang and found him alive. Excited, she fed him a pill but saved hers. Zhuo Fan was laid on the ground, but his heart was clear. "Ninger, you are also hurt. Why aren't you taking it?" Ninger shook her head. "It's only a scratch. This pill is too precious, and it's better used on you too." "Ha ha ha, not in the least. It came from Veiled Dragon Pavilion anyway, so don't worry." Zhuo Fan smiled. He came to All Beast Mountain Range prepared, not only in spirit stones, but also in pills. Since the Imperial family and Veiled Dragon Pavilion were providing the Luo clan with stuff, he had everything besides the truly rare pills. Some of his pills were something not found even in the entire Tianyu Empire, refined by yours truly. "I didn't think I'd use them so fast." "Ninger, take it, it's yours." A snort came, and Zhu Ningxiang turned towards Zai Tianyang. He was also worse for wear, not life-threatened like Zhuo Fan, but he couldn't move still. He would need 3 to 5 months to heal. Zhuo Fan couldn't budge, but neither could he. Even so, his fear of Zhuo Fan wasn't that high, and said with a clipped tone, "Ninger, this big brother Zhuo wanted to use you as bait from the start. This is his just desserts." When Zhuo Fan exposed his plan, she was already unconscious in the Thunderflame Gale prison explosion. But hearing it now, she was startled and looked at Zhuo Fan with the hope that he'd deny. She refused to believe that brother Zhuo, who stood by her side for over a month, would be so cruel as to throw her away. She hoped this was a misunderstanding, that Zhuo Fan would refute Zai Tianyang's claims. But Zhuo Fan remained silent, and his cold eyes refused to meet hers for the first time. With tears welling, Zhu Ningxiang forced her sorrow down, but her heart felt like being stabbed with a knife. She didn't realize when, but Zhuo Fan meant a lot to her. She didn't feel hate for being cast out, but pain. Sensing her pain, Zhuo Fan hesitated. "Ninger, It's fine, you don't need to say anything." Zhu Ningxiang wiped her nose and forced a smile. "I know brother Zhuo is brave and smart, that all went according to your plan. I'm sure it's a misunderstanding." She whipped her head around and left. "I'm going to look for branches and make a stretcher. We can't keep staying here." Watching her walk away like nothing had happened, Zai Tianyang rose an eyebrow. "Hey, Ninger, you're going to forgive him just like that? He is hurt and can't move. Now's your chance for revenge." Yet Zhu Ningxiang didn't return. Zai Tianyang wanted to yell again, but then Zhuo Fan's snort came. "Zip it. If you want to die, just ask." "Humph, you have it worse than me. Let's see you try." Zai Tianyang put up a tough front, but fear gnawed his heart, because of the naked killing intent laced in Zhuo Fan's words. Seeing with his own eyes how Zhuo Fan had fought the 7th Elder, he knew the horror Zhuo Fan could unleash. Despite losing, Zhuo Fan played with that insidious demon to such a state. He felt both fear and hatred towards Zhuo Fan. Hate for his unfeeling heart to his friends and fear from his cunning mind. But then a new feeling triumphed them both, something the genius disciple of Sword Marquise Abode never felt before: awe. Zhu Ningxiang was soon back with wood and made 2 stretchers. When she placed them both on each, Zhuo Fan wanted to apologize but swallowed his words when he saw her avoiding him. Rumble! With a thunderclap, the rain started pouring down on the ashen forest and helped the saplings grow. Zhu Ningxiang tied the stretchers with rope and trudged through the mud. Because of the heavy rain, the rough mountain path, and the blood loss, she fell down again and again. But she pressed on like a machine, dragging them ever forward. The 3 never spoke a word the entire time. Even Zai Tianyang's complaints about taking revenge fell silent. The 2 felt worse and worse the more they saw Zhu Ningxiang's pale face as she pulled them. Zai Tianyang was the first to mention casting her away for being weak. Zhuo Fan went a step further by rejecting the idea in a dignified manner, only to throw her out as bait not much later. And now the two were in dire straits, useless for months to come. But Zhu Ningxiang's heart remained steady and firm, never abandoning them. The two felt heavy in their hearts from the huge debt they had for her. How can we ever repay it? On the muddy and slick mountain road, a bump appeared and the burrowing mouse revealed itself. It ran towards Zhu Ningxiang as soon as it came out. Now that she saw the little guy, her smile came back on her face, since losing it when she found of Zhuo Fan's betrayal. Afraid of Critter's suffering, she drove it away before their fight with the seventh elder. But now it came back. The little guy was jumping around her leg in joy, then skipped ahead of her. Zhu Ningx and guessed that it was showing the way and dragged the stretchers to a cave. Happy, she pulled the two people into the cave for sheltering from the rain and healing their wounds. But Zhuo Fan looked around once and shouted in panic, "We can't stay here, we have to leave now." Chapter 67. Heaven-shaking roar. Zhu Ningxiang turned to Zhuo Fan with a start. Zhuo Fan spoke while gazing at the weeds around the cave. "That is soothing grass." "That's perfect, it can help relieve fatigue. What is wrong with that?" Zai Tianyang asked. Zhuo Fan said, annoyed. "That's true for humans, but for spiritual beasts, it has a calming effect that attracts nearby spiritual beasts." Zai Tianyang was anxious. "That means trap." Zhuo Fan nodded. "Yes, a trap made by predators. The burrowing mouse was drawn here and led us right to it." "Curses, you can just bury your head and run, but we'll have to suffer. Why had I taken you in any way?" Zai Tianyang snapped at the critter. He wasn't as brash usually, but he was now hurt and powerless to resist an attack. In this grim state, falling in a trap was the last straw. To escape from the seventh elder yet die in a beast's trap was something this genius disciple couldn't accept. The burrowing mouse squeaked a few times with a lowered head. Zhu Ningxiang hugged it to her chest and spoke softly to Zhuo Fan. "What do we do now?" She had ill feelings towards Zhuo Fan, but she always turned to him for help when the going got tough. "What else?" "Run." Zai Tianyang cut him off. Zhuo Fan asked hastily, "What time is it?" Zhu Ningxiang looked outside the cave, but the rain clouds blocked the sky. She shook her head. "I'm not sure, a day must have passed by now." "Damn," Zhuo Fan said gravely. "The energy-concealing pill must have worn off and we are now easy targets. I'm guessing beasts must be coming here in droves." "What?" Zai Tianyang jumped. "You said droves?" Zhuo Fan nodded. "The truly strong spiritual beasts don't stoop so low to use this trick. Only low-level spiritual beasts place traps and move in packs." Just then, along with the sound of rain, roars of beast echoed, and several pairs of cruel eyes fixed on the cave's mouth. A rough look would spot around 1,000 heads. "Bloodthirsty wolves?" Zhuo Fan sighed. "We're finished. Bloodthirsty wolves are second-level spiritual beasts, but with their numbers, they must have a third-level wolf king among them. Not even a fourth-level spiritual beast would dare to mess with them." Zai Tianyang saw the faint green eyes getting ever closer. "Woe is me. Heaven must be jealous of my outstanding talent and wants to pluck me." Zhu Ningxiang looked worried while Zhuo Fan had his trademark unflappable expression. "Zai Tianyang," Zhuo Fan said, "give your sword to Ninger." "Ninger." Zai Tianyang didn't understand. "My star sword may be a fourth-grade spiritual weapon, but Ninger is in the Kai condensation stage. It's not enough to deal with those savage beasts." He spoke of the difference in cultivation and leveled his eyes at Zhuo Fan. "She isn't like you, fighting bone, tempering, and profound heaven experts while in Kai condensation stage." Zhuo Fan smiled. "Ninger won't be fighting the beasts, but escaping their encirclement." He took out a bottle from his ring but didn't have the strength to lift it. "Ninger, take this energy-concealing pill." Zhuo Fan spoke calmly. "Use it to leave all Beast Mountain range once you break the encirclement, but don't go to your clan. Leave the city." Zai Tianyang now understood Zhuo Fan's plan, so he too took out his star sword. Their debt to Ninger was too great, and at this point they were nothing but dead weights. Seeing their firm gazes, Zhu Ningxiang took the sword and ran outside. Both Zai Tianyong and Zhuo Fan revealed a smile, feeling a weight being lifted off their chests. This way we can repay her kindness. Even if we die, we can do it free of regrets, Zai Tianyong mumbled. Zhuo Fan spoke blandly. I don't care about returning favors, just felt unwilling to die like this. I just don't want this girl to keep looking after me. Humph, how cold-hearted, Zai Tianyong snapped. After that short banter, the two were at peace, waiting for the bloodthirsty wolves to devour them. But then wails came, followed by blood splattering on both of them. When they looked towards the mouth of the cave, they were shocked to see Zhu Ningxiang standing guard at the entrance. Some bloodthirsty wolves were circling around trying to enter but were cut down by her. With her standing guard and this being the only entrance, the wolves were kept at bay. Ninger, what are you doing? Zhuo Fan shouted. Zhu Ningxiang slashed and 3 more wolves fell. She looked back with a shy smile. See, with me standing here, they will never get in. Idiot, those are nothing but cannon fodder. The Wolf King wouldn't care if they died. He's trying to tire you out before killing you. Zhuo Fan cursed, but his eyes were filled with worry. Zhu Ningxiang smiled. That Wolf King is a beast uncaring for his pack, but you are my most important friends. I won't abandon you. She killed another 2 incoming wolves. Because of the blood loss and the fatigue of carrying the 2, she felt weak and pale. She was shaking with the wind and seemed like she might collapse any second. Yet her eyes were headstrong. Zhu Ningxiang slashed again and again, piling wolf corpses at her feet in a pool of blood. Her brows were drenched, her breathing haggard, her arms numb, but her back remained straight against the incoming storm. Watching her frail body, Zhuo Fan's eyes filled with warmth. He closed his eyes, not wishing to see the end as pain laced his heart. Zhuo Fan? Zai Tianyong yelled. I just realized we're both damn bastards. Zhuo Fan groaned a response. Zai Tianyong looked over to Zhu Ningxiang braving outside, and he also closed his eyes. Ah! Zhu Ningxiang let out a cry as a wolf bit her wrist when her strength failed her. It then pinned her to the ground. Then another wolf pounced on her other hand. She wanted to get up and keep fighting, but felt too weak to move. She had surpassed the limits of her body long ago and was now powerless to deal with 2 weak wolves. She couldn't even feel the blood flowing out from the bite wounds on her hands. Zhuo Fan and Zai Tianyong knew this was going to happen, but kept their eyes closed. They wanted to be spared from the sight of the girl getting mauled. While 2 wolves pinned her arms, the rest were closing in as Zhu Ningxiang's breathing grew faint. If they could, the 2 in the cave would have covered their ears. In celebration of a successful hunt, the pack howled and the Wolf King, 3 times bigger than the rest, strutted before Zhu Ningxiang. Licking its fangs, the Wolf King howled and opened its maw to ravage Zhu Ningxiang. With her eyes blacking out, all she could see were vague shapes. Zhuo Fan and Zai Tianyong still had their eyes closed. Roar! Just as the Wolf King was about to bite her, a sudden roar echoed from deep within the All-Beast mountain range. Zhuo Fan and Zai Tianyong blanked out the moment it reached them. The 1,000 bloodthirsty wolves' pack collapsed one after the other, with only the Wolf King staggering from fear. But before it could retreat, a flame swept over the wolves, not even leaving ash behind. Even the Wolf King couldn't survive and disappeared from this world. Unbelievable enough, Zhuo Fan's party survived unharmed, though unconscious. Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan vaguely heard someone calling him and opened his eyes. What is with this foggy place? Where am I? He looked around. But then it occurred to him he was heavily wounded, so how could he move? Suddenly, 2 blue flames ignited. It fused together to reveal a burning blue-robed figure floating high above. Is your name Zhuo Fan? I heard the 2 kids call you as such. The figure smiled. His voice fit a sturdy, middle-aged man, but it wasn't clear from his appearance. Zhuo Fan was suspicious. Who are you? You don't need to know. The figure replied. This is my domain, and here I ask the questions. Zhuo Fan, why have you come to All-Beast Mountain Range? The blue figure asked. Zhuo Fan thought for a moment, to capture a spiritual beast and make it my demonic creature. What spiritual beast? 6th level spiritual beast, Thunder Skylark? Why, Zhuo Fan's eyes swiveled. Why else to increase my power? Boom. A loud noise resounded, and Zhuo Fan felt like his head was about to explode. Ha ha ha, the figure laughed. Boy, we are inside your consciousness. It's easy for me to tell when you lie. Zhuo Fan looked at the figure in fear. He could enter others' consciousness on his own. Such power went beyond Radiant Stage, maybe even above the mortal domain. Are you from the sacred domain? Zhuo Fan gasped. He never thought that it was possible to run into a sacred domain's expert in the mortal domain. The figure was also surprised that Zhuo Fan knew about sacred domain and nodded. You aren't normal to know of sacred domain, to apply ancient arrays and refine the blood infant. Zhuo Fan was shocked to find that all his actions were monitored. This man even knew of blood infant. Matters regarding Patriarch Blood Demon were decades old, and very few people knew of them even in the sacred domain. If he hadn't stumbled upon the 9 Serenity's secret records, he would be none the wiser. But, who exactly are you? I said it before, only I ask the questions here. The figure replied coldly, Why do you want the Thunder Skylark? Speak the truth? Zhuo Fan was pensive but found no way out. I want to go to Lightning Canyon and search for the Heavenly Emperor's remnant. For that, I need the Thunder Skylark to block the purple lightning. What? The blue figure never anticipated such an answer but laughed in glee. Ha ha ha, good. Great even. That is a good place. You should definitely go. The figure vanished and popped right in front of Zhuo Fan's face. Zhuo Fan was startled but didn't pick up any bad intentions from him. The figure then tapped Zhuo Fan's forehead and a blue flame seeped in. Zhuo Fan only felt gentle energy from his forehead. Ha ha ha, boy, we are fated, so here's a gift. I hope you can help me in the future. The figure was gone, but his words rang in Zhuo Fan's ears. You can find the Thunder Skylark 3,000 miles into the 3rd area. Do your best to catch it. Chapter 68, Between Life and Death. Wait! Zhuo Fan sat up with a start. A ray of sunshine shone through the cave's mouth and forced him to cover his eyes. To his surprise, he found that he could actually move. Although still weak, he was mostly recovered. Inspecting himself in detail, he found the blood infant laying depressed in his dantian, but its life was no longer hanging by a thread. Even its eyes were trembling, on the verge of waking up. Being shocked was an understatement. Zhuo Fan knew the expert he met last night was someone who rose above the mortal domain, or he wouldn't have had the ability to heal his wounds overnight along with blood infants. But why did he choose me? Zhuo Fan rubbed his forehead, recalling that the man had planted something there. But his weak self didn't allow him to see clearly what it was. He shook his head in the end. It doesn't matter, anyway he saved me. Whatever his reasons are, I will figure them out sooner or later. With his current strength, what could he do against that man? Mocking himself, he realized that he was overthinking things sometimes. It had to do with the fact that he was in the 6th layer of Kai condensation with the heart of an Emperor stage expert. What a pain. So, his current objective was to boost his strength. The strong had the final say in everything. He sighed as he looked at the incoming sunshine. Despite the somber feeling exuding from the burned trees, the sun brought a ray of hope. A groan interrupted his musing, and Zhuo Fan found Zhu Ningxiang's weak figure in a pool of blood. He rushed to her and fed a heart-protecting pill. A gentle Yuan Kai traveled within her body, and Zhuo Fan breathed easy. The girl's wounds were only skin-deep. She had overused her Yuan Kai in her fight against the bloodthirsty wolves and needed just a few days to recover. But the pale face of Zhu Ningxiang brought another wave of worry in his heart. He then started to remove the dirt from her face. Feeling his rough hand, Zhu Ningxiang cracked her eyes open and showed a sweet smile. Brother Zhuo, are we dead? Rest easy, we are alive and well. Liar, how are you able to move when you were so hurt? Zhu Ningxiang mumbled, but at least we died together. And the girl faded into unconsciousness at the last word. Zhuo Fan watched her peaceful expression and carried her inside the cave to lay her next to the soothing grass. It was the best item in relieving fatigue for humans. Now he was standing beside the unconscious Zai Tianyang, with a not-so-friendly face. Yo, get up. Up I say. Zhuo Fan kicked him lightly, twice for good measure, but he was still as a rock. Zhuo Fan sneered and swung his leg way back before kicking with enough oomph on Zai Tianyang's ass. Ah! A wail that shook the heavens and the forest was heard. It even frightened the spiritual beasts around. I say, what's with this ghastly yell? Trying to wake the heavens. The all-beast mountain range doesn't lack dreadful monsters, you know. Zai Tianyang shivered as he reined in his tears. What is this place? What did I ever do to deserve such cruelty even in death? Is kicking once cruel? You, a sword markwise abode, young master, have seen nothing yet. Zhuo Fan smiled at Zai Tianyang's shocked face. Zai Tianyang was startled seeing Zhuo Fan. Did you kick me? Why the hell, we clearly died together, so why can you hit me? Zhuo Fan grinned. If we're dead, all of us would be equals. Too bad we are alive and kicking, and since you weren't moving. What, we're alive? Zai Tianyang stopped listening after that and laughed. Ha ha ha, it's the same cave. We are alive. But then his mood soured, eyeing Zhuo Fan up and down before yelling. Why are you able to move while I can't? You had it far worse than me, and your cultivation is weaker too. Zhuo Fan shrugged and perked an eyebrow, exasperating the self-entitled genius disciple. Zai Tianyang's lip quivered as he wailed in frustration. Freak! Not for the life of him could he comprehend how Zhuo Fan was jumping around after having his life hanging by a thread just 2 days ago. Even he, a bone-tempering expert, would need 2 months of recovery to be able to stand. He was vexed enough knowing that Zhuo Fan was stronger than him, despite their realm difference, and better skilled than him, despite their differences in background. Now, though, this damn punk showed a miracle, jumping back on his feet in no time at all. How can one even bloody compare? It's like being left light years behind. Zhuo Fan, tell me the truth. Who the heck are you? Zai Tianyang spat. Zhuo Fan lost his smile and patted Zai Tianyang's shoulder. Human, of course, though just slightly above average. Zai Tianyang was pissed off by Zhuo Fan's attitude. But his bad state didn't help him vent. And even if he could move, Zhuo Fan's array would just splatter him into pieces. This made bitter tears flow down his cheeks. A genius disciple's pride was crushed completely. Nonetheless, Zhuo Fan moving about had its upside. He could set up an array to defend them. Zai Tianyang had nothing to say to that. It brought far more advantage with Zhuo Fan recovered than if it was him instead. His cultivation only helped protect himself in such a place, let alone others. Spirit stones flew out of his ring, and Zhuo Fan set up an ancient first-grade concealing array. At that moment, the cave disappeared from this place, and not even a 6th-level spiritual beast would find it even if they passed through. The trio could finally heal in peace. Zhu Ningxiang woke up 3 days later and was wild with joy knowing that they weren't dead. Then she wondered where those wolves went, and why they didn't eat the trio. Zai Tianyang was unclear about this too, but Zhuo Fan frowned, finding it tied to the expert he met in his consciousness. It was in this manner the trio recouped for 3 months. Zhuo Fan was back to full health, while Zai Tianyang could now exert 70% of his power. Zhu Ningxiang recovered long ago and spent her time playing with the burrowing mouse. Both of them were happy seeing her smile again, thinking of her like a little sister. Zhu Ningxiang too started to feel more dependent on the two. Whoosh! 100 meters away from the cave, Zai Tianyang hacked a rock as he smiled towards Zhu Ningxiang. Not far away, he clearly recovered to 80%. Zhu Ningxiang clapped excitedly alongside the burrowing mouse. Zhuo Fan walked over with a smile. Nice power you have there. You should enter the 8th layer of bone tempering stage soon. Didn't you also enter the 7th layer of Kai condensation after your wounds healed? Zai Tianyang clipped. Besides, Zhuo Fan, how can your eyes be that good? To detect me breaking through before I do? Zhu Ningxiang waved her hand to placate them. Why are you always arguing when you meet each other? You weren't like this before. Isn't it his fault? Zai Tianyang stuck out his chest and cursed Zhuo Fan. After all this time, I still can't forgive this brat for using Ninger as bait. How can I not be pissed? What arguing, I'm itching to give him a beating. Pot calling the kettle black. Who was it that said to dump her and stall the 7th elder? Zhuo Fan countered. I never. Zai Tianyang was at a loss, but soon recovered his courage. I didn't know Ninger was so great, all right. Moreover, it's far better than being used as bait. I'm a demonic cultivator. It's normal to be more immoral than a righteous cultivator like you. Immoral? You're a bloody criminal by comparison. Seeing Zhuo Fan and Zai Tianyang quarreling over her, Zhu Ningxiang gestured for them to stop. Come on, don't argue, it's all in the past. I don't care anymore, so why are you bringing it up? No, I want to give you justice. Zai Tianyang grabbed her shoulders while glaring at the smiling Zhuo Fan. It's all right, we are friends who braved through life and death together. It's water under the bridge. Zhu Ningxiang showed a smile at the two and extended a pinky. Zai Tianyang smiled wryly and was hesitant in extending his pinky, but he did nonetheless. He was followed by an indifferent Zhuo Fan. The three pinkies touched and they started to feel warm and fuzzy inside. Finding a close friend in life was hard, but finding one to brave death alongside oneself was even harder. From now on, they would never abandon each other, no matter what. Zhuo Fan suspected he'd be hard-pressed to find any closer friends in this life. As they took back their respective fingers, Zhuo Fan smiled. Now that we have recovered, we will each go our own way. Startled, the two didn't understand why he'd say this. Zhuo Fan shook his head. Sorry, that was my mistake. I want to leave. Zai Tianyang, I'm afraid I can't take her out of the city. Help her in my stead. Brother Zhuo, where are you going? Zhu Ningxiang felt nervous. Zhuo Fan replied with a determined tone. The third area? What? Zai Tianyang and Zhu Ningxiang shouted. At first we wanted to avoid the seventh elder by going there, but why would you still want to go? Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed with guilt. To be honest, it was my objective from the start. I wanted to go together because you were useful. Bastard, you wanted more baits? Zai Tianyang cursed. Zhuo Fan nodded. Yes, so if you don't want to die, run along. The farther from me, the better. As he replied, Zhuo Fan turned to leave. Wait. Zhu Ningxiang pulled his hand with a shy smile. Brother Zhuo, if you don't consider me as a burden, take me with you. Even if I were to become bait, it is all right as long as I can stay with you. Zhuo Fan was startled and his heart throbbed. Zai Tianyang advised, Hey, Ninger, this guy's no good. But Zhu Ningxiang's gentle eyes only had Zhuo Fan in them, and so Zai Tianyang also reluctantly chose to put his hands together with theirs. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. You two want to follow me? Yes. Zai Tianyang felt lifeless. But don't misunderstand. I'm not coming to help you, but to make sure you don't betray Ninger. Only Zhuo Fan smiled. With how smart you are, I might go and betray you both. But he didn't voice it. Meeting the two of them could be considered as his fortune. Friends in life and death were hard to find. Chapter 69. Savage Clash. The forest in Olbeast Mountain Range's third area was so thick it blotted out the sun. It was also packed with vicious spiritual beasts that roared at any passing moment. It painted such a gruesome picture that struck terror in any who were intent in setting foot inside. Suddenly, a low bush stirred despite the lack of wind. Zhuo Fan's party stuck to the ground as they crawled, making use of the bushes as cover. They did take energy concealing pills, but unlike the previous areas, if any spiritual beast saw them here, it spelled doom. As such, this was the only viable way to advance, moving at a crawl 3,000 miles inland. With each roar and cry, fear struck, soaking their brows with sweat. Blast it. We'll never get anywhere crawling like this. After half a day of wiggling through 10 miles, Zai Tianyang complained and sat with arms crossed. I'm not doing it anymore. It's too lame. Besides, you think a fifth-level spiritual beast lies at every corner. Fool, get down before it's too late. Zhuo Fan cursed. Zai Tianyang smirked in disdain. How will that help? With how tall the fauna is here, you think they'll spot us at a glance? Roar, in reply to his disdain, a reverberating roar deafened the trio. They turned to see 5 towering trees being pushed to the ground. A 50-meter-tall black bear appeared. Seeing its meal, the black bear roared with bared fangs and bloodthirsty eyes. 4th-level spiritual beast, mad storm bear, Zhuo Fan cried as the trio shook in fear. Zai Tianyang was even rooted in place. Before the bear could jump on its prey, a tail thick as a bucket coiled around its body. The bear was squeezed and thrown into the heavens above as its pitiful cry grew faint. When it came back down, a maw opened wide and swallowed it whole. As the maw closed, blood sprayed in the surroundings, forming a pool beneath it. Even Zhuo Fan felt a shiver of fear. That was a 30-meter-long python with a scarlet crest and rock-hard scales. Its cold eyes flashed, on the prowl for the next meal. 5th-level spiritual beast, diamond crest python. Run! Zhuo Fan yelled as he sped up his crawling, and the other two worked to catch up. Even Zai Tianyang disregarded his sorry state and crawled with them. He came face to the horrors of this area. One slip and he was a goner. It was plainly obvious why even a radiant stage expert would die here. When the diamond crest python ate the bear because of its bulk, it didn't notice the trio and left after its meal. Damn you, Zhuo Fan! I must have been insane for agreeing to come with you to this hell. Zai Tianyang worked his all not only to crawl but also to complain on and on, afraid he would soon lose his life without venting. He was on the verge of tears. He had heard this place was savage, but not to this extent. If he'd try to even stand taller than waist height, he'd soon find danger setting its sights on him. Zhuo Fan mocked. No one told you to come. Why don't you crawl your way back? Zai Tianyang was looking at the sky. Curses, the sun is setting. Nocturnal spiritual beasts will be on the hunt soon, and crawling won't work against them. I'll be dead in a second. Better stick to Zhuo Fan. He would set up an array and no spiritual beast would wander in. Annoyed, Zai Tianyang had an edge in his voice. Since I'm in the same boat as you, once I wander back it will be plain suicide. Zhuo Fan and Zhu Ningxiang shook their heads. Then the trio's schedule was crawling by day and ducking under an array at night. And after a month, they finally crawled through 3,000 miles till their limbs and waist went sore. The good news was that the closer they got, the fewer the spiritual beasts spotted. Zhuo Fan knew they entered the territory of those 6th-level spiritual beasts, where no weaker beast would dare step a paw in. In the 3rd area, 6th-level spiritual beasts were kings. If they found some oblivious beastie wandering into their domain, they'd chase it even for 1,000 miles, all to preserve a king's dignity, especially if humans were involved. Stretching and exhaling, Zhuo Fan felt a bit better. Despite his relaxed manner, Zai Tianyang had his eyes peeled as he cautiously rose to his feet. We can stand here. Zhuo Fan nodded with a smile. On our way here. There were too many eyes and ears on the lookout for any movement, so we crawled to avoid the spiritual beasts. Here, though, is the domain of 6th-level spiritual beasts. Hiding will be much more effective than crawling in this place. Zai Tianyang finally found safety for the first time in a month and smiled. So it's much safer here than other places. Zhuo Fan arched an eyebrow. You can say that, but we'll die even faster bumping into a 6th-level spiritual beast. Zai Tianyang's smile vanished and his tone held some bite. Then what the hell are we doing here? Tame them? How? Zhuo Fan smiled with confidence. He had considered this point a long time ago. He came to such a deadly place as the 3rd area with a plan. He only needed to slip a bloodworm into the Thunder Skylark and all was well. But the problem was how. Rumble Zhuo Fan was cooking up a plan when a sudden noise shook the world. The trio felt the earth shaking beneath their feet. They blinked in shock. This had to be from another devastating clash of spiritual beasts. But throughout their crawling, never had they heard a sound so loud. Not even when 2 5th-level spiritual beasts fought. There could only be one answer: 6th-level spiritual beasts. They shouted in unison. It seems to be coming from that direction. Zhuo Fan ran straight for it while Zai Tianyang yelled nervously. Those beasts will tear you to pieces. Zhuo Fan smirked. If one of them was the Thunder Skylark, it'd be perfect. He'd lay in wait and make use of the perfect opportunity to strike. Zhu Ningxiang remained quiet and followed him closely. Wherever Zhuo Fan went, she would be close by. So Zai Tianyang had no choice but to join them. 15 minutes later, the trio heard a thunderclap in the sky and the roaring flames. The three huddled behind a large rock in a small valley and peeked above. But the sight took their breath away. Two spiritual beasts flew high up, both 6th-level spiritual beasts. One was a deep blue-colored bird with a 15-meter-long body and a wingspan of 20 meters. Lightning traveled along its body as it cracked the air. Despite being smaller in size, even compared with a 5th-level spiritual beast, its every wing beat covered the sky in lightning and wind blades that struck the rocks in the valley to pieces. A 5th-level spiritual beast would be crushed by such display. Thunder Skylark, Zhuo Fan squinted. He didn't lie to me. Thunder Skylark's nest is here. He then turned to the other spiritual beast. It was a flying lion wreathed in scarlet flames. Its mane was on fire, and it had 30-meter-long wings of flames, half as long as his body. A flap of its wings sent fire to engulf the skies and burn the whole valley to a crisp. 6th-level spiritual beast, Flaming Lion King. Zhuo Fan's heart tightened. The Flaming Lion King was as powerful as a 7th-level spiritual beast, putting the Thunder Skylark at a disadvantage. He had thought that if the Thunder Skylark was tangled with another 6th-level spiritual beast, he'd play the fisherman and make the bird swallow a bloodworm during the confusion. Pity that it was facing Flaming Lion King. The Thunder Skylark would likely be defeated and killed. But wouldn't that bore a large hole in his plans? No, I have to help it. But how? This savage battle is no different than a Radiant stage expert's fight. Getting involved will only get me killed. Boom. As Zhuo Fan was musing a plan, the two beasts clashed again. Flaming Lion King spat a fireball while Thunder Skylark sent a thunderstorm with a flap of its wings, intending to crush it. But then, Flaming Lion King rammed its huge body into the frail Thunder Skylark. The bird cried out and tumbled around in the air. Zhuo Fan secretly sighed. Sure enough, the Thunder Skylark was just as adept at using her attribute like the Flaming Lion King, but her body lacked power in contrast. It would die if this went on. Big brother Zhuo, can you help the poor birdie? Zhu Ningxiang turned her puppy eyes to him. Only Zhuo Fan was this close to spewing blood. Birdie? Well, it does belong to the swallow type, but it's a spiritual beast nonetheless. Regardless, just how exactly is that thing small? But Zhu Ningxiang's pleas echoed his thoughts. The Thunder Skylark must survive Chapter 70, Divine Azure Flame. Ninger, we can't just interfere in a battle of 6th-level spiritual beasts. Zhu Ningxiang felt regret the moment she spoke up. Over these few months, Zai Tianyang never refused any of her wishes. Ignoring the fact that our strength is not nearly enough, just from how fiercely these 6th-level spiritual beasts are clashing, one can tell it is not over food, but territory. You couldn't interfere even if they were people, not knowing who is wrong or right. We can't just risk our lives for them. Zhuo Fan lifted an eyebrow as he gave Zai Tianyang a deeper look. In the end, he comes from the 7 houses and knows what battles between great powers implies. If I didn't need the Thunder Skylark so badly, I wouldn't get involved either. But Zhu Ningxiang's expression was filled with worry. But that birdie isn't fighting over territory. It's to protect her young. Zhuo Fan looked again and saw a nest below the Thunder Skylark holding 5 huge eggs. Flaming Lion King was powerful enough, but the Thunder Skylark's speed was astonishing. It could leave just like that if it wanted to. But the Lion King caught it between a rock and a hard place, battering it again and again until it was filled with wounds all because it was worried about harming her eggs. Now that Zhuo Fan got the whole picture, he hatched a plan to help the Thunder Skylark. She is one big mother. Zhuo Fan sighed. Ninger, worry not. See how I get that birdie out of trouble. Zhu Ningxiang became overjoyed while Zai Tianyang was skeptical. Hypocrite, since when were you so selfless? This guy has a callous heart and betrays his friends at a drop of the hat. Since when did he start sticking his head out for someone else, a savage beast no less? Oh, Zai Tianyang, how can you understand me? I am in fact a man with love in his heart. Wait for a bit, I will need your help soon. Screw you, if you have love, I'm a saint. Zai Tianyang retorted in derision, but then he said in shock, I got it. You want the Thunder Skylark? Zhuo Fan perked an eyebrow and nodded. Ha ha ha, you've started using your head more since teaming up with me. Curses! I almost got used by you again. Zai Tianyong spat. "If you want to get the Thunder Skylark, leave me out of it." Zhuo Fan shrugged, then gave Zhu Ningxiang a long look. Zhu Ningxiang nodded and showed her doe eyes as she shook Zai Tianyong's arm. "Big brother Zai, go with big brother Zhuo. The birdie and her young are so pitiful." Zai Tianyong felt like crying. "The birdie is pitiful. One flap from it will tear me apart. Why aren't you feeling sorry for me?" Lacking any choice in the matter, Zai Tianyong nodded. He was still feeling guilty for what happened to Zhu Ningxiang and would agree to any of her requests. At his nod, Zhu Ningxiang exploded into a sparkling smile and Zhuo Fan grinned at the side. "Zhuo Fan, watch it. If you throw me away, I will make you pay." Zai Tianyong glared, but Zhuo Fan just shook his head. "Take it easy. When I use someone, I make sure they won't ever get the chance to come back to bite me." "What?" Zai Tianyong exclaimed. Zhuo Fan just laughed and patted his shoulder. After warning Zhu Ningxiang to hide and not get discovered, Zhuo Fan and Zai Tianyong sneaked towards the eggs. The two were able to sneak thanks to the energy-concealing pill. As the beasts raged, lightning and flames collided, rocking the valley like a boat. Zhuo Fan and Zai Tianyong crept up cautiously below the raging storm. Each time the boom drew closer, it gripped their hearts in a vise and soaked their brows with sweat. One stray fireball or lightning could become the end for them both. Luckily enough, they reached the eggs without a scratch. Below the Thunder Skylark, it was both the most dangerous and safest place. What now? Zai Tianyong looked above at the flashing figures engaged in a fierce battle. Zhuo Fan explained his plan with a smile. "While the Thunder Skylark isn't paying attention, we will hide the eggs. When it finds out that its eggs are gone, it will no longer fight and rush to search for its young. Since it is faster than the lion, we will thus save its life." "Good plan." Zai Tianyong spoke in a low voice and gave him a thumbs up. Zhuo Fan then indicated to lift the nest together. While the heavens were swept by a storm, two bandits were making away with the entire nest from right under everyone's noses. Seeing this, Zhu Ningxiang sported a wide smile. Suddenly, Flaming Lion King gained altitude, breaking away from the bird while the Thunder Skylark kept a closer eye on its movements. As Zhuo Fan was carrying the nest, he found that the shadows on the ground were much bigger and that the sky had turned silent. Startled, he stopped and looked up. He was met with the large eyes of the Flaming Lion King. He also noticed that the lion's eyes were ridiculing him. Zhuo Fan shouted in panic, "That savage found us, run!" "But the eggs," Zai Tianyong was nervous. "What eggs? Just throw them." Ignoring Zai Tianyong, Zhuo Fan tossed the nest and the 5 eggs to the ground. Since they were spiritual beast eggs, they wouldn't break so easily. Startled by Zhuo Fan's yell, the Thunder Skylark looked in time to see her 5 young thrown on the ground and rushed in anger. Boom. Then a ball of fire passed close to the Thunder Skylark. The Flaming Lion King wasn't aiming for it, but the 5 eggs. With a cry, the Thunder Skylark flew like lightning and used her body to block the fireball. Zhuo Fan let out a mental sigh. Not for Thunder Skylark's sacrifice, but the lion's cunningness. It knew that the Thunder Skylark was fast as lightning, which proved it difficult to land a heavy blow. But those eggs couldn't move and were the perfect means to cripple the Thunder Skylark's speed. Attacking what one defended was the best plan. The Flaming Lion King laughed in glee and spat another ball of flame. Thunder Skylark used her lightning to stop it, but with the eggs scattered, another ball of fire was closing in on another egg. Thus she was forced to fly all over to defend them. The Flaming Lion King, which was hovering above, roared and sneered. "We made it worse. We hastened the Thunder Skylark's end." Darting back to Zhu Ningxiang, Zhuo Fan sighed. Despite not liking it, he spoke with determination. "Let's go. If we wait for Thunder Skylark to die, the crazy lion will come after us." Zhuo Fan and Zai Tianyong grabbed Zhu Ningxiang's arm, but she stood rooted to the spot, watching the Thunder Skylark darting to and fro as tears fell down her cheeks. Zhuo Fan sighed. He had no way to help the bird now. "Let it go, Ninger. We need to leave." Zhuo Fan furrowed his brows and urged, but Zhu Ningxiang shook her head. Boom! After fending off 24 fireballs, the Thunder Skylark let out a mournful cry and fell tired and wounded in a large crater. The flaming Lion King charged with its claw aiming for the bird's throat. No! Zuning's broke away from the two's grasp and rushed to defend the Thunder Skylark. The cold wind from flaming Lion King's attack fanned her fine black hair, but her eyes remained unwavering. Zhuo Fan and Zai Tianyang rushed over, alarmed. Both forgot that they would soon be 2 more corpses added to the pile, that it wouldn't make a difference. Even Zhuo Fan lost his calculative mind. The 3 only knew to not abandon the other. Ninger, I will accompany you in death. Zai Tianyang roared as he threw himself in front of her. Zhuo Fan flashed in front of the 2, but his eyes were fixed on the flaming Lion King. He was the demonic emperor. Even in death, he would stare down his enemy, dumb humans. Your flesh won't stop this king's claw. The flaming Lion King opened its mouth and sneered. As its claw drew close, its killing intent made the trio shiver. But just when the claw was about to touch Zhuo Fan's face, an azure flame came out of Zhuo Fan's forehead, and a shocking power shrouded the entire All-Beast mountain range. The spiritual beasts were left shivering and lowered their proud heads. Even those fighting bent their knees. Flaming Lion King stopped its claw and watched the swaying flame as it trembled in fear. Chapter 71. Got an egg. The azure flame was as small as a candle's, flickering in the wind in front of Zhuo Fan's forehead. But with each sway, the flaming Lion King's eyes shivered, as if it saw its end. It then took back its claw and sped away in the form of a ball of fire. It scampered off with speed rather than dignity, so much so that it was even close to falling at some point. A 6th-level spiritual beast, a king in the All-Beast mountain range, was now fleeing like a kitty while trembling from every joint. Frowning, Zhuo Fan touched his forehead, but the azure flame had already hidden inside. He only felt a faint warmth and concluded that it was connected to the expert who had appeared in his consciousness and touched him there. Hey, Zhuo Fan? Zai Tianyang shook his arm as he questioned. Be honest with me, are you absolutely positive that you are human? Cut the crap. What else would I be, a demon? Zhuo Fan slapped Zai Tianyang's hand away. I've never seen a human scare a 6th-level spiritual beast with just a look. Zai Tianyang took deep breaths to calm down and continued. Did you see how scared it was when it saw you? As if afraid you would eat it whole. As brothers, you owe me an explanation. How many secrets are you hiding? Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes, then turned to Zhu Ningxiang. We were never brothers. Zai Tianyang froze, then he showed an awkward smile. But he was becoming more and more curious about Zhuo Fan. Coming next to Zhu Ningxiang, they saw her tear-stained face as she looked at the Thunder Skylark. The lion didn't take its life, but the birdie was too far gone to be saved. Unlike Zai Tianyang, she ignored the fleeing flaming Lion King and inspected the birdie's wounds. It won't make it. Zhuo Fan sent his Yuan Kai to check its state, then sighed. His plan on getting a Thunder Skylark went up in smoke. Big brother Zhuo, can you help her? Zhu Ningxiang looked at him with teary eyes, but he could only sigh. As a demonic emperor, he had plenty of ways, but the current him was weak. Zhu Ningxiang began crying her heart out, tears falling down the Thunder Skylark's face. The bird opened its eyes and looked elsewhere. Zhu Ningxiang noticed and spotted an egg not too far, but the egg was burnt black. The Thunder Skylark gave its all before, but was incapable of stopping every fireball. It wants her young. Let's go find them. Zhu Ningxiang cried. Zhuo Fan and Zai Tianyang searched around and soon gathered 4 scorched and lifeless eggs. Wasn't there one more? Zhu Ningxiang nervously asked. The 2 shook their heads. The last one was lost. They couldn't find it anywhere. Zhu Ningxiang was sorrowful, kneeling before the Thunder Skylark as she sobbed. Forgive us, we are the ones who hurt you. The Thunder Skylark was always watching the 4 scorched eggs with teary eyes. Then her eyes flashed and moved her great body. From below her, the last egg rolled out. It was intact, but still had a few scorch marks on it. Zhuo Fan looked long at the Thunder Skylark and secretly nodded. Despite being forced to run around by the flaming Lion King, it knew what it had to do. It made sure to protect one egg without anyone knowing. and when it collapsed, it used its body to hide the egg, so that even if it was killed, the egg would survive. It gave its life to protect its young. Thinking about this, Zhuo Fan developed a deep respect for the bird. With a cry, the thunder skylark stared at Zhuo Fan, or more specifically, his forehead. Then it turned to its egg with a hopeful gaze. "You want me to take it?" Zhuo Fan assumed. It nodded, eyes filled with warmth for the egg. Zhuo Fan picked it up and sighed. "It is badly burnt, and even if it hatches, it won't live for long. Unless—" He whispered the rest into the thunder skylark's ear. It was first startled, then nodded in gratitude. Turning to her young, the thunder skylark closed her eyes in peace. She could now rest easy knowing Zhuo Fan would look after it. Zhu Ningxiang saw its life fade away and was crying her heart out. Zhuo Fan and Zai Tianyang sighed. They didn't foresee her being so compassionate even towards a spiritual beast. They would, at most, hold some respect, but never be so heartbroken about it. Ninger, it won't come back. Don't feel too sad about it." Zhuo Fan consoled. "Yeah, I never knew you'd be so compassionate towards this thunder skylark just after meeting it once." Zai Tianyang laughed dryly and scratched his head, not knowing how to comfort the girl. Zhu Ningxiang wiped her tears and nose. "Why you guys misunderstood. It is a sad birdie, but I'm not crying for it. I was reminded of my home. Her appearance made me recall my dad protecting me every step of the way, taking care of me." The other two smiled dejectedly. It seems this girl was reminiscing. No wonder she was so touched. Since it's not for the bird, then I will take the thunder skylark's body." Zhuo Fan felt awkward as he stashed the body in his ring, but Zhu Ningxiang just nodded. Zai Tianyang, however, was aflame in anger. "Hey, why do you get to have a whole 6th-level spiritual beast's body?" A spiritual beast was a treasure in and of itself. The 6th-level spiritual beast bodies, in particular, made for great refining materials. Even the 7 houses seldom got such an item, and Zai Tianyang regarded it greatly. Looking askance at him, Zhuo Fan stated, "You saw it giving me its egg. Its body is the same. You stay here with Ninger. I'll be right back." He left before Zai Tianyang could argue. Zai Tianyang wanted to follow Zhuo Fan, but seeing Ninger, he stayed. He was worried for her safety. Leaving her all alone in the woods was not wise, though it made little difference if he was there too. Whoosh, in a secluded spot, Zhuo Fan took out the egg, the thunder skylark's body, and some black rocks. He began circulating his Yuan Kai, and his hand burned scarlet. This was a cultivator's most basic Yuan Kai flame. Weak in battle, but useful in refining. And those black rocks were spatial stones used in making storage rings. These rocks were very rare even with all the spatial rock mines in control of the 7 houses and the imperial family. But thanks to Veiled Dragon Pavilion and imperial family endorsing the Luo clan, he got his hand on a few. And right now, he was planning on refining a beast holding ring. It was far more complex to refine than a storage ring, and the Great Sex had a tight lock on any refining methods regarding them. Furthermore, it could even store spiritual energy. As spiritual beasts were nurtured by the spiritual energy of the world, they were the best ingredient for refining items. Case in point, this egg came from the thunder skylark, and its spiritual energy would help it recover. If not for this, Zhuo Fan was unsure if he could even hatch it. Now that the thunder skylark was dead, he desperately needed to hatch the egg and make it his demonic creature in order to enter the Lightning Canyon. For this, Zhuo Fan spoke a few words to the dying thunder skylark, and it agreed once it knew its broken body could help her young live. Either way, this was Zhuo Fan's way of showing his respect for the mother. Also, he would have taken this course of action regardless of her decision. Zhuo Fan pointed, and the flame towered, fusing the ingredients with high-speed hand signs and a smile of satisfaction. He was close to fulfilling his objective. In the dead of night, stars glittered with Zhu Ningxiang and Zai Tianyang watching them bored out of their mind. As this was Thunder Skylark's territory, no 6th-level spiritual beast would wander here. It was the safest place for them. A sound broke the silence, and Zhuo Fan appeared next to them. Zhu Ningxiang ran to him in glee as Zai Tianyang looked him up and down. "What did you do with the corpse?" Shrugging, Zhuo Fan was blunt, tore it in 8 and used it. Zhu Ningxiang was startled by his reply, and Zai Tianyang rushed to placate her. Ninger, it's all right. The bodies of spiritual beasts are handled like this, but I don't know what he refined using it. Zai Tianyang knew Zhuo Fan was an array master and an alchemist, so being a refiner on top wasn't that far-fetched. As Zhuo Fan was gone for a day, he assumed Zhuo Fan had refined something. Hey, did you know today is Ninger's 16th birthday? She was reminded of her family when the thunder skylark protected her egg, and it made her cry. Zhuo Fan took a long look at Zhu Ningxiang, who was blushing with a lowered head. Ha ha ha, since it's her birthday, then I will give her a present. Zhuo Fan revealed a ring that had lightning running across it. Then he took Zhu Ningxiang's hand and inserted the ring on her finger. This is the storage ring I refined from the thunder skylark, Thunder Ring. I have one and you the other. They both are made as one, and are connected with each other. Zhuo Fan raised his hand and sparks flashed across his ring. Zhu Ningxiang was overjoyed inside and blushed as she extended her fist with the ring on it. Zhuo Fan did the same with his hand, and the two rings let out crackling sounds. Zai Tianyang was filled with envy and roared, Zhuo Fan, give me one too. I'm out, Zhuo Fan deadpanned. Is it your damn birthday too? No, but you have to give me one, or the two of you a pair of rings. Zai Tianyang's face burned hot. He no longer cared about the value of the Thunder Ring, but that Zhuo Fan and Zhu Ningxiang wore a unique pair of rings. Seeing through him, Zhuo Fan sighed inwardly. We've been through thick and thin together, so of course I have one for you. Zhuo Fan then tossed him a ring. Zai Tianyang put it on in glee, then made a fist bump with Zhu Ningxiang. Each of them got a thunder ring which would only react when another was around. Zhuo Fan spoke seriously. What gift did you give Ninger? Zai Tianyang started and scratched his head from having nothing of value on him. Suddenly he turned to the burrowing mouse and pointed. Ninger likes playing with it, so I'm giving it to her. Get lost, it has long stopped being yours. Zhuo Fan jabbed. Zai Tianyang snapped in anger. Isn't it all you're doing? The two began quarreling while Zhu Ningxiang stood content at the side with a smile. Absent-mindedly looking at the thunder ring, she wished the time would stop so that the three of them would stay worry-free. After a long night, they began their trek back first thing in the morning. But 10,000 miles out, a huge bird had its eye on each and every movement of theirs. Blue flames wreathed its body, and with every flap of its wings, it flew deeper into the All-Beast mountain range. Chapter 72. Zhu Clan Patriarch. The trio returned to the second area using the same method as before. Then they soon arrived at the first area. With the first step into safety, their hearts started easing up. Their thunder rings flashed with lightning from how close they were. All that's left is to leave Blue Expanse City, and we'll be safe. Zhuo Fan looked in the city's direction with a smile. Although he didn't obtain the Thunder Skylark, he earned much more, its egg and two dear friends in life and death moments. Zhu Ningxiang, however, was frowning, worry plaguing her heart. But we offended the seventh elder. Won't he set a trap for us? Unlikely. Zhuo Fan stated. He must have spared our lives because another greater danger was looming overhead, forcing him to flee. He must be thinking we've died at the hands of that scary thing. Thing? What thing? Zai Tianyang asked. Zhuo Fan only shook his head. He was out like a light at that time and was unclear what happened. But when he woke up, he saw the destruction around him and came to this conclusion. As for why they were luckily spared, ask heaven. In any case, sneaking out of the city is easy. Zhuo Fan smiled. Ninger, what will you do after we leave? I don't know. Zhu Ningxiang turned gloomy, but then she looked up at Zhuo Fan. Big brother Zhuo, I'll just go with you. Zhuo Fan started while Zai Tianyang became flustered and said, Ninger, how about you come with me to Sword Markwise abode? Not only will your clansmen not come for you, but even Hell Valley's people wouldn't be able to take you from us. Zhu Ningxiang happily nodded. All right. Big brother Zhuo, why don't you also come? I've never seen the strong 7 noble houses of the Tianyu Empire. Zai Tianyang wasn't too pleased about it, but since Ninger was happy, he also relented. Zhuo Fan, for Ninger, I will extend an invitation to visit my house as a guest." Zhuo Fan looked at them for a moment and shook his head. "I cannot. I have other places to be. If fortune smiles, we will see each other again." The two were startled and hesitant about parting. Though Zai Tianyang and Zhuo Fan were like fire and water, arguing every day, they went through hell together and came out as brothers. "Hey, I truly welcome you to my house. Think of your brother, me, and come." Zhuo Fan snickered. "I already said we aren't brothers." "Sai, how can you?" As Zai Tianyang was about to laugh it off, a crack was heard and a sudden pressure pushed down on them. "No one is allowed to leave?" Whoosh! A black figure appeared with long black and white hair. His long goatee fluttered in the wind, and his eyes flashed as they landed on the trio. Profound Heaven expert Zhuo Fan and Zai Tianyang were startled and protected Zhu Ningxiang with their bodies. "Is it an elder from Hell Valley?" "I've never seen him." Zhuo Fan and Zai Tianyang whispered. What was certain, though, this old man wanted to wring them dry. But then, Zhu Ningxiang jumped out from between them and walked cautiously towards the man. "Grandfather." Zai Tianyang was stumped while Zhuo Fan asked with a frown. "You're Zhu Clan's only Profound Heaven expert, Zhu Clan's patriarch, Zhu Dingshan." Turning a blind eye to the rotten kids in front, Zhu Dingshan looked over Zhu Ningxiang. "Ninger, where did you run off these months? I looked all over for you." Zhu Ningxiang hung her head in guilt and mumbled, "Sorry for worrying you, grandfather." Zhu Dingshan sighed and tousled his dear grandchild's hair, then spat. "Did any of these runts misbehave?" Zhu Ningxiang knew where this was going and was embarrassed. "Grandpa, what are you saying?" "Humph, then all is good." Zhu Dingshan rolled his eyes over Zhuo Fan and Zai Tianyang. "Who was it that hurt my grandson, Zhu Gang?" "Him." Zai Tianyang didn't miss a beat in exposing Zhuo Fan. "I only met Ninger after. I never saw your grandson." Rolling his eyes, Zhuo Fan could only blame his poor luck and friends. "I didn't know he was Ninger's brother, so please forgive the offense, senior." "Then you eloped with Ninger?" Zhu Dingshan questioned Zhuo Fan. "What elope?" Zai Tianyang cried with a start and grabbed Zhuo Fan by the clothes. "Zhuo Fan, explain it to me. Since when were you so close with Ninger?" Zhu Dingshan glanced at Zai Tianyang and turned towards his granddaughter. "Who is that kid to be even more pissed than me?" Zhu Ningxiang glared at her grandpa, then hit her flaming cheeks with her hands. "Grandpa is getting old. How could he mention something like that out of the blue?" She was complaining inside, but her eyes sneaked a peek at Zhuo Fan. "Wait, don't misunderstand. I only asked Ninger to show me the way and nothing else." Zhuo Fan gesticulated while shouting. Only then did Zai Tianyang stop. Zhu Dingshan stared down Zhuo Fan, but seeing no lies, he spoke. "Good, in that case. I won't be hard on you on account on your time with my granddaughter. Come, Ninger, let's go home." Zhu Dingshan pulled her, but Zhu Ningxiang turned to the two behind her. Zai Tianyang was getting anxious, wanting to stop them. "Wait," Zhuo Fan shouted. Zhu Dingshan spoke in a cold tone. "Is there something else, runt?" "You can't take Ninger," said Zhuo Fan with a stony expression, "and I advise you don't return either." Zhu Dingshan frowned. "What do you mean by that?" "I'll be frank. We offended the 7th Elder of Hell Valley and he recognized Ninger. I can guess he's now getting rowdy in the Zhu clan. If you go back now, you will die." Zhu Dingshan was startled, then looked to see Zhu Ningxiang nodding shyly. As if thunderstruck, Zhu Dingshan trembled and stumbled backward before falling. Zhu Ningxiang started crying and rushed to her grandpa. "Grandfather, forgive me." Zhu Dingshan tightened his fist as rage swallowed his heart. Then his killing intent-filled eyes landed on Zhuo Fan and Zai Tianyang. "It's you who brought this disaster upon us. As long as I take you to the 7th Elder, he will spare us." Saying so, he slapped towards Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan's foot moved a bit, making two of his phantoms appear near him. Then they immediately retreated in different directions. Zhu Dingshan scattered the 3 retreating figures to dust with a wave of his hand, but the real one wasn't among them. The next moment, Zhuo Fan came from behind Zhu Dingshan and attacked with a bloody hand. Blood palm. Startled, Zhu Dingshan felt his blood vessels boil. He now felt it on his own skin why his son and grandson had lost. Zhuo Fan wasn't only strong enough to skip stages, but also cunning and hard to fathom. Too bad he wasn't in the profound heavens stage like the old man. Zhu Dingshan vanished before the blood palm could hit him, shocking Zhuo Fan. At the same instant, a powerful strike came from behind, and Zhuo Fan, who was unable to dodge in time, spat blood while flying. Zhu Dingshan was about to pursue when a mystical sword intent came at him. It was Zai Tianyong wielding his star sword to strike Zhu Dingshan's chest. As he looked at the approaching sword, the sky seemed to have calmed, and he could only see the glittering sword moving. Profound ranked martial art. Zhu Dingshan moved his foot slightly and disappeared, only to attack from Zai Tianyong's side with a palm. Zai Tianyong spatted blood and flew due to the impact. It was thanks to his spiritual armor that he wasn't heavily wounded. Zhuo Fan and Zai Tianyong staggered to their feet. A profound heaven expert's power wasn't to be taken lightly. Without an array, they had no chance. That brief exchange from before lasted but a breath, and the outcome was a foregone conclusion. The two couldn't even touch a profound heaven expert. Chapter 73, Cauldron? Stop, cried Zhu Ningxiang. Zhu Dingshan turned towards his granddaughter and was startled to see her in tears with a dagger at her neck. What are you doing, Ninger? Zhu Dingshan became nervous. Zhu Ningxiang spoke between sobs. Grandpa, let them go, they're my friends. If I do, then our Zhu clan will be no more. Zhu Dingshan stepped towards Zhuo Fan with hatred and killing intent. Grandpa, take one more step and I will be leaving this world before you. Zhu Ningxiang nervously pushed the dagger closer to her throat. Blood began to trace the blade. Don't. Zai Tianyong was frightened, but Zhu Dingshan gnashed his teeth and pressed on. However, Zhuo Fan noticed the tears in the old man's eyes. Zhuo Fan laughed. Ha ha ha, Zhu Dingshan, you've gotten senile. You think taking us to the seventh elder will save Zhu clan? It will only hasten your downfall. What are you saying? Zhu Dingshan stopped and stared at Zhuo Fan. Sneering, Zhuo Fan turned to Zai Tianyong. Do you know who this is? He's from Sword Markwise Abode. By handing him over to the Hell Valley, you will make one of the 7 houses into your enemy. Do you think you can handle their wrath and prevent the downfall of your second-rate clan? Zhu Dingshan became apprehensive. He spoke while scrutinizing Zai Tianyong. Impossible, you are trying to play me. I would have known by now if someone from Sword Markwise Abode came to Blue Expanse City. 7 noble houses' disciples wander the world, so why should they report to you? Clear those muddy eyes of yours and take a closer look at his spiritual weapon, his martial arts. Are they common? Even in the 7 houses, such a masterful disciple is rare. A chill shook his very core, and Zhu Dingshan staggered back a few steps. He knew that was a 4th-grade spiritual weapon, and the kid was using a profound ranked martial art. Who could wield both if not a man from the 7 houses? Having Zhu Dingshan right where he wanted, Zhuo Fan drove in the last nail with a sneer. You want to take us back to Hell Valley when it's uncertain if they'll even accept us. But if they do, will the Sword Markwise Abode just let you go? Plop. Zhu Dingshan lost all his nerve and collapsed in a shivering mess. The Zhu clan was under Hell Valley, but never would they think to step between the conflicts of the 7 houses. If it ever happened, the Hell Valley would toss them in front as cannon fodder. Zhu Dingshan began to feel mournful and lost. This year is a disaster for Zhu clan. Do we have no other choice but to die at the hands of one of the 7 houses? He could take these runts with him, but he wouldn't want them now even if they landed in his lap. Why, young M-Masters, forgive this old man's rash behavior. I was blind to young master's identity. Zhu Dingshan squeezed through clenched teeth and crouched before them to kowtow 3 times. Everyone was dumbfounded, while Zhuo Fan just took it all in with a critical eye. Zai Tianyong couldn't quite accept it and rushed over. Forgetting the fact he was Ninger's grandfather, just being an aged, profound heaven expert was enough to make Zai Tianyong unable to receive such a gesture. With the profound heaven experts, elders in title, back at Sword Markwise Abode had to kneel too, but Zhuo Fan's hand barred his way. If you want to save Ninger, show off your status. Zhuo Fan whispered, to which Zai Tianyong nodded with a bit of startle. Grandfather, get up. Zhu Ningxiang had never seen her grandfather so humiliated and rushed to help him up. But then Zhuo Fan yelled, "Who told you to get up?" Zhu Dingshan shivered and was back on his knees with a red face. "You." Zhu Ningxiang was angry, but Zhu Dingshan pulled her back. Zhuo Fan strutted before the old man and said in a clipped tone, "Do you know of our young master's eminent identity in the house? You heard him today, and us, the sword Markwise abode, will not let this go unpunished." "Yes, I was ignorant in my offense." Zhu Dingshan hung his head, which was already full of cold sweat. "Humph, then we will take Ninger. If you want to get her back, have the Zhu clan or Hell Valley come for her at sword Markwise abode." "Wait!" Zhuo Fan was about to leave when Zhu Dingshan grabbed his ankle. "It doesn't matter if Ninger offended the seventh elder, but she cannot leave, or the Zhu clan will be dead for good. I cannot accept it even if it means offending sword Markwise abode's young masters." Frowning, Zhuo Fan eyed him thoughtfully and saw the staunch resolve in his eyes. "Maybe, Ninger." Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed with killing intent. He snatched Zai Tianyang's star sword and stabbed at the old man's chest. "No." Zhu Ningxiang panicked and threw herself before Zhu Dingshan, stopping Zhuo Fan's attack just in time. "Damnable and crazy punk." Zai Tianyang came to and took his sword. "I thought you were just scaring the old man, not being serious. He is Ninger's grandfather." Zhuo Fan spoke coldly. "If you were to choose who dies, who will you pick among the two? Of course it's—" Zai Tianyang hesitated as he got caught in a dilemma. Zhu Ningxiang didn't understand what was going on between her grandfather and Zhuo Fan. "Zhu Dingshan, what do you need Ninger for?" Zhuo Fan spoke harshly. Zhu Dingshan sighed. "I know that young masters like my granddaughter, but she is already betrothed to Hell Valley's young master. When she is 16 years of age, I will have to take her to them. Because of this, she has tried to run from home so many times. With how the time is nearing its end, if I don't take her, our whole clan will perish." Zai Tianyang asked, "Ninger, is this why you ran away?" Zhu Ningxiang nodded sadly. Zhuo Fan watched Zhu Dingshan's wrinkled face for any lies but found none. "So even you do not know for sure. If it's marriage, then it's fine, but—" "But what?" Zai Tianyang snapped. "Ninger can't marry some random guy from Hell Valley. Come, follow brother to sword Markwise abode." "Zhu Tianyang, this marriage is fake." Zhuo Fan shot him a glance, then spoke to Zhu Dingshan. "If it was about Hell Valley's marriage, they would have come for her ages ago. But have you seen any girl getting married off to them coming back alive?" Zhu Dingshan pondered, then shook his head. "Hell Valley is one of the 7 houses with proper rules and manners. Marrying with our second-rate clan already deserves heartfelt gratitude. What other reason can there be? She is ready to be wed to someone, and it's no longer our place to ask." "Ha ha ha, that's exactly what they want." Zhuo Fan cackled. "If I were to tell you that all the girls who got married to the Hell Valley's people died, what will you do? Will you still let Ninger go?" "What? Impossible," Zhu Dingshan refuted. "Why would they do that? We've always been loyal to them." "It is because you are so devoted that they chose you to raise a cauldron," Zhuo Fan declared. Everyone asked in shock. "What cauldron?" Zhuo Fan answered calmly. "There are some demonic cultivators who train in a cultivation method that utilizes ghosts of the people dying gruesome deaths. But too heavy grievance would lead to an imbalance in the yin and yang. This would increase the risk of oneself getting devoured by the ghosts. Therefore, the purest soul is needed as a foundation to train in it, and 16-year-old maidens are the best materials." "You're saying they want Ninger to train some art?" Zai Tianyang looked at Zhu Ningxiang with worry. Zhuo Fan nodded. "Most likely. Do you remember the 7th Elder's martial art? That profound-ranked martial art wasn't trained to completion and was weak because the cauldron was lacking. You think he'd go easy on us on purpose?" They all gasped at the cruelty of Hell Valley, which was using people as materials to practice arts. But Zhuo Fan couldn't care less. Demonic cultivators were selfish, not cruel or humane. Anything that killed one's opponent was most welcomed. He recalled that one time back in the sacred domain when an emperor stage expert cultivated this demonic method and killed 10,000 cultivators. The expert provoked the entire sacred domain's cultivators into an uprising against him. Even demonic cultivators rose the flag of righteousness, vowing to wipe such filth from the world. That was one of the rare occasions in which the two paths joined. Luck had it that Zhuo Fan was among them, witnessing this force on the move. He learned then not to incur public hatred if he wasn't the strongest. That was also why he trained in the dark after getting the 9 Serenity's secret records. Even now, despite having the demon transformation art, which could raise his cultivation without a limit, he wasn't slaughtering left and right. If he'd get found out, he'd be the next target of both paths. Chapter 74. Flowing metal body refining. The silence was deafening. It was so quiet that only cawing was heard, and even this noise only worked to darken the mood. Ninger, Zhu Dingshan turned serious as he said, if what this young master said is true, it's best if you leave. Grandfather, Zhu Ningxiang looked at him in tears. Zhu Dingshan smiled. Don't worry, I'll go back and find out the truth. If it isn't like what this young master said, then I will come back to get you and proceed with the marriage. He ruffled her hair and flew away. Watching his departing figure, Zhu Ningxiang sniffed in tears. Big brother Zhuo, will my grandfather be all right? Zhuo Fan's conjectures were always spot on, and Zhu Ningxiang wished to know her grandfather's fate. She wanted him to say her grandfather would be fine, that her clan would be fine. But Zhuo Fan shook his head. I'm sorry, if he doesn't return, your clan still might live for a while, but now all of them will die. Zhu Ningxiang was shocked to the core, and tears never stopped falling. Zai Tianyang began cursing to hide his sadness. Hey, you're not that damn insidious demon's match in reading people, so how can you say they'll all die if he returns? I think a profound heaven expert would make the insidious demon think twice. Humph, that is where you're wrong. I may not be as sharp as him when it comes to picking up one's intentions, but we are all humans, and I can tell a thing or two of his actions. First, we offended him, and since he determined the identity of Zhu Ningxiang during our fight, he would think that the Zhu clan betrayed Hell Valley. He is bound to kill them to the last woman and child. But at that time, old man Zhu came to find Ninger. In this case, Zhuo Fan paused, then sighed. Until he knew the whereabouts of the profound heaven expert, he would keep them alive to draw your grandfather. Once old man Zhu returns, there will be nothing holding him back. Bullshit! A profound heaven expert is an elder in the 7 houses. I don't believe he has such nerve to slaughter a profound heaven expert's entire clan. Zai Tianyang saw Zhu Ningxiang's expression turn darker and roared at Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan shook his head. Exactly because Zhu clan has a profound heaven expert, he would wait for Zhu Dingshan to return before wiping them all off. In addition, you're wrong about something. A profound heaven expert is not strong at all, but a free one is. Why do you think he kneeled before us? He didn't do it for the 2 of us, but for the sword Markwise abode behind you. He didn't kneel for himself either, but for the Zhu clan. If he were a rogue cultivator, free of responsibility, killing us would be a matter of fact. But Zai Tianyang wanted to retort, but found nothing to refute him with. He knew of this all too well, but the sorrowful look on Zhu Ningxiang pushed him to find her some solace. But Zhuo Fan's words stabbed Zhu Ningxiang's frail heart like a dagger. At this point, Zai Tianyang wanted to punch him. Can't you have some sympathy for Ninger? All right, stop fighting. Zhu Ningxiang shouted, Big brother Zhuo, I know what you said is reasonable. Tell me then, if I go back as a cauldron, can I save my clan? Zai Tianyang was appalled. Ninger, don't. Zhuo Fan looked her in the eye, but all he saw was an unwavering will and nodded. Even the magnificent and grand 7th Elder of Hell Valley has no other way to train in that martial art. From this, it is obvious how much the Hell Valley lacks cauldrons. Doing this is likely to work, but there is no but as long as it works. Zhu Ningxiang waved and breathed out as if to get out all the worries off her chest. She was smiling, but the 2 felt their hearts heavy from the tears flowing down Zhu Ningxiang's cheeks. Big brother Zhuo, Big brother Tianyang, thank you for taking care of me these past months. We shall part ways, just that. Zhu Ningxiang sniffed. I've never once gone outside the city, never seen sword Markwise abode. It's my only regret. She waved with a smile and left. Zai Tianyang's eyes were tinted red. They both knew what this girl was about to do. Ninger. Zai Tianyang stepped forward, but Zhu Ningxiang's delicate voice reached them before he could take a second. Please don't try to use force. I know I am not your match, but I will hate you for all my life and will never listen to you two again. Zai Tianyang fell to his knees and watched her distancing figure in pain. Hey, Zhuo Fan, Ninger left. Can she save Zhu Clan? He asked gloomily. For some time. Zhuo Fan shook his head, his face serene. Once Ninger's use as cauldron expires, Zhu Clan would have outlived its usefulness. Why did you let her leave then? Zai Tianyang bit his lip until he drew blood as his words were spoken with an edge. Zhuo Fan stared him in the eye. At least, Ninger will leave this world at peace, believing her clan will be kept safe. Bastard! Bam! Zai Tianyang stood up and punched Zhuo Fan's face and sent him 10 meters flying. You betrayed Ninger again. Roaring, Zai Tianyang rushed after Zhu Ningxiang. What are you going to do? Zhuo Fan wiped the blood from his mouth and stood up. I'm going to save her. Zai Tianyang was dead serious. Just you? Zhuo Fan jabbed. How can a bone-tempering cultivator fight against a profound heaven expert? You saw what happened just now. You know the difference between the bone-tempering stage and profound heaven stage. It's not just about being unable to fly, but also about speed. So what? Tightening his fists, Zai Tianyang spat. It's better than doing nothing like you. We clearly had the chance to end that insidious demon last time. Last time we had the element of surprise and an array in place. In an array, no matter how fast he is, we can deal with him. But how will I set an array now? Are you telling me to set one right under his nose, then ask him to kindly step inside? Zai Tianyang understood the meaning behind Zhuo Fan's words, but couldn't accept his manner. Ninger fought through life and death with them, and now Zhuo Fan was just going to sit there and do nothing. Zhuo Fan, I always knew there was no worth in trusting you. But as a man, good or bad, they are duty-bound to fulfill their promise. You promised to take Ninger out, and if you don't, you'll be nothing more than a coward. Roaring, Zai Tianyang sped up in his rush. If you go, you can only watch, powerless to do anything? I will still go. I would rather die than be a coward. Watching Zai Tianyang chasing Ninger, Zhuo Fan tightened his fists and muttered, Who said I'm any different? Then he turned around and entered the forest. In a cave, 15 minutes later, Zhuo Fan set up a concealing array, then drew an odd pattern on the ground and placed spirit stones at key locations. Then he spread diamond sand across the entire pattern. Finally, his hand flashed, and a pair of wings with streaks of lightning across them appeared in the center of this pattern. This was a secret body refining art from the 9 Serenities' secret records. It would make use of demon transformation art to refine the ingredients and transform one's flesh into diamond body. This was far crueler than the wraith art he gave to Captain Pang. Wraith art was a cultivation method for humans to refine their body, but this secret art treated the human body as a medium in refining it, just like a demonic treasure. The results were outstanding, of course, invincible and tough as steel. But the process was excruciating, 1,000 times more miserable than the wraith art. To imagine, this process involved cutting one's body inch by painful inch if one wanted to refine his body with ingredients suited for demonic treasures. It was so dreadful that one would find death a blessing. In the past, before he even found the 9 Serenities' secret records, Zhuo Fan wouldn't train in wraith art even if he had it. Because it was too inhuman, too brutal, despite how much strength it gave back. And here he was using a method even more excruciating and dangerous. But this was also the only way he could improve his strength in a short time. If he wasn't stronger than that cunning and deceitful, insidious demon, his success wasn't certain. With his heart at peace, his eyes filled with resolve, Zhuo Fan made a hand sign. In an instant, the strange pattern shined brightly and started to churn. As it spun, the diamond sand trickled towards a small vortex in the center and entered inside the cross-legged body of Zhuo Fan Chapter 75, Spirit and Body Refining. Speck by diamond, speck sunk into Zhuo Fan's body as the array turned. The sand acted like minute needles boring through his muscles and drawing blood. All diamond sand that touched him pierced his body, with no exception. 1 or 2 specks he could bear, but 100, 1,000. They were beginning to take its toll on him, and all this while he could only gnash his teeth. When the number reached millions, his whole body was soaked in blood. And this blood all came from pin-sized holes left behind by the diamond speck, akin to a very fine sieve. Looking closely, the diamond sand had ruined his muscles, turning them to mush. And this was only the beginning, yet the pain was so excruciating, worse than any torture, death by 1,000 cuts, quite literally. However, to speed up his increase in power, Zhuo Fan still bore through it with clenched teeth, unwilling to utter even a grunt. Fine sweat ran over his body, testament to the pain. Even the mighty demonic emperor was reduced to a shivering mess. Then Zhuo Fan's eyes narrowed as he cried out, unable to endure another million specks piercing his skin and muscles. He yelled and howled from the pain, but knew he had to stop and soon closed his mouth shut. In his heart he knew this body-refining method would remake his entire body, from the inside out, replacing his all with diamond sand. So much so he would become an unbreakable diamond. But before that, he would have to endure this agony. Yet this was just the flesh. It would soon be followed by the bones and inner organs. Zhuo Fan could only grit his teeth and follow through. If not for wishing to save Zhu Ningxiang, he wouldn't have chosen this path no matter how amazing the result. Too cruel. The strange array never stopped revolving, feeding Zhuo Fan's body with diamond sand. After 2 long hours, his muscles were broken down to the last fragment. Then the diamond sand continued on to pierce his bones. Ugh! Zhuo Fan shook from the pain, and a grunt escaped his clenched teeth. Yelling would only amplify his suffering until he could take it no more. To avoid his demise, he forced his mouth shut while his eyes bulged out of his blanched face. Damn rotten, decrepit, senile 9 Serenity's emperor. How the hell did you come up with this insane, refining method? The moment the diamond sand entered his bones, Zhuo Fan spasmed. He couldn't even speak, so he cursed the first demon emperor of ages passed in his mind. Had the demon emperor heard, his reply would be mockery. Did I push your hand? Who lied to you that a meager thing like you can succeed? Suddenly, Zhuo Fan's body seized up 1 second and laid limp the next. His skeleton was turned to dust in that instant. Such pain filled his eyes with tears, but he was now nothing more than a pile of mush. And all he could do was lie paralyzed on the ground. There's also the last step, body remodeling. Zhuo Fan was sweating bullets as he sucked in a deep breath through gritted teeth. With his skeleton nothing more than a bone meal, the diamond sand burrowed deep into his organs. It didn't wait to stick to them like before, but punched right through them. Zhuo Fan's organs were shredded, and he was spewing blood mixed with flesh again and again. The blood seeped into the strange array and fused with it. Yet despite the constant flow of blood and the sweat and the pain, his lips curled into a sinister grin. I have prevailed. Now only body remodeling is left. Zhuo Fan's smile was wiped away by a wail. It didn't go as planned. The diamond sand finished with his organs and went for his brain. Be it a mortal or cultivator, the brain was the weakest for both, as it was the place that housed one's soul. Diamond sand was raining havoc in his very soul, his mind. Once it was gone, his death would be final. He felt as if thousands of ghosts were assailing him, a pain down to the bottom of his core. It was thousands of times crueler than the first step. But unlike before, when his mind was clear, the pain was now eating away at his consciousness. His soul was slowly being spent and was on the verge of shattering, and all he could do was wait for his demise. Ha ha ha, for me, the grand demonic emperor, to die at my own hands. How ironic. If only I knew how wretched this body refining method was. Zhuo Fan chastised himself as he grew weaker. All this while, the strange array never stopped spinning, and the remaining diamond sand on it was soaked in his blood. But he was too far gone to even care. He was hanging by a thread, one that thinned by the second. What struck him as odd was, why did he have to refine his body through this hellish torture? I must have gone insane. Why did I use this deviant secret art? Zhuo Fan shut his eyes with a trace of regret as his life flashed before his eyes. Since he became a demonic cultivator, he overcame all trials bearing his path, becoming the leader of the 8 emperors in the sacred domain, the first below a saint, a path filled with glory. Then he gained the 9 Serenity's secret records, bringing him further joy, and though his disciples sold him out, he was reborn in the Luo clan as a steward. Then he met Zai Tianyang and Zhu Ningxiang. Zhu Ningxiang, Zhu Ningxiang. Zhuo Fan's lips cracked open, muttering her name in his delirium. Then he flashed his eyes open and yelled, "Ninger!" He recalled why he chose this path. It was to save her. At that moment, the strange array spun faster and faster, encompassing everything in it in arcane power. Zhuo Fan's forehead released a blue flame that turned into tendrils and enveloped his body, to ultimately fuse into the strange array. Zhuo Fan had no clue that this secret body refining method didn't just refine the body, but one's spirit too. Its purpose was to unearth all potential of a cultivator. If only the body was refined through this method, failure was guaranteed and death was a certainty. When Zhuo Fan was nearing death, he woke up to the reason behind his choice, and his will to live thrummed with power. It resonated with his soul and allowed the blue flame in his body to fuse with the array. It was only now that this strange array displayed its true power. The array spun so fast that it kicked up a storm. It soon turned blue from the flame and melted the diamond sand before fusing it with Zhuo Fan's blood, flowing throughout his body. Golden blood soothed Zhuo Fan's lacerated body, breathing life into his muscles, bones, and organs. The blue flame returned to his forehead once the process was complete and fused with his soul. Zhuo Fan kept his eyes closed, unaware of what happened outside. He only felt his life renewing and growing with every passing moment. All this time, Blood Infant sat cross-legged in his dantian. Seeing the incoming golden blood, it was filled with ecstasy, swallowing as much as it could. It began to alternate between fading in and out of reality to ultimately turn into a golden infant. It opened its eyes and they flashed golden, filled with vigor. Thanks to the blue flame, the pair of wings which streaked with lightning were turned into liquid and entered Zhuo Fan. In a blink, an image of a pair of blue wings appeared on his back with lightning flashing across them. Deep in the All-Beast mountain range, high up a mountain, lay a cave. And from this cave came the shocked voice of a strong, middle-aged man. "Hey, how come the azure flame I gave the kid is now gone? Did he remove it or did he take control over it?" Then laughter came from deep within the cave. "Ha ha ha, I must be getting old. For that kid to erase it is already impossible, so how could he refine it? Not even a saint stage expert can receive my azure flame. Although, if he really removed it, how will I find him? Well, he'll come around sooner or later, ha ha ha." The man laughed in his cave, and the sound traveled for hundreds of miles, but there was no spiritual beast around to hear it. Chapter 76. Diamond Body. Blue Expanse City, Zhu Clan's entrance. When Zhu Dingshan landed, he noticed that the place was eerily quiet. There weren't even guards around. It made his heart nervous, and he rushed inside. He soon arrived outside the main hall. As he looked inside, he saw a familiar figure in the seat of honor, Hell Valley's 7th elder, Yugiki. The 7th elder was leisurely nursing a cup of tea. "I wasn't aware the 7th elder graced us with his presence. Please forgive me for not welcoming you." The 7th elder's presence here intimidated Zhu Dingshan, but he forced himself to show proper respect as if all was normal in the world. Yugiki sipped his tea, then smashed it on the table. Plop, and Zhu Dingshan's heart sank with it. Giving him a cursory glance, Yugiki broke out in an insidious grin. "Zhu Dingshan, you've been under Hell Valley's care for a century now. We've always been kind to you." "Without a doubt. Thanks to Hell Valley and 7th Elder assisting us, Zhu Clan reached today's glory." Zhu Dingshan forced his anxiety down, hiding it behind a smile. Yugiki nodded and stood up. He strolled before Zhu Dingshan and patted his shoulder with a warm smile. "It's great that you think so, then." As he spoke, Yugiki's face twisted and clawed at Zhu Dingshan's shoulder as he thundered. Why did you collude with outsiders and steal Hell Valley's diamond sand? Zhu Dingshan was shaking in fear and fell on his knees to kowtow. Seventh Elder, this is a misunderstanding. The Zhu clan has been nothing but loyal to Hell Valley. We would never do such a thing. Ha ha ha, there was a time I thought the same, that you wouldn't be taking advantage of our kindness then move behind our backs. But that time has long passed. Grunting, Yugiki slapped the table to splinters and barked. Where is your grandchild, Zhu Ningxiang? Zhu Dingshan stammered for a response, but words left him. Humph, I will tell you. She and 2 runts stole my diamond sand, and they now lie dead in All Beast mountain range. Yugiki's brow shook as he recalled the dreadful howl he heard at that time. If he had stayed a moment longer, he'd be a goner. Despite not finishing the trio off, he assumed the monster would have finished the job with how wounded they were. He thought ruefully about this event. Zhu Ningxiang was of use to him, but now she was gone. He came back empty-handed too. No diamond sand and neither a cauldron. Sighing, Yugiki placed his rage on the Zhu clan. Men, bring them in. Yugiki clapped, and 3 bone tempering experts pulled 3 people in chains. Zhu Dingshan was filled with sorrow, and tears fell as he looked at them. They were Zhu Wanlong and his sons, Zhu Gang and Zhu Lin. Heavy hooks dug deep into their shoulders, locking their clavicles in place and sealing their cultivation. From the bruises and wounds all over their bodies, it was clear how close they were to breathing their last. Seventh Elder, Zhu Dingshan bellowed and stared down the smirking Yugiki with bloodshot eyes. Zhu clan sacrificed its all this past century for Hell Valley in defending Blue Expanse City. Is this how Hell Valley repays its vassal clan's hard work? He, your second-rate clan is nothing but garbage. Hell Valley can have as many as it wants. To me, you're no vassals, but somewhat useful watchdogs. We throw you a bone, a reward, and you should be skipping around in joy. When a dog starts raising questions to his master about getting credit for its hard work, it must be put down. Yugiki cackled. Unable to bear Yugiki's mockery any further, Zhu Dingshan clenched his fist and unleashed his fury. Exerting his pressure as a profound heaven expert, he pushed back the 3 bone tempering experts around him while Yugiki just watched on with naked killing intent. It seems that the watchdog wants to take a bite out of its master, then it's time to replace it. Yugiki. In his entire life, this was the first time Zhu Dingshan uttered the 7th Elder's taboo name out of sheer rage. Let me ask you, isn't Ninger's marriage just a cover to use her as a cauldron and practice martial arts? Yugiki looked at him in surprise before laughing. Ha ha ha, I used to look down on you every time, but look at how smart you are. We've been at it for so long, yet you're the only vassal clan that figured it out. So that's why you defected. It's all for a silly girl? Bastard? Zhu Dingshan's fury exploded and rushed with his entire Yuan Kai laid bare. I'll kill you. Yugiki sneered, sidestepping Zhu Dingshan's palm and delivering an attack of his own. Bam! The hit on his chest upset his blood flow, and Zhu Dingshan spat blood as he tumbled backward. Yugiki made use of Zhu Dingshan's prone condition and delivered 2 more palm attacks. Zhu Dingshan felt his chest burning, and he spurted blood like a fountain. Ha ha ha, Zhu Dingshan, you think you have what it takes to kill me? You're nothing but a greenhorn profound heaven stage cultivator that just broke through, while I am in the 3rd layer. You are at the bottom, and I am at the peak. You will never overcome this chasm. Yugiki then dealt another palm attack with bloodthirsty eyes. Old coot, die, but go in peace knowing that your son and grandsons will follow you. Powerless to do anything, Zhu Dingshan closed his eyes awaiting the final strike. Such an ending he never wished for his Zhu clan. But at the very least, his dear granddaughter escaped this calamity. Zhu Dingshan was relieved that Yugiki assumed her to be dead and wouldn't search for her. Stop. A high-pitched cry was heard, and Yugiki stopped his attack midway. Looking ahead, he saw Zhu Ningxiang at the gate, holding a dagger to her neck. You're alive? Yugiki was in shock. His sole reason for coming to this clan was to have her as a cauldron. Zhu Ningxiang took in the sight of her suffering family, her grandfather beaten to a pulp and her eyes teared. She only had hatred towards Yu-Giki for his cruelty. Dagger inching at her throat, Zhu Ningxiang threatened, "If you still want me as a cauldron, release them. Or I will take my life right here and now." Yu-Giki mocked. He, Ninger, get off your high horse. We do need you to practice martial arts, but you aren't irreplaceable. You have nothing to bargain with." Zhu Ningxiang was startled and worry gnawed her heart, but she recalled Zhuo Fan's analysis and showed her white neck as she mocked. "Seventh Elder, you can't lie to me. I know Hell Valley lacks cauldrons, I know of my value. Since you do not care, then I will die along with my family." Zhu Ningxiang then traced her dagger along her neck and blood trickled. "Ninger, no. Stop." Zhu Dingshan and Yu-Giki cried at once. Zhu Ningxiang looked down on Yu-Giki. "Seventh Elder, it seems to me that you're not yet ready to let me go." Yu-Giki's ruthless eyes flashed. "Is that runt still alive?" Zhu Ningxiang avoided his gaze. She knew who he was talking about. "He died in Old Beast Mountain Range, and you can go look for his body if you want to, but I'm afraid spiritual beasts would have devoured it by now." "Humph, don't try to lie to me," Yu-Giki sneered. "I have many enemies, but that runt was the first to bring me to such a state, coming back empty-handed and heavily wounded." Chuckling, Yu-Giki continued, "Girlie, don't take this the wrong way, but you do not have what it takes to see through me. That runt must have told you." Zhu Ningxiang only stared back, to which Yu-Giki shook his head. "In any case, I will have to take a step back. Since you put me on the spot, I will not take your family's lives." "Really?" Zhu Ningxiang was about to go help her grandfather enjoy, but Yu-Giki shook his hand and a hook bit into Zhu Dingshan. "Ah!" A wail of agony resounded and Zhu Dingshan blacked out. His chest was soaked in blood and his clavicle was pierced, just like his son's. "Yu-Giki, you." "I said I won't kill them, but your grandfather is a profound heaven expert. I have to make sure he falls in line. I will, of course, let them go once we're at Hell Valley." "You better honor your word." Zhu Ningxiang stared at him. Nodding, Yu-Giki snickered. "How could I lie when you're so valuable? Men, take Miss Ninger to rest. We will return to Hell Valley on the morrow." An elegant youth arrived next to Zhu Ningxiang along with 2 servants. Zhuo Fan would have recognized him in an instant. He was Yu Ming, who infiltrated Blackwind Mountain as Yang Ming and later escaped Windgaze City. Standing next to Zhu Ningxiang, Yu Ming snickered. "So you are the cauldron for my senior's use? I have to say, you sure are pretty." Zhu Ningxiang snorted and turned to look at her family as she left accompanied by the servants. Yu Ming shrugged, then went to Yu-Giki. "Master, what would you like us to do in regards to Luo clan? We have suffered greatly at the hands of their steward, Zhuo Fan." Zhu Ningxiang's pace faltered at the name. "Did you tell anyone else that he killed 2 of our elders?" "No." Yu Ming was cautious. "Even if I do, no one would believe me." "Ha ha ha, I didn't believe it either. But a few months back, I met a freak of nature that countered everything I threw at him. With how large the world is, there are bound to be some monsters out there." "Master, then?" Yu Ming spoke softly, shaking his head. Yu-Giki's eyes flashed with killing intent. "We will deal with this runt first, then think of a way to end that Zhuo Fan. Or these 2 whelps will one day be Hell Valley's nightmare." Zhu Ningxiang was worried sick at his words and picked up the pace. She was worried since Yu-Giki had set his eyes on Zhuo Fan because of her. Yet none of them knew that the 2 whelps were one, and the same. The night seemed endless to Zhu Ningxiang as her heart was unable to find peace. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight washed over the unusually quiet Zhu clan's small courtyard. A dozen servants were already tending to Zhu Ningxiang's preparations. Meanwhile, a shockwave passed through the first area of Old Beast Mountain Range and exposed a pitch-black cave. A naked man staggered outside in the gentle sunlight, giving his body a golden shine. His every step left deep prints in the earth, and even the rock crumbled to dust. He sheltered his eyes from the sunlight and looked around. He took another step and rested his hand on the cave wall for support. But his small action destroyed the stone wall completely and he fell to the ground. The man stood up among the rubble, however. The rock he was on also turned to dust. Taking a moment to adapt, his face now showed resolve. At a closer look, it was clear this man was Zhuo Fan, just that his every line and features were as if sculpted, exuding sharp power. When he opened his eyes, streaks of lightning sparked. Zhuo Fan got a feel of his body and revealed a manic grin. Everywhere he touched let out a metallic sound. He was immensely pleased with his body, which was now completely refined with the diamond sand and was as tough as a fifth-grade spiritual weapon. He then touched his forehead, and a blue flame drifted out. This was the flame that the mysterious expert gifted. He couldn't control it until now. But through the strange array's refining, it fused with his soul and became his soul flame. He could now use it any way he wished. Thinking of this made him burst out in laughter. The refining process was hellish, excruciating, and deadly, but the result was astounding. He was now reborn with an unbreakable diamond body. Even a profound heaven expert wouldn't be able to make a dent in his body. With but a thought, a pair of wings with lightning flickering over their surface burst from his back and lifted him 10 meters in the air. They were the wings of Thunder Skylark, a creature whose speed was incredible even against a profound heaven expert. This was why he chose to refine them into his body. With them, he became a freak, a true monster. Putting on new clothes, he flashed towards the blue expanse city like lightning. Chapter 77. Round 2, Star. Young Miss is marrying. Outside Zhu clan's gate, an obese granny yelled as Zhu Ningxiang was led outside by 2 servant girls. The entire blue expanse city gathered around to witness the event. Yu Giki and Yu Ming sported a faint smile. Everyone was happy towards Hell Valley's show of gratitude. Some people were even tearing, imagining it was their family's daughter getting married. Zhu Ningxiang walked before the shocked masses. If before they were amazed by Hell Valley's power, now they were in awe by her beauty. Zhu Ningxiang was dressed in a common wedding gown but lacked the heavy makeup other brides had. Yet solely from this, her appearance evoked a feeling of genuine beauty, not a fake one from excess preparations. Pure as an orchid, making people afraid of marring. Only this beauty deserved to be married into the 7 houses. The crowd gathered to see her smile, to wish her blessings. But their best wishes and kind thoughts only worked to burden Zhu Ningxiang's already heavy heart. Everyone here envied her second-rate clan for their marriage with one of the 7 houses, unaware of the hell that awaited her. Slanting her head towards Yu Giki, Zhu Ningxiang asked in a cold tone, "Will 7th Elder accompany me?" "Ha ha ha, but of course. It is my duty to protect Miss Ninger and Hell Valley's disciples' wedding to safely deliver you to Hell Valley." The crowd was once again in awe of their kindness. However, Zhu Ningxiang only showed a smile of disdain. "What safeguard? It's clearly for monitoring us. At least once Yu Giki leaves Blue Expanse City. Big brother Zhuo can escape." Before she could breathe easy, Yu Giki saw through her and said with a cold smile, "Oh right, Miss Ninger, I sealed off all Beast Mountain Range, even your secret tunnel. Those rats won't be able to escape from my palm." "You—" Zhu Ningxiang flared as her face blanched. It was her clan's secret, and Yu Giki must have pulled it out from her father and brothers. Zhuo Fan's means of escape was now cut off. 7th Elder, I want. No need to say it." Yu Giki cut her off with a cold smile. "Your life was exchanged for your family, nothing more, nothing less. Miss Ninger after you?" He then shook his sleeve. A lavish palanquin was before her with 50 bone tempering experts around it. Zhu Ningxiang frowned as she lifted her leg only to put it back down. She wanted to save Zhuo Fan, but Yu Giki had her family's lives in his hand. She had nothing to bargain with. Suddenly, Zhu Ningxiang's thunder ring flashed and her heart seized in panic. "Don't come!" Zhu Ningxiang shouted at the sky, startling the onlookers. No one except Yu Giki understood the reason behind her reaction. With a sinister flash in his eyes, he patiently waited for his prey. "Ninger, I have come to save you." In response to Zhu Ningxiang's shout came another. It was Zai Tianyong piercing forward with star sword at Yu Giki. Sword intent made the crowd gasp as they scattered. Yu Giki just mocked. "Humph, so you want to die." A mere bone tempering cultivator would find their death close at hand against me. Yu Giki, unafraid of the 4th-grade spiritual weapon, struck back with a palm. Against the wind pressure of the palm, Zai Tianyong's sword tip trembled and the sword intent scattered. He was shocked but didn't use the sword to defend and added more power to it. A golden sword light flew from the sword tip and pierced the mighty palm, then it continued towards Ugeki. Space rupturing form? Ugeki's heart tightened and he vanished from his spot. The sword light struck the palanquin and turned it into splinters. Sword markwise abodes, profound ranked martial art, flowing spaces, 9 forms. Ugeki appeared behind Zai Tianyang and spoke with derision. You're from sword markwise abode. How can a boy wield its legacy? Are you? Humph, none of your business? Zai Tianyang snorted and stabbed backward. This time the sword no longer had the imposing might, but everywhere it struck it made space stagnate and Ugeki was slowed. Empty net, Zai Tianyang bellowed. Humph, you don't know when to quit. Even with a profound ranked martial art, the gulch between bone tempering stage and profound heaven stage cannot be overcome. Snorting, Ugeki vanished, only to appear in front of Zai Tianyang. Zai Tianyang was startled but could do nothing as Ugeki's palm slapped him into the air. When he landed, 6 bone-tempering experts surrounded him to make sure he didn't get up. Humph, disgraceful runt, if not for sword markwise abode, you would have died by now. Ugeki mocked him. Zai Tianyang spat on his face and responded as if to spite him. I dare you to kill me. But can you take responsibility for the war that follows? Ha ha ha. Wiping his face, Ugeki's tone turned colder with killing intent. Damn kid, you think I'm scared? You made a mess in my city, so the sword markwise abode won't say anything even if I kill you. Ugeki slapped at Zai Tianyang's chest. Zhu Ningxiang cried, no. But Ugeki was dead set on killing him. Stop, an aged voice echoed and a golden sword wave hacked down. Ugeki wasn't about to receive it. This attack was unlike Zai Tianyang's. It was backed by the power of a profound heaven expert. He stopped his attack and jumped 6 meters back. Boom, when the dust cleared, a meter-wide hole was in Ugeki's previous position, its depth unknown. A white-haired old man drifted next to Zai Tianyang and fanned the bone-tempering experts away. 8th Elder? The old man looked frail, his eyes cloudy, a stark contrast to the true expert he was. Even his right hand was missing 3 fingers, yet this hand was bony and showed its blue veins clearly. Proof he was a seasoned swordsman. Zai Tianyang cried in joy while Ugeki sneered. Jian Suifeng, 50 years no see. How have you been? Fine, until you came to ruin my mood. The elder spat through gritted teeth, his cloudy eyes seethed with bone-deep hatred. 8th Elder, thank God you're here. Help me save Ninger. Zhu Ningxiang pulled Jian Suifeng's sleeve, but Jian Suifeng shook his head. Tianyang, this is Hell Valley's affair. We cannot get involved. Youngster, there'll be hell to pay if you poke your nose in others' business. Ugeki snickered, then turned to Jian Suifeng. Case in point, you lost your 3 fingers due to the same reason. Jian Suifeng's eyes trembled from rage as he stared Ugeki down. You think I would have fallen for your scheme if not for being young at that time? Ha ha ha, it would have been better if you had stayed quiet, Yuming laughed. I heard from my master about Senior's matter, of the so-called undistinguished elder with rotten youth. At that time, if Senior hadn't lusted over a girl from one of Hell Valley's vassal clans, why would you force your way in her town, only to finally end with you ransomed by your glorious abode lord with 3 cities? Too bad about those 3 fingers. You had to leave those behind. Gritting his teeth, Jian Suifeng was so enraged that veins popped. Ugeki, don't take it too far. Or what, you'll attack. Ugeki made a sinister grin. 5 decades ago you couldn't beat me, and that hasn't changed even now when we're just 1 layer apart. You best run along and call for your 7th Elder instead. He continued to ridicule Jian Suifeng. I am in awe of the sword markwise abode's 13 sword elders' fame shaking the empire, but you're the only eyesore among them, not worth a dime. You! Jian Suifeng clenched his fists and shouted. Tianyang, we're leaving. But 8th Elder, you must at least fight for the honor of sword markwise abode even if we can't save Ninger. Leaving like this? Quiet, can't you tell he's goading us? This here is Hell Valley's domain. Winning or losing here will put sword markwise abode at a disadvantage. He glared once more at Ugeki and said to Zai Tianyang, Tianyang, remember Yugiki's title and how cunning he is. Next time you meet him, make sure to face him with ample preparation. Zai Tianyang looked at Zhu Ningxiang not far ahead and said in a determined tone, I know that, but if I don't save her today, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Ha ha ha, such is youth, ignorant of the world's dangers. Since Sword Markwise Abode's young master is so entertained by the idea of a hero saving a damsel, I will oblige by giving you a chance. Save not only her but also her clan, letting her feel ultimate gratitude towards you. Yugiki clapped, and 4 bone tempering experts pulled 4 large crosses, with the entire Zhu clan nailed on them from old to young. Grandpa, Dad, brothers? Zhu Ningxiang wailed and glared at Yugiki. 7th Elder, what are you doing? Acting my role as a villain. Yugiki then sent a grin towards Zai Tianyang. How will the young master play the hero otherwise? He then twisted his face and howled. Attack! The bone-tempering experts took out hooks and clawed them into the Zhu clan's members. Blood fell like rain and their howls rang in the air. They even found the strength to shout their lungs out when the hooks came out of their bodies. Not even Zhu Dingshan, who was a profound heaven expert, was eased from this suffering. Zhu Ningxiang was crying her heart out and yelled, Yugiki, stop or I will kill myself. Then I will kill them all. Yugiki roared in return. Zhu Ningxiang was rooted to the spot, powerless to alleviate the painful cries of her family. Her knees softened and she collapsed, as did her mind. Snickering next to her ear, Yu Ming reveled in her pain. Girlie, get off your high horse. You're in no position to demand anything from my master. He is Insidious Demon, the #1 sage of Hell Valley. So many people from the 7 houses have fallen to my master's ploys, and you think you can best him at that? Ha ha ha, I'll have you know this too. It's because you angered him that he chose this course of action. You might have a bargaining chip, but too bad you're too naive. And don't forget he has a bargaining chip too, rather close at hand. Zhu Ningxiang lifted her head, but all they conveyed was emptiness and tears, despair and agony. She sacrificed herself to save her clan, but she was far from being able to win against this cunning fox. It instead earned his ire, and now he was venting it all on her clan. It's all my fault. She blamed herself for everything. Who will save me now? Zhu Ningxiang mumbled while looking at the sky in tears. Who can save us? Humph, idiot? Yu Ming mocked her, but then shrugged. Idiot or not, a cauldron still has its use. Zai Tianyang saw Zhu Ningxiang losing herself, and his heart was in pain. Giant Suifeng stopped him from charging over with a shake of his head and a hand on his shoulder. The farther we are from Yugiki, the better. But 8th Elder. Zai Tianyang's words faltered as Giant Suifeng's hand squeezed his shoulder harder, afraid the kid would make a rash decision. Plop. Zai Tianyang collapsed to his knees, his spirit broken, his pride as a genius turned to nothing but tears of humiliation. The girl he liked was suffering before him, and he was powerless to do anything. Then he suddenly recalled Zhuo Fan's words. If you go, you can only watch, powerless to do anything. It all went out just as Zhuo Fan had said. Zai Tianyang believed there was nothing he couldn't do, but now he realized how meager and weak he was. It seems that I was the coward all along, he muttered under his breath. Zhuo Fan, you bastard, where the hell are you? Zai Tianyang then raved through his manly tears and punched the ground until his fist inflamed. Giant Suifeng understood the kid's pain but couldn't help him. Suddenly, Zhu Ningxiang's and Zai Tianyang's rings sparked. Only this time it was much stronger, similar to the time when the 3 thunder rings were close together. He's here? Zai Tianyang looked around with hope. Zhu Ningxiang shivered and her eyes began to regain clarity. She muttered, looking at the thunder ring, Be big brother Zhuo, rumble. Suddenly lightning streaked across the sunny sky. It struck down among the crucified Zhu clan members and blasted out the bone-tempering experts there in all directions. The dust rose as lightning still flickered within, and everyone was now trying to perceive through it. When the dust settled, it revealed Zhuo Fan sporting his manic grin. Yugiki, I lost the previous round, but the second round starts now. Chapter 78, Terrifying Power. Who is he? Asked Giant Suifeng. When he saw Zhuo Fan through the dust, while being shocked by the feeling of dread the youth exuded. He was experienced enough to notice that Zhuo Fan had just entered the bone-tempering stage, and yet the aura and power the kid released held a threat to a profound heaven expert's life. This contradiction made it all feel bizarre. Zai Tianyang felt the same. Zhuo Fan's face, which was radiating golden, added an extra feeling of pressure. It was unlike that from a profound heaven expert, but felt like raw power was seeping in Zhuo Fan and threatened to destroy his last vestige of life. Everyone felt as if they were standing in front of a savage beast that was ready to pounce on them. He is a friend most untrustworthy, but also most dependable. Zai Tianyang smiled wryly as his body shivered, not from fear but excitement. He grasped the possibility that this new Zhuo Fan could save Zhu Ningxiang. Jian Suifeng looked at Zai Tianyang in amazement. It was his first time seeing this arrogant and genius kid show such confidence and dependence on someone. Jian Suifeng turned to watch Zhuo Fan to witness what made him so special. Ha ha ha, you not only survived but broke through? Yugiki sensed Zhuo Fan's entirely changed aura but dismissed it. The way he saw it, this was merely confidence from entering a new realm. He would learn on his own skin how weak a bone-tempering cultivator was in the face of a profound heaven expert, and his confidence will deflate like a balloon. One thing did strike him as odd, though. He and Zhuo Fan last met a few months ago when the kid was in his 6th layer of Kai condensation, and on his last breath. Yet here he was less than half a year later, unharmed and even advanced to bone-tempering stage. His speed sent shivers even down Yugiki's spine. How did this happen? Yugiki thought, this runt is a freak and must definitely be put down for good. Yugiki snorted, Minger, go and end him for me. Zhuo Fan rose an eyebrow in ridicule. Oh, so it's you. That's fine, last time you ran away and left me with regret, but I will be extra careful in making sure to end our grievance this time around. What? You two know each other? Yugiki jerked back at Yuming, only to see his prideful disciple shaking in his boots. Even his face was twisted, pale beyond belief. Useless. Even with me having your back, you're still this scared? Yugiki spat at his disciple's cowardice. It was fine if no one else was around, but with the two from Sword Markwise abode here, it made quite the embarrassment. A damn lily-livered punk threw all of Hell Valley's name into the ground. Jian Suifeng wasn't one to overlook the chance to laugh at their expense. Ha ha ha, a brilliant disciple matching a renowned master. Today I've seen Hell Valley's disciples' staunch will. Yugiki was turning green and kicked Yuming, who face-planted into the ground. What a disgrace. He just broke through, while you're in the 2nd layer of bone-tempering stage. Stumbling to his feet, Yuming took a short glance at Zhuo Fan. But Zhuo Fan's wicked grin seemed to spell death, and so he threw himself at Yugiki's feet with a wail. Master, he is Luo clan's steward, Zhuo Fan? Elder Jian and Elder Yun died because of him. Yugiki froze a second, then flitted a long look at Zhuo Fan. He finally seemed to understand. Zhuo Fan's power wasn't limited to setting up 5th-grade arrays. He also had a cunning mind that almost made him pay with his life. It's no wonder the 2 elders died by his hand. In Hell Valley, elders were seen as figures of respect and worshipped by disciples, unrivaled in the world. But Yu Ming witnessed the death of 2, and now fear gnawed his heart like a demon. He will never muster the courage to face Zhuo Fan in this life regardless of his advantage over him. With Yu Ming in the 2nd layer of bone-tempering stage, he should have no trouble dealing with the newly advanced Zhuo Fan. But was this notion still valid? Just look at him shivering. Yugiki sighed and patted Yu Ming's shoulder. To remove his disciple's heart demon, his disciple had to kill Zhuo Fan himself. He stated coldly, anyone willing to capture him will receive my reward. Elder, I will do it. A large man cupped his hands. He was in the 6th layer of the bone-tempering stage. Dealing with an early bone-tempering cultivator was easy pickings. The other guards were sad that they missed such a chance. Zhuo Fan was an easy contribution that just flew away. Yugiki nodded and turned Yu Ming's head towards Zhuo Fan. Minger, watch. This runt is only good with arrays. Now that he has no chance of setting one, he's done for. The guard will soon bring him over and you can kill him yourself to remove your heart demon. Yuming nodded and looked ahead. Jian Suifeng frowned. Yugiki sure lives up to his title. He instantly figured out his disciple's state and a way to help him overcome it. Tianyong, your friend is in danger. Zai Tianyong looked at the always composed Zhuo Fan and smiled. That punk never batted an eyelid. He will be fine. Such a reply rose Jian Suifeng's curiosity. The difference between the two is of 5 layers, so the outcome should be clear as day. The large man thundered towards Zhuo Fan with a cackle. He, you are a heaven-sent gift for me. I can't wait to receive my reward from the 7th elder once I hand you over. People die from greed, while birds die from hunger. It all depends on you if you can defeat me. Zhuo Fan snickered. Ha, you sure have a big mouth for one who is about to die. 1 fist is enough to make you behave. The large man's punch was as fast as the wind and as strong as a mountain. Yet Zhuo Fan didn't look like he had time to react. The boom shook in everyone's ears. Zai Tianyong's smile was gone, now replaced with shock that Zhuo Fan wasn't even able to dodge. He was able to contend equally with me when he was a Kai condensation cultivator, so why didn't he move? Zhu Ningxiang's face fell. Big brother Zhuo. Seeing that Zhuo Fan took the punch head-on, Hell Valley's guards started sneering. He, I knew he was done for, but never thought it'd be over so quickly. Did he really kill 2 of our elders? If he did, then I am first under heaven, ha. Curses, that moron got all the reward. Now I want to know what Valley Lord's gift will be. As the people started chattering, Zhuo Fan's threatening atmosphere soon disappeared from their hearts. Only Yugiki frowned, looking left and right. Ah. A wail pierced the noise of the crowd, and the large man was seen clutching his hand as he stumbled back. His hand was now a twisted and broken mess. Turning to Zhuo Fan, nothing seemed to have changed about him, still the same grin and the same demeanor. This is impossible, Jian Suifeng cried. A first-layer bone-tempering cultivator broke a 6th layer's hand with his face. Zai Tianyong's eyes bulged out. He knew Zhuo Fan always moved with a plan in mind, but even he found this new strength of this youth borderline perverse. With him like this, he'll have no trouble even against profound heaven experts. The crowd now lost their mocking gazes and were instead rooted in place by fear and shock. Zhuo Fan never paid them any heed as he strolled before the large man. The large man was groaning while holding his bleeding hand. Before he could react, his chest was then punched through by Zhuo Fan's fist. It all seemed so easy, as if he punched through paper. Zhuo Fan then flicked his hand, and the large man splashed on the ground after a wide trail in the sky. The people watched in abject horror the bulging eyes of the man, his vacant expression. Where did this kid come from? His power is obscene. Chapter 79, Human Weapon. Yes, obscene, this was the only apt description anyone could think of. Zhuo Fan's power far exceeded the common understanding, and only this word could encompass the height he reached. It was common knowledge that bone-tempering stage was the best period in a cultivator's life to temper one's body. Even a profound heaven expert could, at best, destroy a bone-tempering cultivator's organs. A far cry from what Zhuo Fan did, running one through. On top of that, Zhuo Fan just broke through, making this even unprecedented throughout history. Monster. It first began as a whisper, but this word grated everyone's ears, and they all agreed to this adequate assessment. Fear was painted vividly on their faces. Hell Valley's bone-tempering guards were no longer envious of the lucky man. Instead, they felt sympathy for him. What rotten luck. Not only didn't he earn merit, but threw his life away instead. Whoosh! Zhuo Fan was suddenly caught off guard by a white and black pair of chains as they coiled around him. Yugiki smirked, holding the other end of the chains. Damn, even with the kid's insane talent, he'll be mincemeat soon as he is locked by the 4th-grade demonic treasure. Jian Suifeng sighed. He was in awe of Zhuo Fan's ability, of his bright future, but a pity he'll die at insidious demon's hand. Zai Tianyong's heart tensed. He didn't foresee a profound heaven expert like Ugeki resorting to sneak attacks on a newly promoted bone-tempering cultivator. Although the person in question was a freak of nature, it was still despicable. Zhu Ningxiang was happy at first, but then turned worried. Zhuo Fan eyed the familiar demonic treasure and said, "Using such underhanded moves from the get-go, that too against a junior. Seventh Elder, seems like you do not care about Hell Valley's name." Ugeki laughed dryly. "You're smart to notice my intention from a look. There is hardly anyone compared to your caliber in the Tianyu Empire. You are one outstanding devil that not even I dare to neglect." Ha ha ha. I truly admire the Seventh Elder's cautious nature. In any case, this junior came without any plan or scheme prepared, only to end you myself. Yet you're so prudent regardless. Ugeki's mood darkened. Reading between the lines, he knew Zhuo Fan mocked him for his yellow-bellied attitude. Even he had his limits, especially when humiliated in front of such a crowd by a bone-tempering junior. "Runt, say that again, and I'll make sure there won't even be a corpse left of you." "Am I wrong?" Zhuo Fan cocked his head and laughed. "With your character, the faster you kill your opponent, the better. Yet the first thing you did when I arrived was to send your disciple to test the waters, only to have him reduced to a shivering mess from fear to the point he ignored your orders. And left with no choice, you sent that buffoon to his death in the name of curing your disciple's heart demon. There's no need to even mention winning, but just in case he failed, it wasn't that much of a loss since it offered you the perfect timing to blindside me when I finished him off. And this is the result." Zhuo Fan enlightened everyone, and even Jian Suifeng was startled so much that his fear for Ugeki grew. He wasn't Ugeki's match, and if he were in Zhuo Fan's stead, Ugeki would have succeeded in his devious plan. Ugeki is ruthless and cunning to the extreme. Yet that Zhuo Fan isn't any better, discovering his ploy in an instant. The insidious demon showing such an extreme caution against a bone-tempering cultivator not only shocked him but everyone present. On the other hand, Zhuo Fan wasn't in the least beneath Ugeki in cunningness. Thinking about this let Jian Suifeng hold Zhuo Fan in higher regard. Hi, aren't you caught in my web despite seeing through it?" Ugeki snickered with killing intent. "I just need to twitch my arm and you'll turn putty." Zhuo Fan rose an eyebrow and laughed. "Say, how did a sinister old coot like you turn so stupid? You think it's that easy to trap me since I saw through you?" Zhuo Fan's eyes gleamed and lightning cracked. Bam! Ugeki couldn't even react before the chains were thrown away. Zhuo Fan now sported a pair of 10-meter-long wings streaked by flashing lightning. "Thunder Skylark's wings!" Zai Tianyang cried. Zhuo Fan had appropriated the Thunder Skylark's body for himself. But Zai Tianyang didn't expect him to refine its wings into a demonic treasure. Since the Thunder Skylark was a 6th-level spiritual beast, adding the diamond sand into the equation, the refined demonic treasure would also be 6th grade. Zai Tianyang was in glee. No wonder this punk barged right in here. He had such an awesome item. This will increase his chances of victory against Ugeki greatly. 6th grade flying demonic treasure. Ugeki's tone was grave. "With it, you can match a profound heaven expert's speed, however." As he spoke, he flicked the yin-yang chains. The chains moved individually from opposite directions to seal Zhuo Fan's escape. A profound heaven expert's advantage over bone-tempering cultivator isn't just limited to speed. "I know that all too well." Zhuo Fan didn't care about the chains. A profound heaven expert relies on his quick moves in melee, not something a flying demonic treasure can overcome. But then, the chains were about to strike Zhuo Fan, one aiming his head and the other his chest. Whoosh! The pair of wings moved like independent arms and swatted the chains away. Ugeki and Jian Suifeng jerked in shock. "This can't be possible." There was an ancient story that spoke of flying demonic treasures that could change shape at the wielder's will and launch attacks. But a demonic treasure was inanimate, so how could it do that? The people there watched Zhuo Fan as if they were looking at a monster. He sported a faint smile as he spoke at leisure. "But when did I say it's a demonic treasure?" While demonic treasures were refined as tools, Zhuo Fan refined the wings into his body. In other words, they were part of his body. He could let them out at will and make them move as he wished. He was no longer your average human being, but a human weapon. If the wings were a 6th-grade demonic treasure, then his body had become a 5th-grade demonic treasure refined through the method of diamond sand tempering. This wasn't something Yu-Giki and the rest could fathom, when not even the denizens of sacred domain couldn't. The only ones who could comprehend this were those ancient talents who held the 9 Serenity's secret records and were aware of the deviant secret method to refine materials into their human body. Damn freak! Even the calm Yu-Giki had to curse through gritted teeth. His eyes were bloodshot and his hands were poised to strike. The 2 chains flitted everywhere and soon became 2, then 4, then 8 numerous chains approached from every angle like a rain of death, all aiming for Zhuo Fan. He wanted to beat Zhuo Fan to a pulp. But Zhuo Fan smiled fearlessly as he stood his ground. His eyes flashed and the wings moved like lightning. Only the sounds of cracking lightning and grating metal were heard, while not even a trace of the chains nor the wings was seen. But the flickering lightning was proof enough for everyone to know of the bitter fight the 2 were in. This was a profound heaven expert's speed. This gave a shock to the audience and let them know how weak they were against a profound heaven expert. But Zhuo Fan was the one who agitated them the most. A bone-tempering cultivator had such power. Zai Tianyang watched numbly with incredulous eyes at how deep the gap between them was. Even more so when Zhuo Fan of yesterday was a far cry from today. 8th Elder, what can you see? Zai Tianyang saw Jian Suifeng standing there in a daze without blinking. He never saw his elder so astonished in his life. Yu-Giki is pushing hard with his attacks, but Zhuo Fan is blocking them all. It is unclear as to the outcome, but Yu-Giki seems to have the upper hand. Jian Suifeng stated so, but his eyes never left the fight, afraid of missing anything. Zai Tianyang was despondent. His and Zhuo Fan's gap was now even bigger. Zhuo Fan of before won with a raise, while now he relied only on himself. In merely a single day, their positions switched so much that Zai Tianyang was left far behind in the dust. Chapter 80, Face Slapping. Whoosh! The metallic and lightning sounds came to an abrupt stop. Zhuo Fan's expression was one of focus as he halted his wings while Yu-Giki was nowhere in sight. A sound broke the silence, and Zhuo Fan's heart seized. He instinctively bent his wings. Ding! His wings blocked the sneak attack of the chains from behind, but a cold needle was speeding at his back. It was Yu-Giki with his 3rd-grade demonic treasure. Twisted needle? He, runt. What are you going to do now? Yu-Giki snickered. Zhuo Fan's wings were occupied with the yin-yang chains. The 3rd-grade demonic treasure's attack came at an impeccable timing, right when Zhuo Fan's movement was sealed. Not even Yu-Giki could get out of this one if he was in Zhuo Fan's place. But Zhuo Fan only muttered, "Mystifying phantom step." Whoosh. He vanished from his place, and the chains along with the twisted needle lost their target, throwing Yu-Giki off balance. Then Zhuo Fan came from behind using his wings as axes aiming for Yu-Giki's neck. Ding! With a crisp sound, the wings and yin-yang chains clashed again. But this time, their roles were reversed. The situation flipped in a blink, with Zhuo Fan now pressing his advantage. Even Jian Suifeng was affected by this sudden turn. Hell Valley's #1 sage, Yu-Giki, was driven to a corner by a youth. 7th Elder, how does it feel to be on the receiving end of a sneak attack? Zhuo Fan's wings pushed against the yin-yang chains until Yu-Giki leaned backward. If I also had a 3rd-grade demonic treasure, you'd be dead by now. Yet despite your efforts and the golden opportunity, I'm still alive and kicking, so to speak. Yu-Giki's face flushed and was gasping heavily to ease the rage within him. Zhuo Fan's words were an affront to his title. Yu-Giki wasn't powerful because of his cultivation, but because of his title as insidious demon, the #1 sage of Hell Valley. Yet Zhuo Fan was mocking his pride. The same as saying if I were you, I would have long killed my opponent with a sneak attack and wouldn't need to waste time chatting them up. This was the worst humiliation Yu-Giki ever suffered. One may mock his character. his devious nature, yet he would take them all as badges of honor. But never ever would he allow one to insult his intelligence. That was where he drew the line. Anyone who mocked him for a fool, he would make sure to give them a fate worse than death. Yet Zhuo Fan had him beaten at every corner and kept mocking him, with him powerless to prevent it. This brought a never-felt feeling of resentment. "Don't get too cocky, damn runt." Yugiki's anger reached a breaking point. His Yuan Kai exploded, flinging Zhuo Fan's wings aside. Then he swirled his chains at Zhuo Fan, leaving behind afterimages. Yugiki was at peak speed, and with the added effect of the yin-yang chains, he reached a new height. Zhuo Fan remained calm as he laughed. His figure darted around with the help of mystifying phantom step and his wings, moving even faster than Yugiki. The people were once again bearing witness to afterimages and metallic sounds clashing with streaks of lightning, but never a clear image of any of the two's bitter fight. They flashed across the entire plaza, one moment to the east, the next to the west. Flashing in every direction possible and even around the bone-tempering guards, but since the people could only hear them and not see, they stood there in fear. One slip, one errant move from their part, and only pieces would remain of them. Eighth Elder, how does it look? When Yugiki and Zhuo Fan were at a standstill with demonic treasures, Zai Tianyang could grasp some of the situation. But as the matter devolved to such a state, he was unable to see them and had to defer to Jian Suifeng's assessment. Jian Suifeng, however, gestured for Zai Tianyang's silence as he focused his all on the fight. After one huge boom, two figures reappeared. Zhuo Fan crossed his hands casually, standing in the same spot, while Yugiki was gasping for breath. Zhuo Fan's nonchalant attitude left not only him but also Jian Suifeng in shock. Who won? Zai Tianyang knew but still couldn't help ask. Jian Suifeng was solemn. "Soon you will know." Thunderous booms echoed and a score of bone-tempering guards were struck down by lightning. It burst their heads and liquefied their organs. The other guards fled for 50 meters in anxiety while Yugiki and Zhuo Fan stood across each other, having known of this long ago. What's happening? Zai Tianyang darted his eyes to the corpses in fear. Jian Suifeng's eyes never left Zhuo Fan as he spoke in a grave tone. "Tianyang, your friend is terrifying. I've never seen anyone like him. That Yugiki, he has never suffered as much as he has now." Zai Tianyang didn't understand, but Jian Suifeng continued. "In their clashes, Yugiki was giving his all. They attacked each other again and again and made me believe Zhuo Fan was also fighting with everything. Then suddenly his speed jumped. But what?" Zai Tianyang seemed impatient. Jian Suifeng revealed an imperceptible smile. But instead of ending this battle, he dragged Yugiki around, killing guards right under Yugiki's eyes. Zai Tianyang was startled. Why do this? Why didn't he finish the old man off if he had the chance? Ha ha ha, this is where the kid is truly terrifying. Jian Suifeng's eyes shook and he turned serious. He did it to mock that old fool. An elder was led by the nose by a snot-nosed brat, killing a score of his men yet powerless to stop it. Yugiki, known as the insidious demon, was played around by a bone-tempering kid as a cat plays with a mouse. Will there be any pride left in him after this? Zhuo Fan and Yugiki are the same. Offending such a person would invite a world of suffering, because their revenge isn't limited to killing you, but robbing you of all you hold dear, including pride. Death only comes after there is nothing left to plunder. Jian Suifeng suddenly laughed, feeling all his grievances get washed away. Only evil can fight evil? Yugiki was despicable in his ways for too long, and today he met his match in a little demon who has a heart just as black as his. How refreshing. Jian Suifeng's laughter rang in everyone's ears and jarred Yugiki's. The latter was burning with rage and was close to spewing blood. He felt miserable every time he saw Zhuo Fan standing smug. Zhuo Fan's power exceeded his predictions by far. In the first move itself, he discovered that Zhuo Fan had surpassed him. He not only treated this fight as a spar, but also had the leisure to kill his men. Zhuo Fan left him powerless. Especially when it came to schemes, where Zhuo Fan was at his level, if not higher. Yugiki felt his head hurt, feeling weak and feeble for the first time. No, this can't end like this. If this gets dragged on for long, he will kill me. I need to end it in one blow. Yugiki had a plan in mind but didn't know if it would work, especially in Zhuo Fan's case. But he was left with no choice. His eyes flashed and flung the chains at Zhuo Fan. This thing won't work on me. Zhuo Fan smirked, readying his wings. But the yin-yang chains veered off from him at the last minute, aiming for Zhu Ningxiang. Zhu Ningxiang was rooted in fear, but Zhuo Fan appeared before her in a flash of lightning and flung the chains with his wings. Ha ha ha, I see it now. Yugiki laughed hysterically. Zhuo Fan, oh Zhuo Fan, I found your weakness. In the all-beast mountain range, you ingrained a deep fear in these old bones with your constant attacks, so I thought you came this time seeking revenge. But now I see it was all for her. And you think this changes anything? You will die just as well, Zhuo Fan stated. Humph, if you bore the same ruthlessness you showed before, I would have some misgivings. But you care for this girl and placed victory in my grasp, ha ha ha. Chapter 81. Instant kill. Yugiki jumped in the air and performed a double hand sign. A demonic face appeared, twisted in malice and pain. Hell Valley's profound ranked martial art, demonic face seal? Jian Suifeng shouted. This martial art is focused on striking at one's soul. It is undefendable. Even radiant stage cultivators will find it hard to cope with such an attack. The lightest injury is dizziness, while the worst would be death. His words traveled to Zhuo Fan's ears as a clear warning. Yugiki noticed this but laughed instead. Damn runt, if you dodge, the demonic face seal will kill the girl. If you try to take her, you won't make it. Big brother Zhuo, forget about me and leave. I can die in peace knowing you will save my family. Zhu Ningxiang urged. Zhuo Fan looked back with a smile, then spoke coldly at Yugiki. She is mine. As long as I'm here, you can't harm her. Then I will kill you, ha 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 ha. Yugiki pointed, and the demonic face wailed on its way towards Zhuo Fan. Zhu Ningxiang was nervous and was about to jump in front, but Zhuo Fan stopped her with his wing. Boom! The demonic face smashed on Zhuo Fan, and thousands of gray tendrils of energy wrapped around him. The cries of lamentation, similar to that of a being starved for centuries and finally finding food, were heard all around. Zai Tianyong turned towards Jian Suifeng in anxiety, but the latter only sighed. Even a profound heaven expert was powerless in the face of such an attack, least of all a bone-tempering cultivator. Zhu Ningxiang couldn't hold back her tears. Hi, damn runt, lust is your downfall. A demonic cultivator should be ruthless, yet you let emotion cloud your judgment and make you weak. Yugiki cackled as he turned to Zhu Ningxiang. Wench, his death is on you. Zhu Ningxiang watched Zhuo Fan become gray and her cries became heartrending. If not for saving her, he could have lived. Big brother Zhuo, forgive me, it's all my fault, Zhu Ningxiang sobbed. Ha ha ha, foolish girl, don't let that old goat see you cry. You're only bringing him satisfaction. Suddenly, Zhuo Fan's voice came from within the ball of gray tendrils. The crowd was shocked. Wasn't Zhuo Fan reeked with pain inside there? How is he so calm? Yugiki cried in fear. This isn't possible. His soul should have been swallowed whole. Ha ha ha, you want to kill me with a parlor trick. Aren't you a tad bit naive, insidious demon? An azure flame flashed from within the gray tendrils. The gray energy retreated every time the flame moved. As the gray energy withdrew, Zhuo Fan was soon revealed before the crowd with an azure light coming from his forehead. Zhuo Fan muttered, Demon transformation art. Suddenly, the gray energy wailed as they were devoured by the azure flame. And Zhuo Fan felt his soul growing stronger as a result. Demon transformation art was originally used to absorb everything to promote one's cultivation. The reason he couldn't absorb souls so far was because his own wasn't strong enough. It would only be a detriment if the result would have harmed him instead. But since he refined his soul, it grew in power, akin to radiant stage cultivator's level. And having the strange azure flame as a protector, this measly amount of vengeful ghosts were nothing more than a snack after the flame removed the waste. Eyeing Yugiki in the air, Zhuo Fan mocked. Is that it? If you have no trick up your sleeve, guess I'll have to get serious. Get serious. He, stop showing off. Are you saying you've been playing around all this time? Yugiki was both angry and startled. Startled that Zhuo Fan could dismiss such a strong attack and angry from his contempt. But that was how Zhuo Fan treated him, with naked contempt. Wasn't he insidious demon of Hell Valley, their #1 sage? Despite all that, fear grew inside him. This was a foreign feeling to him since he always grasped his opponent's weakness before striking them down. But when he looked at Zhuo Fan, he only felt powerless despite everything he threw at the kid. Furthermore, he had a nagging feeling that all his moves were within Zhuo Fan's calculations. Zhuo Fan played him like a fiddle, leaving him without a shred of dignity. This fear he had was the worst he ever felt. Chuckling, Zhuo Fan mocked again. "Seventh Elder, I wonder, do you remember what you told me a few months back in the All-Beast mountain range? Against true power, all schemes are moot." Yugiki's eyes dilated, his heart sped up, and a bad feeling crept its way down his spine. "Today, I throw this line right back at you." Grinning, Zhuo Fan pointed at the sky. "In just one move, I will have your head." "Bullshit!" Yugiki could no longer take it and snapped. He now realized Zhuo Fan's end goal this time was revenge against him while he was only saving Zhu Ningxiang in passing. From the moment Zhuo Fan showed up, he smacked the old man's face at every corner to show him how useless his insidious demon moniker was before true power. "My intelligence is laughable when it comes face-to-face with raw power. My cunningness falls short to his." Zhuo Fan wanted to crush his pride as an insidious person, to die in pain. What a dreadful kid, far worse than even Yugiki. Giant Suifeng felt overwhelmed with shock. He is even more terrifying than Zhuge Changfeng. This thought helped Giant Suifeng understand Zhuo Fan's actions so far. It is unknown if he will one day be friend or foe. Observing him now is for the best. Ignoring the gazes around him, Zhuo Fan stared down Yugiki with delight in his eyes. Perhaps all demonic cultivators were at their happiest in the throes of slaughter. Zhuo Fan laughed. "Yugiki ready? It's time you see what real power looks like." He jumped the next moment. Bam, he shot for Yugiki like a rocket. Yugiki attacked with his yin-yang chains. But with a flap of his wings, Zhuo Fan slipped right past them. Yin-yang chains couldn't even touch him, and he was already punching at Yugiki. "Ha ha ha, got you?" Yugiki laughed, and a black and white chain flew at Zhuo Fan's chest, but Zhuo Fan only said, "Oh, so you had another set of chains besides those two? But so what? With my power, all your plans are moot, including all you've hidden so far." Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed, and a golden light flew from his body. It was the blood infant after being refined with diamond sand. The blood infant, which was comparable to a 5th-grade demonic treasure, charged at the black and white chain. The chains couldn't last even a second as blood infant tore through it along with Yugiki's arm. Yugiki was shocked to find that the golden light, which passed by his ear, had taken away not only the chain but also his arm. He only now woke up to the validity of Zhuo Fan's previous words, so much so that blood infant's power scared Yugiki. He had no time to feel the loss of his arm when Zhuo Fan's punch was right at his face. "Damn runt. You think you can kill me in one move?" He knew his death was sealed, but he wasn't about to let Zhuo Fan determine how he died, or he really would never rest in the afterlife. The only reason he still fought was for his honor. Whoosh, 3rd-grade demonic treasure twisted needle flew from his sleeve towards Zhuo Fan's fist. As long as he stopped the fist, he wouldn't die in one blow. Such was the glorious mind of the #1 sage in Hell Valley, reduced to after fighting with an equally insidious demon. Zhuo Fan was here to make sure he would be left without a scrap of honor. The punch still moved without hesitation, meeting with the twisted needle, to the joy and hope of Yugiki. But the crisp sound that resulted from the contact revealed that the twisted needle broke in too. The fist was unaffected in the slightest as it bore into Yugiki's chest. Yugiki watched in horror and muttered, What kind of damn monster are you?" "Humph, I don't mind telling you. My body is as strong as a 5th-grade demonic treasure. Yours was only a 3rd-grade demonic treasure, and as for why I'm such a freak..." Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed as he recalled the endless anguish and torment he had to live through. "Isn't it all your fault, roaring?" Zhuo Fan threw his fist and flung Yugiki into the ground, smashing a few buildings. Blood flew from Yugiki's mouth as he watched Zhuo Fan in the air with shock and loss. "How does your freakish change have anything to do with me?" With this final thought, Yugiki's head sagged and breathed his last. His eyes were wide open, never to find peace. Chapter 82. Shocking Fame. Zhuo Fan spread his wings among the clouds and hovered like a god towering above the ants. In his hand, he was clutching a still-beating heart which was dripping blood. But the owner of this heart had long met his end and was no more than a stiff corpse, never again able to find peace from the horrors he endured. The onlookers raised their heads in shock, but witnessing the majesty of Zhuo Fan, they even forgot to breathe. Fear was almost palpable among the Hell Valley's guards. In just a single blow, the notorious insidious demon, the #1 sage of Hell Valley, Yugiki, died. Zai Tianyang was in denial of what he witnessed. Even Jian Suifeng was swept by fear as he gazed upon the youth hovering in the sky. "A true monster," Jian Suifeng muttered. Zhuo Fan simply relaxed his grip, and the heart dropped down to the ground with a splat. But this casual action seized everyone's hearts. As Zhuo Fan's cold stare roamed among the people, they lowered their heads in fear, horrified that the demon would set his gaze on them. Zhuo Fan, however, only laughed. That guy must have run off to his house. He actually slipped away again. He suddenly swooped down, alarming the people into scattering. But he went by Zhu Ningxiang and held her. Zhu Ningxiang let out a short cry before being carried into the clouds. They both then disappeared in a lightning flash. In a clearing outside Blue Expanse City, lightning sparked, revealing Zhu Ningxiang and Zhuo Fan landing. As he eased her onto the ground, she looked at him in puzzlement. Zhuo Fan had a faint smile. "I said that I will take you out of the city, and I have. Now I have fulfilled my promise." "Is this the outside world?" Zhu Ningxiang darted her eyes around and breathed in, a smile playing on her lips. "This is the first time I'm walking outside the city." "I'm finally out." Zhu Ningxiang laughed and blushed. "Thank you, big brother Zhuo." "It's nothing. We shook on it, didn't we?" Zhuo Fan said, "Ninger, this might be the right time to say goodbye." "You're leaving?" Zhu Ningxiang jerked her head up, her eyes fixed on Zhuo Fan. "Where to?" He sighed as he said, "I don't know. There are still so many things I need to do." The most pressing matters were finding the Lightning Canyon, Heavenly Emperor's remnant, and searching for experts to strengthen the Luo clan. Despite having no clue where to start on any of them, he had to keep looking. Zhu Ningxiang saw his mind was set and spoke softly. "Big brother Zhuo, can I come with you?" "No," Zhuo Fan denied. "With your strength, you will be in too much danger." Zhu Ningxiang lowered her head in defeat. She knew she'd be just a burden to him if she went. Zhuo Fan tousled her head with a smile. "And you still have your clan to look after." Zhu clan offended Hell Valley and needs to find someone that can protect it. The sword mark, Ainz Abode, is a good choice. From Zai Tianyang's sharp mouth, he must be quite high-placed. If he vouches for you, sword mark-wise Abode is sure to take you in. Zhu Ningxiang raised her head, then nodded. Now was the time to look for a safe place for her clan. It would be too cruel of her and selfish to go with Zhuo Fan and leave her father and brothers in danger. She was embarrassed, but still felt reluctant to part with him. "Ha ha ha, bye, little sister." Zhuo Fan ruffled her head one last time and left with a smile. Tears formed in Zhu Ningxiang's eyes as she shouted, "Big brother Zhuo, when will we see each other again?" "When the thunder ring flashes." Zhuo Fan waved as he walked away, the thunder ring on his and Zhu Ningxiang's fingers flashing. In another area, Jian Suifeng was looking down on Yugiki's corpse, the enemy who robbed him of his 3 fingers. He recalled Yugiki's wretched death, and his mood livened. "Oh, Yugiki, what a tragedy befell you, one of the great men of Tianyu Empire." Jian Suifeng found that the Hell Valley guards Zhuo Fan routed were now scrambling away from this place, abandoning even their elder's body. Only a cold wind blew over the white hairs on Yugiki's body, which was lying there on the cold and hard rubble. His eyes were wide, despite it losing their light. Zai Tianyang was still looking at the sky in Zhuo Fan's direction, but then spoke in a sour tone. Damn bastard. Good for you killing Yugiki, but what are you playing at taking Ninger? Tianyang, help the others down. We'll rush to Sword Markwise Abode to heal them. The Zhu clan will become Sword Markwise Abode's vassal clan. Jian Suifeng indicated towards the crucified Zhu clansmen. Zai Tianyang jumped and smiled. That's my intention. Eighth elder who knew we thought alike. I was also going to save Ninger's clan. Humph, who is like-minded with a brat, Jian Suifeng snorted. You've seen what that little monster is capable of. Only time will tell how far his strength will reach. Since he went out of his way to save these people, it won't hurt to earn his favor. We might even become friends in the future. And in case we stand on opposite sides, we can use these people as hostages to deal with him. Zai Tianyang only smiled wryly at his elder's reasoning. Humph, so you're not saving Zhu clan because of me, but because of that prick Zhuo Fan. Just who is a Sword Markwise Abode's core disciple here anyway. If this gets out, my name will be dragged through the mud. Although secretly cursing, he still went to work, since this was his aim all along, to help Zhu Ningxiang. Yet none was the wiser as half a mile out, Yu Ming was curled up in shivers. His fear of Zhuo Fan grew out of proportion, to such a scale that he might never overcome this heart demon. Bastard, this is the third time. What did I ever do to you? Everywhere I go, you come killing. Last time you killed 2 elders, and this time you killed my master. Abomination, Yu Ming cursed Zhuo Fan to high heavens. But when Zhuo Fan's cold face resurfaced in his mind, shivers reeked his body. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A month later, in the emperor's gardens of the imperial capital, 2 old men were playing chess beneath a pavilion. One of them was dressed in a golden gown and had white temples and cloudy eyes. He was the emperor of Tianyu Empire. The other elderly had a long beard, white hair, and exuded an imposing aura. Whenever a guard looked his way, their eyes were filled with respect. Among the melodious chirping of the garden birds, the chess pieces being moved made for a calming rhythm. Suddenly, a wail broke the blissful peace. Lord Father, something big just happened. A 200-kilo round ball of flesh rolled next to the emperor. He shook the very earth he stepped on and threw the chess match into a mess. Rubbing his forehead, the emperor smiled dejectedly at the other man, who only smiled understandingly. Kongur, didn't I tell you to face all events with calm? And haven't you noticed that I am playing chess with Mr. Sima? Why, yes, I know my wrongs. Yuan Kong rushed a bow to the emperor and the elderly, then wiped the sweat from his forehead. Speak, what is the matter? The emperor held on to another chess piece, not minding his son. Yuan Kong forced his excitement down and said in a grave tone, Reporting to Lord Father, Hell Valley's 7th elder was killed a month ago. The chess piece in the emperor's hand clanked on the board, and he looked at the frowning Mr. Sima. Who did it? The emperor then turned his hardened face towards Yuan Kong. Seeing no one around, Yuan Kong whispered, It is someone from the clan we are currently endorsing, Luo clan's steward, Zhuo Fan. A month ago, something got into him that he killed the 7th elder of Hell Valley in Blue Expanse City under everyone's eyes. It was also revealed that he was the one who killed Hell Valley's 2 other elders in Windgaze City and used Veiled Dragon Pavilion as a patsy. What? A brat killed Hell Valley's 3 elders, their precious Yugiki included? What guts? Mr. Sima said to the emperor. Your Majesty, how should we handle it? The emperor evoked a faint smile and kept playing chess. If it only involved the 7 houses, it would have posed a headache. But as matters stand, Yu Wanshan won't have the cheek to complain to me. Don't let them snuff out the Luo clan. This pearl of mine is about to reveal its splendor. Ha ha ha. Bam! The emperor slammed the chess piece with delight. Yuan Kong looked long at the emperor, then bowed and left. Asterisk, 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 Prime Minister's residence in the imperial capital. Prime Minister Zhu Changfeng laid on a rocking chair with half-closed eyes, swaying gently. Suddenly, a black shadow whispered in his ear. What? Zhu Changfeng flashed his eyes open in shock, then sighed. The balance between the 7 houses is now askew. I will need to make ample preparations for the aftermath. And he resumed his previous state, gently swaying on the rocking chair. Asterisk, 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 High Priest's residence in Imperial Capital. A white-haired elder was reading through some information delivered by one of his men. As he read through, a frown appeared on his forehead, and he signaled his men to withdraw. With shaking steps deigning his old appearance, the elder walked into the observatory and looked up towards the sea of stars. The star of war is near and turmoil is on our doorsteps. A spark is enough to light this powder keg. The ruler is about to change. I only hope the people can weather the storm. Asterisk, 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 Veiled Dragon Pavilion's headquarters. Pavilion Lord Long Yifi and some elders were in a meeting, but two young people were also present, Long Jai and Long Kui. Because of their efforts and brilliant conduct, 7 days ago, Long Yifi officially allowed them to participate in the Elder Council, pleasing the two to no end. Recently, Xiao Kui and Xiao Jai have displayed impeccable conduct. I propose to send them to cultivate under the Grand Elder and learn the house's profound ranked martial art. Long Yifi smiled, looking at the two, and spoke with pride. Third Elder commented with a hardened look. These two kids progressed well, however. They are only average by contrast with the other house's genius disciples. How? Third Elder, don't underestimate us. We are on the verge of breaking through to the bone-tempering stage. Long Kui protested while Long Jai was in accord. Third Elder is right. I heard rumors that sword Markwise abodes, Zai Tianyang became a bone-tempering expert 3 years prior. We are still far behind him. Xiao Jai is so modest. You will do great deeds in the future. Godai Long Jiu nodded with satisfaction. A black crow perched on his shoulder, the soul-devouring crow he got from Zhuo Fan. Looking at the bird, Long Jiu couldn't help his expression softening. If you two brats were half a man my brother Zhuo is, you'd be training our passed-down profound ranked martial art by now. Humph, Uncle Jiu, why bring him into this? Long Kui always became irritated whenever she heard Zhuo Fan's name. He is cocky, brash, and doesn't want to join Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Even if he has a smidgen of talent, that doesn't make his rise guaranteed. We will undoubtedly surpass him. A man suddenly barged in while shouting, "Urgent report, Pavilion Lord." Third Elder waved him away after taking the report and read it. The next moment, his hand froze and the paper drifted to the floor. What's wrong, Third Elder? Long Jiu picked up the paper in worry, never having seen Third Elder so spooked, but the contents left his sole eye in tears. Good brother, I owe you again. What is all this about? Long Yifi was inquisitive like the rest of the people present and took the paper. His brows shook and his voice betrayed his excitement. Hell Valley's Ugiki was killed by Zhuo Fan in Blue Expanse City? What? Everyone was dumbstruck. Who hadn't heard of Ugiki? He was the greatest headache of everyone, especially for Long Jiu, who had his eye stolen in Ugiki's ploy. Yet this dreadful man was killed by Zhuo Fan. Their shock was understandable. Even Long Jai and Long Kui had heard of Ugiki's infamy. After all, he was a man feared by all elders of the Veiled Dragon Pavilion. They instantly felt how far behind Zhuo Fan had left them. Ha ha ha, well done. Long Yifi burst in laughter. I was right in my decision. This kid is a dragon among men. Increase our support to the Luo clan and send some men to safeguard their clan. I'm sure we all can agree on that. It was a unanimous decision. Not even the elders who were against Long Yifi proposing an alliance with Zhuo Fan showed any complaint. After all, none of them here could do what Zhuo Fan did, sending that Ugiki to his grave, and the Veiled Dragon Pavilion was just the beginning. The continent's clans soon came to know of this affair. Among the shocks and cries of joy, Zhuo Fan's name was etched in the minds of many clan leaders. Chapter 83. Hell Kill Order. In a lone valley, sieged by mountains on 3 sides and a narrow trail on the 4th, the sun's warm glow barely reached this place throughout the year. Being shrouded in mist, this place was a cesspool of poisonous insects and rats. Yet this particularly strange environment led to the development of some of the rarest herbs the world had ever seen. To gather such ingredients, men braved many dangers through the valley, where the mortality rate was incredibly high and the ghosts of the fallen exacerbated the gloom. People came to call it Hell Valley. 1,000 years ago, a powerful group stumbled upon this odd place and established a foothold. They even set up a fifth-grade array to safeguard from the gruesomeness of this valley. This group was the Yu House, one of the 7 noble houses of Tianyu Empire. With time, people came to call this valley as the strongest house that could oppose the imperial family. Until now, in Hell Valley's meeting hall, Valley Lord Yu Wanshan was in a poor mood as he sat on his throne. Out of the 12 total seats, 9 seats were occupied by elders. Each time he glanced at the empty seats, his eyes turned savage. "You Ming," Yu Wanshan bellowed, "do you mean to say that 3 of Hell Valley's elders are dead because of a single kid?" Kowtowing on the ground and shivering uncontrollably, Yu Ming replied, "I wouldn't even think of lying to Valley Lord. Elder Jian, Elder Yun, as well as my master, 7th Elder, were indeed killed by Luo clan's steward, Zhuo Fan." "Useless wench." Yu Wanshan slapped the table. "You knew he killed 2 elders before, so why didn't you report this sooner?" "Spare me, Valley Lord. It was my master who forbade me. Master found it too weird and ordered me to keep it to myself. He told me that he will find the opportunity to deal with Zhuo Fan. But before he could, Zhuo Fan broke into our city and—" At this point, Yu Ming's voice was choked with sobs. The rest of the elders snorted. All demonic cultivators are cruel and cold. So why is this punk getting so worked up? Throwing such a show would make them despise him instead. The elders were all clear this wasn't his fault, yet refrained from pardoning him. If they'd trade places, they would do the same. If not, they'd be accused of rash thinking, and that would be used as an excuse by some others to remove them. Who would believe that a fresh bone-tempering kid could kill a profound, heaven-seasoned expert if not for it happening before countless eyes? Valley Lord, Yu Ming might have erred, but he had no control over what happened. Our first priority is to deal with the aftermath. This was spoken by the first elder on the right as he stood up. Tianyu Empire's mighty clans have set their sights on us. If we let that kid go unpunished, what will the people think? We will become the laughingstock of the empire, and our vassal clans will abandon us. Yu Wanshan frowned, his eyes filled with cruelty. Grand Elder is right. We cannot let that punk get away with this. Wasn't he some steward of Luo clan? We'll make the Luo clan answer for his transgression. Valley Lord, you mustn't. A deep and worried voice traveled from an old man with raven hair, seated on the opposite side of Grand Elder. Yu Wanshan snorted. "Second Elder, what are you trying to say? Do you think it's all right for someone to kill our people, shame us, and then walk away? What will others think of Hell Valley? Valley Lord, I am not stopping you from settling this debt. Only—" Second Elder muttered something before resuming. "Valley Lord should remember the ban the Emperor enacted a year ago on the 7 houses, which was against stepping foot in Windgaze City. If we breach it openly, it will give the imperial family the excuse to strike. Second Elder makes a fair point. This is not the time to move in the open. And there are also reports that the imperial family and Veiled Dragon Pavilion's experts are patrolling nearby Windgaze City. We will fall into their trap if we go," Grand Elder urged. Eyeing the 2 most respected elders, Yu Wanshan hesitated for a while before spatting through gritted teeth. "We can't do this, we can't do that. What else can we actually do?" Even the elders turned silent. Yu Wanshan sighed. "This wouldn't have been such a headache if the 7th Elder was here. Blasted punk, he managed to rob me of my wisest advisor. When I get my hands on you, I will skin you alive." Seeing them all pensive, the kneeling Yu Ming darted his eyes left and right before making a tentative remark. "Valley Lord, may disciple be so bold as to convey a solution." "Humph, the elders' meeting is not something you can join. Get the hell out." Yu Wanshan barked without even looking at Yu Ming. But Grand Elder's gesture detained him. "Valley Lord, the kid can be considered as 7th Elder's successor. Why not give him a chance?" Yu Wanshan conceded when he heard the Grand Elder's reason. Yu Ming's heart burst with joy as he rushed to explain. "Valley Lord, this disciple's humble opinion is to ignore the Luo clan. From my observation, Luo clan is relying on Zhuo Fan. With him around, even if we remove the Luo clan, it will only make it worse for us. But if Zhuo Fan is out of the picture, then the Luo clan will fall from grace. They will have no hope of replacing us, Hell Valley. Yuanshan's eyes flickered. Go on. Yes. His mouth twisted in a smile, Yu Ming said. We cannot approach Wingate City, but Zhuo Fan is nowhere near it either. We just need to focus all our efforts in dealing with him. And how will we find him? Yuanshan questioned. Issue the Hell Kill order and have the Empire corner him? Yu Ming revealed his savage side. We will then know where he is going, and before he returns to Wingate City, we can just ambush him. Yuanshan cackled. Good, that's what we'll do. Men, he then shouted orders. In my name as Hell Valley's leader, I declare the Hell Kill order on Zhuo Fan. Anyone who provides clues to his location can become a vassal to Hell Valley. Anyone who brings me his head will become Hell Valley's #1 vassal, ruling above all others. Yuanshan's sinister laughter echoed, to which Yu Ming followed up with a vile smile. Zhuo Fan, you abomination. I won't dare face you, but now you have the whole empire after your head, he. Grand Elder smiled, as I thought. This kid is still thinking about revenge. But the Elder didn't care since Zhuo Fan was the enemy of Hell Valley, Grand Elder stated. Valley Lord, even if we declare Hell Kill order on Zhuo Fan since he killed 7th Elder, the weak clans won't be his match. I think we will have to act if we want to end him after all. Then all elders move out. Kill that bastard? Wait, Grand Elder gestured. He killed 7th Elder. Elders below 7th won't be of any help. From Minger's retelling of him, he must be a body-refining demonic cultivator. The only ones who can stand up to him are the first 5 elders. Furthermore, he turned to a red-haired elder. 5th Elder, you refined your body with the scorching demon flame. Your unbreakable body is the perfect match for that kid. Don't look at me. Yet the man in question shook his hands again and again while smirking. I am about to join Drifting Flowers Edifice's 100-pill meeting. I don't have the time to run around after some snot-nosed brat. Humph, what's so great being invited by women to a meeting to discuss about pills? Is going there more important than taking revenge for the house? Yuanshan snapped. Grand Elder lightened the atmosphere with a smile. Valley Lord, the Drifting Flowers Edifice may be made up of women, but they are still one of the 7 houses. Establishing a close relationship will only work in our favor. They extended an invitation to 5th Elder since they took an interest in his fire attribute cultivation method in hope of refining new pills. Humph, how did a bunch of skanks climb up to our position? One day I will personally go and take over their domain, Yuanshan said viciously. Grand Elder shook his head. Valley Lord, I would like to have Yu Ming participate in 7th Elder's place in our future Elder meetings. Staring at Yu Ming, Yuanshan nodded. Fine, raise him well, as the next insidious demon, ha. Yu Ming was overjoyed in his bowing. Meanwhile, in Blackwind Mountain, Captain Pang was cultivating by sitting on 36 blades. His body was riddled with scars. While cultivating, black tendrils of energy would leave his body, drift around the blades, and return back to him. But as each black tendril went back into his body, a new bloody scar adorned his wreaked body, making him frown. Suddenly, a shadow grew before him, and Lei Yuding came from behind. Cracking his eyelids, Captain Pang stood up with a smirk. Miss Lei's elusive shadow art is becoming more and more outstanding. I didn't even notice you were coming. Humph, your wraith art isn't any less impressive, reaching bone-tempering stage in just a year. You're making those clan's geniuses jealous. He, it's all because of Brother Zhuo. Captain Pang laughed and peeked next to him. Not 5 meters from him, a 15-year-old was braving above other blades as sweat marred his brow and trailed along his scarred body. But around him were corpses riddled with wounds, as if hacked by countless edged weapons. Damn it, what kind of vile method are you cultivating? Lei Yuding cursed. Captain Pang replied with indifference. Of the 20 kids you sent, only 1 barely made it. Send me another batch. With just 1 survivor, you want more? Lei Yuding raised her voice in shock. Captain Pang smirked. It's actually quite a good result. For 50 to die while training in this art is normal, but for Luo clan everything is worth it. Humph, you are hard at cultivating, and what is that brother of yours doing? Snorting, Lei Yuding fetched a paper. He killed Hell Valley's 7th elder, and they've issued a kill order. What? Captain Pang burst into laughter. Brother Zhuo truly does incredible things, shaking the world everywhere he goes. Then he patted Lei Yuding's shoulder. Miss Lei, don't be too worried. With Brother Zhuo's skills, Hell Valley's order won't affect him. Humph, who the hell cares about him? Lei Yuding muttered through gnashed teeth. He just went and provoked Hell Valley over a girl. Since when was he so goody-goody? Captain Pang grinned. So that's what it was, ha ha ha. Sometimes Brother Zhuo quite likes striking a heroic figure. Only hero? My ass, you think I don't know him? Sighing, Lei Yuding turned into a shadow and vanished. Captain Pang shouted the next moment. Don't mention this to young miss, especially the last part. But Lei Yuding's response didn't come. Captain Pang sighed. Ah, women. Chapter 84, Wraith Style. At you. Who's bad-mouthing me behind my back? In a secluded forest, Zhuo Fan scratched his nose and set his eyes on a 100-meter-tall rock. He suddenly flexed his legs and jumped, with the wings behind him flashing with lightning. Wraith-style first move, soaring demonic dragon. Roar, a black draconic image flashed with him at its center. The dragon intertwined with the lightning and smashed into the rock. Boom. The rock crumbled like a stack of cards, and Zhuo Fan came out with a flash. Then he turned around and unleashed a black claw at the rubble. Wraith-style second move, ghostly dragon claw. It was lackluster compared to the previous thundering explosion, but it made up for it with visual impact, turning the rubble to sand. The tremors even frightened the birds away. Zhuo Fan gasped as he continued sweating, but his hands kept dancing through gestures, aiming for the flock of birds. Wraith-style third move, Necro Dragon Screech. Roar, the sound was eerie, akin to a demon. Zhuo Fan's wail even made ripples through the air as it swept the flock of birds. The birds froze midair, their eyes blanked and fell dead. One look would spot thousands of dead birds. Zhuo Fan was now reduced to a gasping mess, crouching down with a downcast look. This low, profound, ranked martial art matched the Wraith art. Each strike held enough power to shake the earth and kill instantly. Although ranked low, it was nonetheless strong as a mid-profound ranked martial art. The problem was the high requirement these moves had on the body, making it viable only to Wraith art cultivators. But with Zhuo Fan's refined body, he long surpassed it. In theory, these moves should have been easy for him to execute. Yet the fact remained, only after training in them for a month did he realize that he didn't lack in the body department, but in the soul. He was in the first layer of bone tempering stage, and using profound ranked martial art, almost exhausted his Yuan Kai. The last move, in particular Necro Dragon Screech, was a soul attack that could only be trained when one was in the radiant stage. With his body and soul refined, his soul power shot up, and even with the added benefit of the azure flame, he just barely succeeded. But it didn't stop him from feeling his vision swoon and collapse. God admit, these moves will be the death of me. If I don't kill my enemy with these, he will kill me. Zhuo Fan sighed and sat cross-legged to recover his Yuan Kai. Killing Yugiki stirred up a hornet nest. He was bound to stumble on a far stronger opponent, and needed to protect himself by training powerful martial arts. As a consequence, he hid for over a month in the mountains to practice, yet the outcome wasn't in the least bit reassuring. Half a day later, Zhuo Fan stood up with a rosy complexion, having recovered. His hand flashed and was now holding a large egg. He looked at the singed marks on the egg with worry. The Thunder Skylark egg was still alive thanks to its mother's spiritual energy, but this only put a delay on things. If he wanted to hatch it, he'd first have to restore its vitality. Just where am I supposed to look for the needed spiritual herbs in this vast world? The egg wasn't fully developed yet, and common herbs wouldn't do any good. He'd need those rare treasures capable of snatching a man's life from the jaws of imminent death. Zhuo Fan couldn't help but frown at this thought. Song Yu, hand over the body tempering pill if you know what's good for you. A sudden shout interrupted Zhuo Fan's musings. His face darkened and walked over. "Who's the bastard that dares disturb my peace?" Pushing a branch aside, Zhuo Fan saw a man and a woman driving a carriage. The man was around 20 with fine features and at first layer of bone tempering stage cultivation, while the woman was of similar age, charming complexion, and in the second layer. They were surrounded by 6 men, of who 5 were in the 8th to 9th layer of bone tempering stage, and the last one, an old man, was in the 6th. The pair was now staring daggers at the old man. "Humph, the body-tempering pill was made by us, the Song clan, through a secret formula to join in the 100-pill meeting. You think I'm just going to give it away?" The man snorted, and a first-grade spiritual weapon appeared in his hand. Zhuo Fan smiled in derision. The body-tempering pill was a 4th-grade pill, useful in tempering one's bones, and also useful in aiding a 9th-layer Kai condensation cultivator in breaking through to the bone-tempering stage. The only downside was that it could only be used once. For the genius Zhuo Fan, who was worry-free about breaking through to bone-tempering stage, this pill was garbage. And this crappy pill was made from a secret formula. What a bunch of weaklings. But the bloodshot-eyed old man thought otherwise. "Ha ha ha, Song Yu, Song Kaian, aren't the 2 of you in the bone-tempering stage at such a young age thanks to it? Your 3rd-rate clan, which seized the secret formula for a 4th-grade pill, is being too greedy. It's best if you just hand it over. Humph, we would rather die." Song Kaian and Song Yu charged at the old man, who did the same. Bam! From just a single palm attack, both of them drew wide arcs in the air trailed by their blood. Despite being in the same stage, the difference of 5 to 6 layers wasn't something they could overcome. He, Miss Song Kaian, is this necessary? Be good and hand the pill and its formula. Are you going to force this old man into patting down the both of you? The old man eyed Song Kaian's enticing curves and let out lascivious laughter. Song Kaian glared with hatred but then sighed and looked at her brother. "Are you scared?" "I am not," Song Yu steeled himself. "Then let us die together. At least the clan's formula won't land in that old bastard's hands." Song Kaian made a downcast smile and raised Song Yu's spiritual weapon to their necks. This scene stirred Zhuo Fan's heart, his mind drifting to the siblings in the Windgaze city. They would have had the same ending if I wasn't compelled by the heart demon at that time. Sighing, Zhuo Fan shot a leaf at the pair. Whoosh, just when it was about to slit their throats, the weapon fell off her hands. "Who's there?" Both the siblings and the old man shouted anxiously. "Is it really necessary to kill them over a 4th-grade pill?" Zhuo Fan stepped out of the tree line. The old man laughed. "Here I was nervous who might come, and it's only a brat fresh into the bone-tempering stage." He mocked Zhuo Fan. "Kid, aren't you a demonic cultivator?" "Everyone knows demonic cultivators are the most savage and ruthless bunch out there, and you have the cheek to preach me on mercy?" "I'm not preaching mercy, but power." Zhuo Fan sneered. "Now that I have witnessed this matter, you can't kill them. Humph with just you." The old man's eyes glinted with malice as Song Kaian shouted anxiously, "Little brother, run, save yourself and forget about us." "Run? Too late." While Song Kaian was urging him, the old man charged at Zhuo Fan with a snicker. "Kid, you only got yourself to blame for poking your nose where it does not belong." The siblings could only close their eyes to be spared of the horror. Yet with a crisp sound, Zhuo Fan stood unfazed while the old man fell in a pool of blood, headless. The laughing old man was dead in an instant, and despite the others having smiles on their faces, their eyes were filled with terror. They clearly saw how Zhuo Fan made a casual attack and popped the old man's head. "Monster?" Only a scream echoed, and the others ran for their lives. Zhuo Fan didn't care about them and turned to leave. "Wait," Song Kaian called. Her eyes were in shock of Zhuo Fan's immense strength despite similar cultivation levels. It was as different as Heaven and Earth Chapter 8500 pill meeting. "What is it?" Zhuo Fan asked as he turned slowly. He noticed the elegant beauty, yet he didn't bat an eyelid. Song Kaian was the one to be affected by his gaze instead, blushing and lowering her head. I have yet to know little brother's name. One day the Song clan will repay you for saving our lives. No need. Saying so, Zhuo Fan started leaving. Startled, Song Qian felt somewhat discouraged in her heart. All males in 100 miles of Song clan would be speechless in her presence, yet Zhuo Fan gave her the cold shoulder. This led to the rising discontent inside her. She skipped before Zhuo Fan and stopped him by raising her hand. But he just frowned. Is there anything else? This fool. Song Qian was cursing inside but showed an enticing smile on the outside. Little brother, where are you planning on going? None of your business. Zhuo Fan bypassed her with a snort. Song Qian's mouth was twitching as she shouted, We are on our way to 100 Pill meeting. Why not join us? Zhuo Fan paused, then turned. Drifting Flowers City, the home of Drifting Flowers Edifice, one of the 7 noble houses. Exactly. Nodded Song Yu as he rushed over. Drifting Flowers Edifice holds the 100 Pill meeting once a decade. It is a gathering where famous alchemists from clans around the empire compete over their refining method. If luck would have it, the Drifting Flowers Edifice would take notice of you and take you in as a vassal clan. Zhuo Fan scratched his nose. 100 Pill meeting is bound to have plenty of rare ingredients, and the chance is high for me to find the treasures to restore the egg. He made a lopsided grin. Your words caught my interest. I would very much like to see the 100 Pill meeting. Great. Let's go together. Song Qian jumped in joy. Zhuo Fan smiled, assuming another identity while entering one of the 7 houses isn't a bad idea. The Song siblings were glad he agreed. With Zhuo Fan's strength, nothing would stop them from reaching Drifting Flowers City. Oh, what do I call little brother? Luo Fan? Zhuo Fan scratched his nose. He could no longer risk giving his real name, not since Blue Expanse City. He figured the entire Tianyu Empire was privy to his name by now. Then again, he was Luo clan's steward, and using their name was perfectly normal. Song Qian, Song Yu, the two introduced. Zhuo Fan then followed the sister and entered the carriage, which had various ingredients strewn about, while the younger brother drove it. But Zhuo Fan didn't even spare these plain items a glance. Song Qian kept making eyes with Zhuo Fan, but seeing her efforts hit a wall, she turned awkwardly to look out the window. But then she burst into a giggle with a red face. Seeing this, Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes. She either lost it or is smitten. I wouldn't have gone with them if I knew. Throughout the trip, Song Qian treated him like a rare breed, eyeing him at every chance. He tried his hardest in switching places with Song Yu, but the kid turned him down and he was forced to endure the doe eyes from Song Yu's sister. After a long half a month, the carriage slowly approached a city's gates. Song Yu laughed. Brother Luo, sister, we're here? About freakin' time. Zhuo Fan stepped out in a rush from the red-hot gaze of the other passenger. But then he cursed when he noticed the gate. How in the hell is this Drifting Flowers City? Why did you even stop here? The plaque above the gate read. Orchid City. This wasn't under any of the 7 houses' jurisdiction, but the imperial family. Ha ha ha, Brother Luo, calm yourself. An old friend of my father stays here. We've come to Orchid City to buy ingredients from him before setting out to 100 Pill meeting. Hearing this, Zhuo Fan could only sigh. Will my suffering ever end? Song Qian stepped out and glared. Do you hate being around me? Zhuo Fan just shrugged. But Song Yu laughed and revealed a vulgar smile. Brother Luo, I know exactly how you feel. I am the same, itching to get to Drifting Flowers City. They say the 15 overseers of Drifting Flowers Edifice are like fairies, and the edifice lord an outstanding beauty, proclaimed as the #1 beauty in the empire. If I can see her once, my life is fulfilled. Song Yu wore an intoxicated look. It was as if he could really see them, but then he woke up and noticed his sister looking glum and disdained. But even my sister's beauty is hard to come by. Although, how could a man pick just one when the world is filled with ravishing beauties? Zio Yu, what did you say? Song Qian heard him and her glare sent him shivering. Zhuo Fan just shook his head. They're a pair of clowns, one love-struck, the other a moron. I need to get far away from them or I'll find myself at their level soon. Qianer. Their conversation was interrupted when they heard a shout. Song Kyan stiffened, knowing who the person was. It came from a finely clothed young man who looked casual and confident in his demeanor. He was around 20 years old and in the fourth layer of bone tempering stage. Song Kyan, however, seemed not too eager in seeing him, giving an awkward greeting. "Brother Tianlei?" Song Yu also stiffened, whispering to Zhuo Fan. "He is Kai Tianlei, Orchid City's top clan's young master. The Kai clan is an old friend of ours, but they are a second-rate clan and they always make a point to show it. Also, Kai Tianlei is crazy for my sister." Zhuo Fan sighed, already feeling regret following this pair. The Luo clan and Song clan were similar, but the former had the privilege of demonic emperor gracing them with his presence, elevating it to a first-rate clan. Similar people, different fates. Kyaner, who's he? Even as Kai Tianlei was caressing Song Kyan's fair hand, he was always watching the other too. But while his eyes were filled with contempt for Song Yu, it revealed only hostility towards Zhuo Fan. He is brother Luo, our friend. Song Kyan was fearful of Kai Tianlei, but even with a tremor in her voice, she tried to protect Zhuo Fan. She then rushed to change topics. "Tianlei, how did you know we're coming today?" "I received Uncle Song's letter and estimated when you'd arrive." Kai Tianlei spoke casually, then marched before Zhuo Fan, pushing aside Song Kyan, who blocked his way. "Who are you to Kyaner?" "Brother Kai, he is my friend." Bam! Kai Tianlei slapped Song Yu away. "I wasn't asking you." He turned toward Zhuo Fan with a wild look. "Speak, what is there between you two?" Zhuo Fan saw Song Kyan helping her brother. Looking at their terrified states, he knew they were oppressed by this young master of the Kai clan. "On our way, we ate together and slept together. We practically never left the carriage." "You tell me if there's anything between us." Song Kyan was shocked, knowing he did it just to spite Kai Tianlei, and Kai Tianlei's eyes were now bloodshot as he unleashed his power. "Wretched filth, I will have your head," he declared as he threw himself at Zhuo Fan. But Zhuo Fan remained calm and unmoving. Then, a sudden sound was heard and a ripple spread from Zhuo Fan's chest. Ice-cold killing intent swept everyone's minds, freezing them. They were scared as rabbits, powerless to even resist it. Kai Tianlei looked as if he was seeing a demon from hell, shivering all the while. As for his fury, it vanished into nothing. Killing with intent was a radiant stage expert's absolute power. Zhuo Fan was no radiant stage expert, but his soul was strong enough to train in the Wraith Styles Necro-Dragon Screech. It was far from being able to kill with intent, but enough to scare. This was a feat not even a profound heaven expert was capable of, yet a freak of nature like Zhuo Fan could. Strolling before the shivering Kai Tianlei, Zhuo Fan whispered in his ear, "The next time you try showing off before me, I will end you." Kai Tianlei hit the ground with a thud and couldn't stop sweating, while the Song siblings stood shell-shocked. Chapter 86. Murder Fest. He scared them into submission without lifting a finger. Just how was he a bone-tempering cultivator? Song Kyan and Song Yu saw a whole new Zhuo Fan, and their hearts started racing. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure landed before Kai Tianlei. He checked the young master and became enraged, finding him unconscious. Who did this? The newcomer whipped his head back and roared, his eyes flickering with flames of rage. But then he noticed Zhuo Fan, and all of a sudden his anger diffused. Zhuo Fan frowned and took a much closer look at him. The man was around 40 years old, with a beard and at peak bone tempering stage. From the fine clothes he was wearing, it was clear he was a clan head. Song Kyan, who was roused from her shock by the shout, began apologizing with tears welling in her eyes. "Forgive me, uncle, it's all my fault. Take it out on me." The man's eyes then noticed the Song siblings, and his gloomy face cleared up with a laugh. "Ha ha ha, so it is Kyaner. I was wondering why this brat ran so fast to the city gate. Seems like it was to welcome honored guests, so it was all a misunderstanding. Come, follow me to our home. You've come a long way to Orchid City. It must have been tiring. As your host, I'll do my best to make you comfortable." The man overlooked Kai Tianlei's situation and simply shouldered the unconscious fellow as he took the lead. The way he switched tunes real quick, and how he took sideway glances on and off at Zhuo Fan, the later felt it as a warning. What was all that about being looked down on by Kai clan? You were clearly trying to fool me. Zhuo Fan smirked. This uncle of yours cares for you even more than Kai Tianlei, ignoring even his scared, silly son. Why would he? He is Kai Gangli, the Kai clan head, and not once did he look kindly on us. Song Yu said, confused, but today he's like a different person. Kai Tianlei is his only son, the apple of his eye. Something odd is going on for him to ignore his son's plight. Yeah, baffling, Zhuo Fan scoffed. Song Kaian watched Kai Gangli leave, then turned to the other two. What's so strange? He must be in a good mood today, so don't make assumptions. At least he didn't pursue it, or we would have been worse off. Just him? Zhuo Fan sneered. What could a peak bone tempering cultivator amount to when not even a profound heaven expert was a match for Zhuo Fan? As his strength grew exponentially, he felt the return of his confidence as the demonic emperor. But anyway, the Song siblings were clueless to his strength. Song Kaian walked to him with quick steps, then rolled her eyes. I know you're great, but that's within the bone tempering stage. Could you handle a profound heaven expert? If you get on their bad side, not even we can help you. Zhuo Fan scoffed. Song Kaian shook her head, but her eyes never left Zhuo Fan. His haughty and condescending attitude stirred her maiden heart. In fact, she felt oddly safe next to him, something she never felt with anyone before. The Kai clan welcomed the trio in their residence, and before they could leave to purchase any ingredients, the Kai clan head's message came that he wanted to reminisce with the siblings. Without a choice, Song Kaian and Song Yu went to see Kai Gangli while Zhuo Fan was left alone in the guest house. Now I can finally get some cultivation done in peace and quiet. 6 hours later, the door creaked open. Zhuo Fan, sitting on his bed, saw the Song siblings tiptoeing inside. Did you finish your talk with Kai Gangli? Song Kaian and Song Yu jumped in fright, then nodded woodenly, their eyes full of fear. What's up? Was that old coot hard on you? Zhuo Fan asked with suspicion. They both denied. The more Zhuo Fan looked at them, the more he felt his suspicion grow. Song Kaian laughed dryly. Brother Luo, Kai clan head is holding a feast in our welcome. Come join us. Zhuo Fan smiled. Since it is for you too, I won't go as I don't know him. You can't. Song Yu exclaimed, but tried to save the situation and dispel Zhuo Fan's doubts with a forced laughter. Brother Luo, this is the Kai clan's residence. The clan head even threw a welcoming feast for us. It would be crass of us if we are not present. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. Do I have to? Yes. They both nodded. Zhuo Fan stood up with a sneer and said, Lead the way. We must join the festivities if he went so far as to invite us, even if it ends up a murder fest. His words had the two siblings shivering and looking guilty. Arriving at the hall, they saw Kai Gangli seated on the main seat with a smile while 9 other bone-tempering elders flanked his sides at a round table. Looking closely, the table had 3 lone empty seats in the furthest corner of the hall, with walls on either side of them. Zhuo Fan secretly mocked them. It's ridiculously obvious that they want to attack me. The fact my seat is in the worst possible position proves it. Can't you be any more obvious? He let out a faint smile and didn't let it get to him. Even if they attack together, their end is still the same. Zhuo Fan and the siblings arrived at their seats with a fake smile. Kaianer, Xiao Yu, I am most pleased with your visit to our city. Uncle shall toast to you for your success in the Drifting Flowers city and joining the Drifting Flowers edifice. Kai Gangli laughed as he drank. The others followed suit, and the Song siblings were no exception. Yet Zhuo Fan only brought the cup to his nose and then sported a wide and ineffable grin before placing it on the table. Kai Gangli frowned a bit as the atmosphere grew tense. Ha ha ha, little brother is called Luo Fan, right? Kaianer told me about you, how you looked after them on your journey. I shall toast in gratitude. Kai Gangli drank another cup, yet Zhuo Fan was as still as a rock. This time, the people around the table eyed Zhuo Fan viciously. Kai Gangli gave them looks to calm down and said, Brother Luo, I am the Kai clan head and am offering you a toast. Aren't you going to reply in kind? As wine takes a heavy toll on one's body, I have learned to abstain from drinking. Zhuo Fan grinned, and I'd recommend Kai Clanhead do the same. Who knows what mistakes one can make in their drunk haze? You might earn the ire of someone you should not and end up destroying yourself and your clan. His knuckles white on the cup. Kai Gangley felt the sweat trickling down his brow. The others were also growing anxious. Taking a moment to calm his nerves, Kai Gangley continued with a fake smile. Little brother is wise beyond his age. I understand now how you could become a bone-tempering cultivator at such a young age. But a youth should be more impulsive and learn to live in the moment, enjoy the simple pleasures of life. Kai Gangley laughed, hinting at the cup before Zhuo Fan. The latter shook his head. Life is enjoyable as long as you have it. I am young and don't plan on leaving this wonderful world just yet. Losing his patience, Kai Gangley rose from his seat and shouted, "What do you mean by this?" "Ha ha ha, cut the act. You know who I am, else you wouldn't have set up such an obvious trap." Zhuo Fan lifted his glass and tipped it. The wine touched the table and sizzled in white smoke before eating through it. 100 Bane pill, refined from a 4th-grade spiritual beast, the scarlet poisoned python's venom. With a mocking grin, he stared at Kai Gangley. Most of all, these bone-tempering experts must be your elders. Even for a junior's welcoming feast, this is too much of an honor. Sigh, Clanhead, it was really hard to fake overlooking it, you know? Ha ha ha, can you be any more obvious? Zhuo Fan's mockery had Kai Gangley flushed with anger and gasping in an attempt to calm himself down. Damn it. Since it fell through, then I'll cut to the chase. Kai Gangley roared, and his power froze the Song siblings in their seats. Zhuo Fan, you messed with Hell Valley and they issued the Hell Kill order on you, making you the #1 target of the Empire. Rather than let others have you, I'll take your head and claim the Hell Kill order's reward for myself. Elders, attack! Chapter 87, Betrayal. At Kai Gangley's order, the 9 elders pounced. The tremendous pressure had the Song siblings frozen in panic, unable to move an inch. Yet Zhuo Fan smiled as he flipped the table. Boom! Among the splinters, there was no shadow of Zhuo Fan around. The elders looked around in a daze. He, here I am. The ridicule came from behind. They didn't even have time to turn as an elder's skull blew up in a spray of blood and gore. Zhuo Fan dusted a piece off his hand as he jeered. The first! The elders were speechless from the show of strength Zhuo Fan displayed. He was in the same stage as them and was attacked from every direction, yet he still managed to pull off a kill. The rumors were true. You really are a monster. No wonder 7th Elder died at your hands. Kai Gangley's eyes shivered as he watched Zhuo Fan in fear. Zhuo Fan looked down on him with a smile. And you chose to attack anyway? Hell Valley can't hold me and you think you have what it takes? He, fortune favors the bold. The bigger the danger, the greater the reward. Kai Gangley grinned as he charged with a crazed look. An image of a tiger appeared behind him as he charged. Mid-spirit ranked martial art, tiger fist, roar. The tiger's image superimposed on Kai Gangley's movements. But Zhuo Fan stood there with a sneer and punched out. Bam! The noise was jarring to the ears, and the Song siblings were forced to curl up on the ground while hugging their heads. The tiger pushed Zhuo Fan 10 meters back, his legs leaving 2 trails in the floor while the tiger itself turned into golden motes of energy and died out. Then a blood-curdling scream resounded as Kai Gangley's hand was split open. Clan head. The elders cried out in panic, yet the man only had eyes for Zhuo Fan, watching him in fear. God damn it, what kind of freak is he? How is he so damn hard? From their exchange, he knew he had the upper hand in terms of Yuan Kai, but Zhuo Fan's body was as hard as a rock as if it was freakin' refined to be a spiritual weapon. What the hell are you? Kai Gangley panted. You're no human. Smirking, Zhuo Fan's eyes gleamed with savagery. Regardless, it doesn't concern you. He then took a step forward, mystifying phantom step. He appeared before 3 elders and struck before they could react, burying his fist into their chests. The elders were still baffled as to what happened to their clan head's hand, but now they finally figured out this little devil was inhuman. Where could one find a man who could casually punch through 3 bone-tempering experts? The Song siblings were dumbstruck. Although they had some semblance of knowledge about Zhuo Fan's abilities, this went beyond their wildest imaginations. Zhuo Fan's power allowed him to be in control despite surrounded by experts, even squashing them like bugs. This was absolute power. Everyone present there looked at him with grave faces and terrified minds. Zhuo Fan, I was rash and overconfident in provoking you. Please, on account of Kaianer and Xia OU, let us go and we will never cross paths again. Kai Gangli knew the matter was only going to get worse and capitulated. However, Zhuo Fan wasn't someone who was soft when it came to punishing his enemies. He mocked, Kai Clanhead, I warned you to think twice about the consequences, and as for those two. Zhuo Fan turned to the siblings, since when do traitors have any value? Kai Gangli, are you looking down on me, or do you really expect too much from them? Song Kaian and Song Yu felt deep regret. Luo no, brother Zhuo, we were forced to do it, please. Talk is cheap. Zhuo Fan cut off Song Kaian with his frosty tone. Actions are louder than words. Leave. And make sure we never meet again. Pursing her lips, Song Kaian hung her head in regret while Song Yu sighed. Kai Gangli saw Zhuo Fan unwilling to compromise and blew a gasket. Zhuo Fan, you will regret pitting yourself against my entire clan. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. Can you take me down with you? Zhuo Fan sneered. Kai Gangli's face alternated between green and white, spatting through gritted teeth. Elders all together? Yes, clan head. The remaining 5 elders jumped at Zhuo Fan in unison, each of them resigned to death, executing their best moves. Zhuo Fan knew they wanted to exchange their lives for his, but it mattered little. With a crackle, lightning flashed and his wings unfolded, flying around them. The 5 elders' moves hadn't even finished before they were split in 2, splattering the ground in blood and painting it red. Humph, barely worth the effort. Zhuo Fan scoffed. Whoosh! Suddenly, a faint streak of blue rushed at Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan discovered Kai Gangli sporting a sly grin. He used the elders as bait in releasing his true killing move, this dagger. You think you can beat me with this lousy trick? Zhuo Fan sneered as he flew. Yet just then, a tender cry followed by a graceful figure came right before him. Watch out! Following a grunt, blood splattered, and Song Kaian struggled to stand with black blood flowing from her mouth. Sister! With a wail, Song Yu rushed to catch her weak body. But Song Kaian only had eyes for Zhuo Fan, working hard to muster the strength to look at him. Forgive us, we didn't want it to come to this, Zhuo Fan just sighed. Damn bitch, you ruined everything, I will kill you. Having his plan thwarted, Kai Gangli flew into a rage and charged at the siblings. Snorting, Zhuo Fan's wings flickered like swords. In a blink, Kai Gangli stopped and fell to pieces with blood and viscera oozing. The Kai clan experts were vanquished. Zhuo Fan then started inspecting Song Kaian's wound. He noticed the dagger stuck in her shoulder and black blood seeping around its blade. He pulled it out and frowned. It's poisonous. Poison? Song Yu grew frantic and was close to tears. It must be one of the Kai clan's poisons. I will check their stores to see if they have an antidote. Sister, you must hold on. Song Yu wiped his tears and left. Wait. Zhuo Fan jumped to his feet to stop Song Yu, but a frail hand caught his arm. He looked down at the pale Song Kaian. Don't go. Song Kaian's faint voice came. Zhuo Fan gave a curt nod and steadied her by placing his palm on her back. I only wanted to tell your brother this poison can be removed with you and Kai. Ha ha ha, he is always impulsive, unlike you. A faint smile adorned Song Kaian's wan face and her delicate hand touched his. A pair of glistening eyes locked his own in an unshakable gaze that unnerved Zhuo Fan. He felt as if they were back in the carriage. Worried about her state, he rushed to clear the poison. However, when his Yuan Kai entered her body, he found a problem. Why can't I find its source? This hardly ever happened. Based on his experience, there were 2 reasons. 1, because she never got poisoned, and 2, this type of poison couldn't be sensed with Yuan Kai. He found Song Kaian's health deteriorating and came to a decision. Since Yuan Kai was useless, the second method implied drawing out the poison. But the wound's close position to her chest made it hard not to encroach upon her dignity. This will make it terribly awkward. Chapter 88, Trap. What is it? Song Kaian found Zhuo Fan making an odd expression and asked. After muttering to himself, Zhuo Fan spoke. That is, the only choice is to suck the poison out. Song Kaian understood from his hesitation, and her pale face was tinted pink. Then, sorry to trouble you. Song Kaian's soft voice rang hard in his ears. The delicate and charming look would stir anyone's sympathy. Licking his dry lips, Zhuo Fan ripped her clothes around the wound and exposed her fair skin. Song Kaian shuddered as she closed her eyes with a red face. She knew what was about to happen, but when her clothes tore, she still gasped. Then, 1,000 pardons, Miss Song. Zhuo Fan forced a smile in this awkward situation and neared his mouth to the wound, beginning to draw the poison out. But the longer he sucked, the more doubts sprouted. Why is the blood spicy? Why is Song Kaian's blood normal, as if she wasn't poisoned to begin with? However, he pushed aside all conflicting thoughts and kept sucking to make sure she was out of harm's way, that is, until her blood turned scarlet again. I've taken most of the poison out, so there should be no problems. Zhuo Fan let out a breath he was holding, but his eyes were clouded with more doubts. Then, a smoking hot body hugged him and 2 tender arms curled around his neck. Zhuo Fan was startled. Miss Song, what? Song Kaian's hot breath entered his ear. Zhuo Fan, do you know, I liked you the moment I saw you. Zhuo Fan's eyes darted left and right, his tone wavering. Miss Song, your brother will be here soon. Never mind him. Song Kaian's tongue left a trail on his cheek, making him feel as if a bolt of lightning had struck him. I only want you next to me. She didn't give him the chance to put up any resistance as she drew his head into a hot kiss. As his eyes grew lost, his heart was thoroughly shocked and his mind blanked. He reached the demonic emperor level because he always had cultivation in his mind, taking into account every step, every detail. So much so, he had overlooked the matters between a man and a woman. When Luo Yuncheng and Lei Yuding stole a peck, it floored him, but this time his mind was literally blown. Damn it. I was born twice and a virgin each time, but never did I come upon such a battle. Then, Zhuo Fan's eyes flared with irritation and pushed Song Kaian away. What did you just give me? In his daze, he could still feel something entering his mouth and dissolving. Song Kaian cried as she hit the ground. Then a burst of laughter echoed around him. Ha ha ha, something marvelous, I'm sure. A black figure appeared and threw a large, transparent bell over Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan exclaimed. 4th grade defensive spiritual weapon. Ha ha ha, indeed. This is the Kai clan's treasure, Violet Canopy. The black figure landed in front of Zhuo Fan and revealed itself to be an aged man. His eyes were filled with glee and rancor. You're the Kai clan's profound heaven expert. Zhuo Fan tried to get up, but his head swooned, falling back to his knees. What's going on? Am I poisoned? Ha ha ha, that's a powerful toxin of the Kai clan's soul devourer, the old man mocked. It targets one's soul, and no one beneath Radiant Stage can last more than 2 hours. Even they will die 3 days later without our antidote. Zhuo Fan frowned. The old man saw through him and cackled. You must be wondering how you got poisoned. He, let me tell you. The dagger wasn't poisoned, it was only dabbed in something to change the blood's color. The true poison was on Kaianer's shoulder, which you were more than happy to suck out. 2 more figures walked next to Song Kaian at this moment, Song Yu and Kai Tianlei. Song Kaian and Song Yu appeared to be eaten by guilt, avoiding Zhuo Fan's eyes. But Kai Tianlei stared right at him through the cover he was in with deep-seathed hatred. You killed my dad. I will tie you to horses and have you ripped to pieces. Humph, I've seen my fair share of dishonorable old goats, but your Kai clan's elders take the cake. Zhuo Fan jeered. If I'm not mistaken, Kai Gangli was the bait from the start, expecting me to kill him. In other words, you've all given up on him from the get-go. Having been exposed, Kai Tianlei was left speechless. But no matter how true it was, none of them would dare speak of it. Else he would earn the world's unanimous hatred and reviled gazes when word got out that a rotten son like him threw his father to the wolves all so he could snatch a bounty. Humph, who are you trying to deceive? Zhuo Fan sneered at the old man. You sure know how to play a big hand, using the clan head and 9 elders as small fries. The old man disregarded Zhuo Fan's jab with a laugh. And, I gave up my son, but I still have a grandson. It's all worth it for your head. Once we become Hell Valley's #1 vassal clan, we can have as many elders as we want. We will be stronger than ever. This little loss is nothing compared to the future glory of the Kai clan. Ha ha ha, that's how the ambitious act, shameless. Zhuo Fan praised, then derided them. But in the end, that old mind of yours is too narrow. You're paying such a heavy price only to become Hell Valley's #1 lapdog. You're bound to fail. If it were me, I would become the ruler of the continent with what you paid. Is this kid nuts? Can you even grasp how large the Tianyu Empire is, not to mention the continent? Just another loud mouth. The old man sneered. Now I know why you are so reviled, so set against Hell Valley. You're clearly insane. How can one common man possibly rule the entire continent? Humph, what does an ant know of the human stepping on it? Zhuo Fan shook his head and asked. Oh, I forgot to mention, but I do dab in alchemy myself, you know. If her shoulder had poison on it, I would have known. He, I heard you killed Ugiki. This speaks volumes of your own twisted mind for having fought him. You think we'd use common poison when dealing with you? The old man took on a haughty tone. Soul Devourer is a combination of 2 different medicines. One was on Kainer's shoulder and the other was the one you just swallowed. Was that what she made me take when she kissed me? Precisely. That was also for her own safety. If she hadn't fed it to you, she'd be the one dying. The old man let out a manic grin. To end you, I have scoured every bit of rumor and information about you. Most of all about you sticking your head out for a little girl and offending Hell Valley. I know you're just one big softy inside. How ironic this came to be your downfall. Zhuo Fan mocked himself, who knew my fight with Ugiki was twisted into a hero saving a damsel. Then again, it is true. Also, saving a woman was the first thing I did after I rebirthed. Wasn't it? Shaking his head, Zhuo Fan was this close to labeling himself a lecher. Hey, old goat, you sure employ vicious schemes, no less than Ugiki. Why, thank you. The old man stuck his chin out in pride. Ugiki only had the luck of the draw in being born in one of the 7 houses. If I had such privilege, my achievements would have dwarfed his. Do you know what I'm called? Steel Fettering River Kai Wylan, he. Zhuo Fan had a grin himself. Steel Fettering River, neither good nor bad. The one in your clutches can't beg for life, nor can die. Precisely, Kai Wylan laughed, speaking as if to a close friend. You see, this is the first time you've heard of me, and you can already appreciate my title. No wonder you could beat Ugiki. I would hate to remove that pretty head of yours, but too bad it's worth so much. Think you have what it takes to reap my head? Zhuo Fan mocked as his glabella lit up. Only whoosh, an azure flame revealed itself along with a black smoke drifting out from it. The Soul Devourer was reduced to nothing before the power of this flame. Zhuo Fan took his time getting back to his feet and surveyed the people with killing intent. I told Ugiki something when I killed him, and now I shall repeat it for you. In front of true power, all schemes and ploys are moot. Chapter 89, Cold-Blooded Slaughter. How could this be? Zhuo Fan's casual rise to his feet left everyone astonished, especially Kai Wylan. The Soul Devourer passed on through generations. A radiant stage expert killer was dealt with just like that. What is that? Kai Wylan now noticed the azure flame on Zhuo Fan's forehead and exclaimed, Did that thing remove the poison? The flame vanished the next second, and Zhuo Fan had a wicked grin plastered on his face. Ha ha ha, the dead needn't worry too much. All of them were startled and took a step back. They saw the terror Zhuo Fan could unleash, and his words only worked to unnerve them. But Kai Wylan gathered his courage when he noticed the violet canopy was still around Zhuo Fan. There's no need to worry, the brat is trapped under my spiritual weapon. There's no way, roar. He didn't get the chance to finish his flimsy reasoning as a dragon roar echoed and a black light ran through his chest. With a jerk, Kai Wylan was left bleeding from his mouth. What just happened? As Kai Wylan wiped the blood away, he felt his body growing colder. His life was seeping away, yet he couldn't understand why. He looked towards Kai Tianlei and the Song siblings only to find them staring at his chest. Kai Wylan looked down and discovered a fist-sized black hole spurting blood. He noticed an identical hole at his back, too. It was as if something had burrowed through his chest. How did this happen? Kai Wylan couldn't comprehend what had happened even on the brink of his death, but when he looked at Zhuo Fan, his eyes narrowed. Zhuo Fan was gasping beneath the violet canopy after using close to half of his energy, but his hand was still in the form of a dragon claw. It just so happened that there was also a fist-sized hole in the canopy, aligned with his chest. Only now did the horror and dread of what transpired got to Kai Wylan. Monster! To force your way through a fourth-grade spiritual weapon with only your body strength. Bam! His body hit the ground hard. His eyes were still shocked and incredulous of what came to pass. Zhuo Fan killed him in an instant despite being trapped. Not even a profound heaven expert could display such power if they were in Zhuo Fan's place. He is an abomination that will end my clan. Along with the fear Kai Wylan felt, there was now endless regret. Ah! Song Kaiyan cried in terror while fleeing. Kai Tianlei and Song Yu's knees softened, shivering all the while they ran alongside her. Gasping, Zhuo Fan showed a vile smile of delight. Wraith-style second move, Ghostly Dragon Claw. Among the profound ranked martial arts, Zhuo Fan could only employ one move fully, yet it still sapped half of his strength. But the power makes it all worth it. The Wraith style was suited to a body cultivator. The stronger the body, the more outrageous the blows. However, the end result exceeded Zhuo Fan's imagination. It was a perfect match for his fifth-grade demonic treasure body. At first, he only thought of giving it a shot in breaking the fourth-grade spiritual weapon. Yet the result showed that the spiritual weapon was like paper in front of the ghostly dragon claw. He. I was right in my course of action. Since my freaky body refining worked, a stronger martial art was only fitting. Zhuo Fan revealed a radiant smile. Then his wings whipped out with a flurry. Rumble! The broken violet canopy turned to pieces, and Zhuo Fan eyed the trio in the distance with coldness. His wings flapped, and he was on them in seconds. He then blocked their retreat, and the trio stumbled to the ground with pale faces. Go ahead, run. Zhuo Fan's vile smile was a prelude to the horror that followed. Let's see who's faster, me or you. Why, young Master Zhuo, the Kai clan was blind not to see your greatness. You killed my grandfather and my dad, please let me go. Kai Tianlei was so scared by Zhuo Fan's twisted grin that he was pounding the ground with his forehead, all the while shedding bitter tears. Zhuo Fan gave a faint smile and hoisted him by his neck. Now that you said it, it's best I kill you too, to accompany them in death. Black tendrils left Zhuo Fan and burrowed into Kai Tianlei. In but seconds, Kai Tianlei was turned to dust, scattered to the four winds. The Song siblings were close to having a mental breakdown witnessing such a gruesome murder. Zhuo Fan smiled. Is there anything you want to say at this point? In the end, it was Song Kaiyan who spoke through trembling lips. Brother Zhuo, we were compelled. The Song clan is a minor clan and can't offend even the Kai clan. Let my life douse your anger, but please leave the Song clan our last heir. Sister. Song Yu's tears flowed unabated as Song Kaiyan looked at him with tenderness. Zhuo Fan shook his head with a mutter. You are just like them, with your clan in dire straits and compelled to lower yourself. He then turned around and looked at the wide sky with a sigh. I wonder what they are doing right now. Wonder if my actions brought them more hardships. Are you speaking of Luo clan? Song Kaiyan ventured. Zhuo Fan smiled. Indeed. You are so much alike that it makes it hard for me to do this. The siblings broke out a faint smile, but then came Zhuo Fan's cold tone. Such a pity, there is one part you are different in. Whoosh! Zhuo Fan's wings whipped, and the siblings' heads traveled through the air before plopping on the ground. What made it even eerier was the faint smile of forlorn hope. You two are far shrewder. Zhuo Fan jeered. You two knew from where I come from and enacted such a heartfelt play thinking I was a moron. This is where you diverge from their demeanor, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan left, uncaring of the corpses or the consequences, not even of the wails coming from the Kai clan's home. A month later, 3 figures landed in the Kai clan's manor. They were dressed in gray, and their leader was Hell Valley's second elder. He watched everything with a calculative eye and muttered, "How come the Kai clan is so quiet? Humph, they have the nerve to say that they have clues about the runt, and when we come, there's no one here at all." Another elder curse. What is a mere second-rate clan trying to pull? Second elder huffed and then shouted, "No, there's something wrong here." Third elder, fourth elder checked the surroundings. Moments after they left, a cry came from the back of Kai clan's manor. "Second elder, third elder, come and take a look at this." Both of them appeared in a blink, but the sight left them speechless. What used to be a garden was now a cemetery housing 1,000 dead bodies in a towering pile. The rot assaulted their noses and painted an even gruesome picture with the swarm of flies around it. That punk is savage. He killed the whole Kai clan. Second elder spat. The other two were overwhelmed by the image of a kid ripping apart fleeing people and came to realize they were a far cry from his level when it came to viciousness. Such cold-blooded slaughter of an entire clan only came from offending the Tianyu Empire or the Seven Houses. Second elder grew frantic. "Elders, handle the corpses so that no one finds out about this." "Why?" "Fool, if anyone comes to know of the dread this runt can instill, who else will muster the nerve to search for him?" Second elder cursed. "Humph, Kai Wylan liked to flaunt himself as an equal for our seventh elder. He must have planned on taking the kid down all by himself and earning the reward. Look at what greed does to people. Overconfident fool." Scoffing, second elder left as a towering flame rose behind him. It swallowed the manor and the corpses, leaving only the ashes of the renowned Kai clan. An elder gazed upon the raging fire and asked, "Second elder, what now?" "We separate." The look in second elder's eyes hardened. "The three of us will go different ways. One of us is sure to be on the right track." "What about the fourth direction?" The elder frowned. "If not for Grand Elder being in seclusion, the four of us would have been enough." Second elder shook his head. "There's no need to concern ourselves with that direction. It leads to Drifting Flowers City. If the brat dares to step foot in it, he'll have to face the fifth elder." Then he flew away. The other two elders also picked a direction and left. What was left behind was a desolate and eerie place, void of people. So came to pass the #1 clan in Orchid City, destroyed to the roots. Chapter 90, Scapegoat. The spring breeze rustles the shore's willow. I am riding in search of pills. One does not know the one he is facing, all because he can't gaze beyond his nose. This was the singing voice of a youth who was driving his cart slowly on a road. If the Kai clan's recently departed ghosts were here, they'd be shocked to the core. Wasn't this their carriage? Wasn't the youth Song Yu? Didn't he die? However, there was one thing out of place. This youth had a devious grin on his face, enough to scare the most wretched ghosts. His smile closely resembled that demon who annihilated their entire Kai clan. Huo. The youth reined in the horses as he gazed to the distance. At the 3 words emblazoned on the gate, Drifting Flowers City, I'm here at last. I hope this place has life-saving herbs, or it would be a true waste of time coming here. The youth grinned as he snapped the reins. But a shout delayed him. "Stop!" Following the yell, 6 people appeared around him. The youth gave them a once-over and rose an eyebrow. "Hell Valley. Oh, quite perceptive. You recognize us?" The leader scrutinized the youth in amazement. "From the way you look, you seem like some clan's young master. State your name." The youth asked in puzzlement, "Shouldn't Drifting Flowers City be managed by Drifting Flowers Edifice?" "Why?" "Cut the chat." A cursing voice cut him off. "Hurry it up before I lose my patience. If this place didn't belong to Drifting Flowers Edifice, I would have killed you just from you being so slow on the uptake." The youth frowned, his eyes flashing with killing intent before suppressing it. "I am Song Yu and hail from Nitrain City's Song clan. Father commanded me to participate in the 100-pill meeting. This is my clan's seal." He fished out an engraved jade from his bosom. The leader looked over it and nodded. Meanwhile, his men rummaged through the carriage and they too nodded. "Fine, you can go. But if you catch sight of this man, notify us at once." The man gave the youth a sidelong glance as he handed over a roll of paper before leaving. Once the men were out of sight, the youth regarded the unfolded paper with a sneer. It was the Hell Kill order on Zhuo Fan, along with an impeccable drawing of his features. On the bottom of the paper, rewards were stated. Anyone who provided clues to his whereabouts could become a vassal to Hell Valley, and whoever brings his head could become the foremost among all of Hell Valley's vassal clans. Humph, they really can't see beyond their nose. How can you find someone you don't even recognize? He mocked as he rolled the kill order into a ball before throwing it away. Indeed, this youth was Zhuo Fan. After damning the Kai clan, he was aware that everyone in the Tianyu Empire would be privy to his face. So he refined a little pill that turned him into Song Yu and resumed his way to Drifting Flowers City. This would work wonders in searching for treasures unperturbed by narrow-minded fools. And wearing the Song clan young master's identity would also leave Hell Valley grasping straws. As he entered the city, he realized how grand it was, a perfect match for the headquarters of Drifting Flowers edifice. It was a city, true, but it was 10 times more expansive than an average city. By contrast, Windgaze City and Blue Expanse City looked like towns. Especially when it came to the people on the streets. There were many young masters of clans wandering about, but the difference was they were all from first-rate clans. These young heirs were more important than the clan head or elders of a third-rate clan. This made the third-rate young master, whom Zhuo Fan was impersonating, look like a beggar. With a bitter smile, he snapped the reins for picking up speed. He'd best find lodgings fast, or he'd feel dwarfed in this crowd. He assumed that posing as Song Yu was a walk in the park. But now that he got here, he knew that third-rate clansmen were a rarity, as most of the people in the city were from the second- and first-rate clans. Instead of blending in, I became the odd one out. Zhuo Fan's carriage creaked down the street before finally stopping in front of a tavern. "Owner, do you have a room available?" Zhuo Fan asked the man at the counter. The man looked up, then returned to counting his profit. "Hey, now you really aren't looking beyond your nose." Zhuo Fan was getting irate fast and slapped the counter as he roared. "Do you have a room or not?" "You think I don't have the coin for it?" Looking up at him again, the owner said in a laid-back manner, "Show me the clan seal." Zhuo Fan was a bit shocked at this. Even a shop owner asks for it now, but he still chose to take it out. The owner got one look at it and jeered. "Yeah, just the Song clan, a third-rate clan." "And what's wrong with that? Didn't you open this establishment to make money? Are mine unwelcome here?" Shaking his head, the owner patted Zhuo Fan's shoulder and, impersonating a wise sage, he counseled. "Young man, there's a rundown hut 3 miles out. It won't charge you a dime." Zhuo Fan blinked in shock, then rage burned in his eyes. "Owner, even I know those are the slums. Even if I come from a third-rate clan, I am still a guest in your tavern and should be treated as one." The owner sighed but didn't pay him any more heed. Then sudden laughter drifted over. "Ha ha ha, Song Yu, you hick. You came for the 100-pill meeting without even knowing the rules of Drifting Flowers City." Zhuo Fan's heart seized. How come the first place I visit, someone ends up recognizing Song Yu? He saw a flashy young master coming down the stairs with 4 elders in tow, bone-tempering experts. That person himself was at the 5th layer of bone-tempering stage. On his left was a cute young lady, not a beauty but one worthy of appreciation. But the lady only looked at Zhuo Fan with despise. Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes as his mind was going a mile a minute in his curses. "Damn brat. You got what you deserved. I spent half a month traveling with you, yet you didn't say anything about the ones you know here. I should have seen this coming." In any case, the young master saw Zhuo Fan keyed up and laughed. "Brat, are you still a scaredy cat? No wonder my little sister doesn't like you." As if on cue, the lady snorted. Zhuo Fan licked his dry lips in embarrassment and said, Brother is quite right. Since you do not welcome me, I shall leave." "Hey, wait." Just as Zhuo Fan was planning on leaving, the young master called out to him, his face tinted in suspicion. "Strange. Something is off with you today. What brother this and that? Why are you calling me in such an odd way?" Zhuo Fan secretly cursed his bad luck, thinking he was exposed. If that happened, Hell Valley would come storming in and his plans would go up in smoke. All the more reason he was itching to snap this punk's neck. "Oh, right. The young master interrupted his inner cursing by coming up with a seamless explanation. Don't tell me you're still mad that Wanner turned down your marriage proposal and ruined your self-esteem. Are you so petty to be still brooding over it after all this time? When he heard this, Zhuo Fan's eyes sparkled and his heart leaped. It was as if he was grasping straws while drowning and finally found purchase. He instantly changed his demeanor and faked anger. Humph, don't mention it then. We are done here. I don't want to see you guys ever again. Sai, this is where you are wrong. Why are you dragging me into yours and my sister's problems? The young master shook his head, then his eyes shifted as he said in an understanding tone. Don't forget we are close as brothers, lifting our spears together and together, he. This Zhuo Fan understood perfectly. The way he looks, he must be a second-rate clan's young master. How did Song Yu get to befriend him? And by the looks of things, they're buddy-buddy too. Then again, this might not be so bad. Only Zhuo Fan's lascivious smile mimicked his, he. A real man doesn't boast about his past glory. You don't need to say it. What? I last longer than you by far. I can take 8 rounds while you only 5. The young master then made an obvious gesture towards Zhuo Fan. If not for his sister's presence, he'd be going in much more gory details. Sigh, those 3 days and 3 nights were a bliss. Zhuo Fan saw his intoxicated face and adjusted accordingly. Though the lady there stated her disagreement with her disgusted reply, gross. She then proceeded to walk out of the tavern and let the 2 perverts to their vile imagination. Chapter 91. Chit-chat. Zhuo Fan and the young master were like best pals now, chit-chatting what all young men talked about those days. This worked to Zhuo Fan's advantage, finding all the particularities regarding Song Yu's past. Dong Tianba belonged to an average-sized town's leading clan, considered a second-rate clan in the empire, but far stronger than the Song clan. Not too long ago, Dong Tianba's father sent him on business to Nitrain City, where this young master hit it right off with the dastardly Song Yu. The moment Song Yu found that his friend was from a second-rate clan, he took it in stride, drinking and going to pleasure houses, not forgetting to act the haughty part that deigned his new position, and all of this alongside his friend. It went so far that Dong Tianba was even planning on giving his sisters, Dong Xiaowen, hand in marriage to Song Yu. Song Yu was close to going crazy from joy, as that was the greatest gift any from the Song clan would want. As all was set and done, he went straight to proposing. Unfortunately, Dong Xiaowen was the only daughter of the Dong clan, the apple of her grandfather's eye, so how could he let Dong Tianba decide her fate? As a result, when his grandfather found Song Yu's social standing, his dastardly moral talent, the grandfather catapulted him out of his home and even rebuked his grandson. As for Dong Xiaowen, she never forgave her dear elder brother for bringing up such a proposal. I am your sister and you want to throw me to that pig. He is a greedy slacker. While the Dong clan saw Song Yu for what he was, a sorry excuse of a man, Dong Tianba found him as his dearest of friends, going out with every chance he got. What greedy slacker? He is true to himself, unlike those hypocritical gentlemen. Dong Tianba recalled that encounter with a smile, feeling he let down his dear friend in Nitrain City. It was also thanks to him for having notified the Song clan of the 100-pill meeting that they sent Song Yu to the gathering. He hoped Song Yu would use this chance to climb the ranks and dismiss the Dong clan's despising glances. With a bit of luck, the Song clan would be under Drifting Flowers Edifice's care, and the Dong clan would have nothing to say if he asked for Dong Xiaowen's hand again. Zhuo Fan gave a bitter smile at the side. This is one odd elder brother? The rotten Song Yu just invited him to a drink a couple of times, and he is ready to throw his sister in the former's lap. If I were the Dong grandfather, I would have tanned his rear to a paste. Furthermore, how come you push your sister on others you like, while you yourself are unmarried? Zhuo Fan shook his head, worried over the happiness of the Dong clan and Dong Tianba's sister. Even the 4 elders behind them were red-faced with humiliation from having such a weirdo for a young master. They even looked around at times to make sure no one heard him. Zhuo Fan sighed, birds of a feather flocked together. Bro Song, Dong Tianba beckoned him with a strange smile. "Where's your sister?" Zhuo Fan replied. "She left after bringing me here. I made sure to personally see her off." He had an ineffable smile when he said personally, but it went over Dong Tianba's head, who was downcast, and I really wanted to gaze upon Miss Song one more time. I would have long sent the dowry if not for my old man refusing to have anything to do with your clan. Ha ha ha, the world houses countless beauties. Bro Dong needn't hang on just one. Zhuo Fan smiled. My sister doesn't deserve you. Look around. There are countless girls in Drifting Flower City to feast your eyes on. Sigh, Bro Song, you wouldn't understand. You can't touch any of the girls here. Dong Tianba made sure no one was around before whispering. Don't you know that the Drifting Flowers edifice is unique among the 7 houses for only having women? For 1,000 years, they had men marry into their house. This is a place where women reign. Does that mean you can't even chase girls? Dong Tianba had a deep look this time. Bro, how come I feel like I know you less and less? Don't you know chasing and harassing have different meanings? Zhuo Fan laughed in dismay. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Bro Dong is a genius. Ha ha ha, we both are. Didn't we used to swap pointers? How could you forget? Must be from the blow my sister's refusal gave you that you succumbed to your vices. Zhuo Fan nodded repeatedly. Dong Tianba was an oddball, but quite true to others. Talking with him all this time made Zhuo Fan feel at ease. By the way, Brother Dong, what other rules are there, like this tavern? Almost forgot. Dong Tianba spoke in a heavy tone. Because of the massive influx of people throughout the 100-pill meeting, the Drifting Flowers edifice has laid some rules regarding lodging. The third-rate clans are to stay in the poor district, the second-rate clans in the taverns, and the first-rate clans are welcomed by the 15 floor keepers. The 7 noble houses. There are people from the 7 noble houses here? Zhuo Fan raised a question. Dong Tianba nodded. That is only natural. The 7 houses might be plotting and scheming among each other, but Drifting Flowers edifice is neutral. It is expected for 2-3 houses to be here, welcomed personally by the edifice lord. At the very least, Hell Valley is certain to be here. Zhuo Fan gasped. That explained the Hell Valley's disciples at the gate. They weren't purposely placed in every city for searching him in particular, but because they followed someone important from their house to participate in the 100-pill meeting. The one who must be representing Hell Valley had to be an elder, or maybe their valley lord, who came from Hell Valley. Zhuo Fan asked frantically. Wrinkling his brows, Dong Tianba shook his head. But then a man burst through the door huffing. Young master, the young miss is in trouble. Dong Tianba jumped to his feet and rushed with the 4 elders. Zhuo Fan was right behind them. They arrived at a market. There were many people standing at the sideline in silence. A fine and charming lady stood in front of a stall, holding a delicate piece of jewelry. Her phoenix eyes darted towards the crying woman on the ground. Dong Xiaowen's cheeks were swollen as tears streamed her stinging face. Anyone there would realize she was slapped, and not just once or twice. Dong Tianba hurried to help his sister as he roared. Xiaowen, what happened? Who did this? Brother, let's just go. Dong Xiaowen held in her sobs while taking a side glance at the stuck-up lady in red. Who said you can leave? The lady said with malice. Her sharp eyes stabbed like swords and made Dong Xiaowen shiver. I told you to slap yourself 100 times. Aren't you skipping some from 30? No matter who you think you are, I can make your whole clan burn if I want to. Crestfallen and shivering, Dong Xiaowen started slapping herself, and her already swollen face began growing redder and bulgier along with the tears of humiliation. Dong Tianba grabbed her hands and snapped. Xiaowen, stop. Why are you doing this? Brother, it's all my fault. Dong Xiaowen cried. I wanted to buy that item, but she... Dong Tianba heard it clearly even if her voice trailed off. He turned his flaming eyes of rage to the lady in red. I get that you wanted to take the jewelry from my sister's hand, but why do you have to be so heavy-handed? Ha ha ha, I asked her politely, but she kept being rude to me and didn't know what's good for her. The lady mocked and threw the jewelry to the ground in spite. Now I lost all interest in it, so how can I not teach her manners for this? The lady's naked contempt made Dong Tianba spit words through gritted teeth. Bitch, I will make you regret this, or my name isn't Dong Tianba." He then went charging over. With how the lady was but in the 9th layer of Kai condensation, his power was more than enough to deal with her. Unfortunately, a gale stopped him as a white figure flashed in front of him. Bam! The noise echoed around as Dong Tianba was sent flying into the air, and in his previous place landed a handsome youth in white, fanning himself. 7th layer of bone tempering stage. Such a disciple was considered the cream of the crop among the 7 houses. Zhuo Fan's eyelid trembled and his feet moved. Dong Tianba and his 4 elders were nowhere near enough to deal with the newcomer. If he was impassive, this pair of siblings would experience a world of hurt today. But if he did act, he would earn a world of trouble, affecting his plans. But this bitch was too ruthless. She was asking for a beating. Not even he, a demonic emperor, could take this lying down. When all was said and done, some things couldn't be held in. This was his demonic path, chapter 92, only a game. "Dandin, what happened?" The white youth turned a blind eye to Dong Tianba and focused on the red lady. She, on the other hand, had only naked disdain for the Dong clan. "Nothing of importance, just some blind dogs yapping at my feet. Oh, they must be truly ignorant to offend Peony Edifice's Grand Miss Zio, ha ha ha." The youth mocked. His words caused widespread shock, especially to Dong Tianba. "What? The Peony Edifice, belonging to the Drifting Flowers Edifice?" Dong Tianba looked towards his terrified sister in a daze. That was why his sister was so set on bearing this humiliation. No one from the 7 noble houses could be offended, or one's entire clan would go extinct. "Wanner, how?" Dong Tianba sighed at his tear-stained sister, feeling how wronged she was. Zio Dandin couldn't care less for their plight and glared at Dong Tianba. "Weren't you about to hit me?" "Well, what's stopping you?" Dong Tianba's body shivered and started to regret his transgression. "I was at fault for not noticing your grandeur and offending Miss in my rash action. Please pardon me." "Pardon, how are you guilty?" Zio Dandin sneered. "You just said that I coveted your sister's item and then humiliated her. Sticking out for her is only normal, but do you have the strength to back it up?" Gnashing his teeth, Dong Tianba cupped his hands. "Miss lesson is that I am powerless and still dared to strike." He then slapped himself 6 times and his face swelled. The people around shook their heads. Stumbling upon any from the 7 houses was bound to bring humiliation to your entire clan. Humph, such filth, not in the least bit entertaining. Zio Dandin grinned. Why are men such cowards, lacking the basic metal to stand tall? Then she came up with a great idea that brought a smile to her lips. "Brother Tianyu, why not have some fun with him?" "Dandin, what are you suggesting?" The youth in white smiled. With a sweet smile, Zio Dandin replied, "This kid must be quite fond of his sister. You're quite able in martial arts and such an understanding character, so this should be convenient for you. If you can shred that girl's clothes under the protection of those 5 bone tempering experts, she's yours to indulge in. The Drifting Flowers Edifice will even turn a blind eye." "What?" Dong Xiaowen shivered and Dong Tianba's eyes were bloodshot. This was no longer picking on others, but disgracing. Even if they were from the 7 houses, this was something the common people wouldn't stand for. Yet the youth in white waved her proposal off. "Dandin, you've gravely misunderstood me. I come from Merry Woods, but that doesn't imply that I'm lecherous. You're making it hard for me to accomplish your request, ha ha ha. Your expression doesn't seem to be saying so." "Fine, I don't mind it at all. So what are you worried about? I'll be yours next July anyway. You'll still get to join the Drifting Flowers Edifice regardless." The youth in white rose an eyebrow, then turned an appreciative eye over Dong Xiaowen. He, since Dandin requests it, I must comply. But keep in mind, this is only a game, so don't go settle the score later." "Despicable!" Zio Dandin rose the corner of her mouth. The youth in white walked towards Dong Xiaowen, who shivered at each of his steps. "Ha ha ha, I am Lin Tianyu of Merry Woods, a future son-in-law of Drifting Flowers Edifice. As you heard, I'm not lecherous and an insufferable bully. It is you who offended my future wife and have to be punished for your transgression." "Young Master Lin," Dong Tianba said in pain. I am well aware of misgame, and I would like to know if, by some fluke, we can stop your advance. Lin Tianyu just let out a mocking laughter, and Xiao Dandan replied instead, If you can, then this matter will end here, and we shall never have anything to do with each other. Then please forgive this offense. Dong Tianba roared, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit, having heard what he wanted. Yet Lin Tianyu's contempt only grew. Good eyes, but... Whoosh, a figure flitted by, and Lin Tianyu was already behind Dong Xiaowen. His hand even held the delicate clothes of the latter. Too bad you're so weak. Ah, Dong Xiaowen cried as she covered her shoulder in tears. She was wearing 5 articles of clothing, and one was gone just like that, revealing the white and delicate skin beneath. Dong Tianba turned in shock. Lin Tianyu's speed was incredible, but Zhuo Fan only smirked. This kid is in the 7th layer of bone tempering stage, but his power is only in the 6th layer. His focus must be on speed. This was a typical case of putting the cart before the horse. No matter how fast you were, if you couldn't harm your opponent, it was useless, and he was already weaker than others by 1 layer. The more he'd advance, the more the gap would widen. To Zhuo Fan, such a cultivator was no different from a cripple. No wonder the merry woods sent him to marry into drifting flowers' edifice. However, this was privy to an expert's eyes alone. Dong Tianba was nowhere near that level, as he was even standing around scared from the display of speed. Elders, surround my sister. Dong Tianba shouted at the 4 elderly. They immediately formed a circle with Dong Xiaowen in their center, their eyes fixed on Lin Tianyu. With a vicious smile, Lin Tianyu said, It's no use. The 5 of you won't even see my shadow. A series of booms were heard, and Dong Xiaowen cried out once again. Her 2nd article was removed, even under heavy guard. Dong Tianba couldn't accept this outcome. They were both in bone tempering stage, yet there was such a gap between them. Ah, what a soothing perfume. Lin Tianyu sniffed hard at the clothing in his hand and was intoxicated by the fragrance. If the 2nd clothing is so refreshing, I'm eager to know how Miss Underwear is like. Dong Xiaowen let out a shiver and cried in fear, Brother, I will definitely protect you. Dong Tianba mustered his courage with a roar and set his eyes on Lin Tianyu's every move. Although he wished to marry her off to the useless Song Yu, it was because he knew the later wasn't evil. However, anyone who dared to harm his sister would earn his wrath. Are you done? Hurry it up. Seeing Lin Tianyu showing his true colors, Xiao Dandan spat with revulsion. Lin Tianyu nodded while tucking the clothing in his chest and vanished. The next moment, his hand was holding another piece of clothing, and with it, Dong Xiaowen was shamed even further. Plop. Dong Tianba fell to his knees, powerless and helpless. He is so fast that I can't even see him. Wanner, forgive me, your brother is unable to protect you. Dong Tianba sobbed. Dong Xiaowen watched him in sorrow and closed her eyes, resigned to her fate. The 4 elders were also aggrieved. In this game of cat and mouse, they were left without any dignity. It would have been better to die than suffer like this. Then sudden footsteps were heard and a figure overshadowed Dong Tianba. He looked up, only to find Zhuo Fan looking at him. A bro Dong, how about you leave the last try to me? Who are you? Xiao Dandan cut Dong Tianba off before he could speak, scratching his nose. Zhuo Fan pointed at Dong Xiaowen. Ha ha ha, I'm her husband? What? Seeing the widespread shock, Zhuo Fan rushed to explain. No, she is my wife. What's the difference? The crowd exclaimed. Scratching his head, Zhuo Fan mused a bit and explained. Well, I did go to her clan to propose but was refused. Does that make me an ex-husband? What ex? You were clearly kicked out. Everyone looked at him in contempt. Xiao Dandan even mocked. Fine then, another bone-tempering moron won't change a thing. Plus, seeing your dearly beloved ravaged before your eyes is even more appealing. Ha ha ha, I don't mind as long as Dandan doesn't. One more would hardly matter, Lin Tianyu boasted. Standing back up, Dong Tianba looked at Zhuo Fan gravely. Bro, you don't need to involve yourself in this. Ha ha ha, bro Dong, we aren't strangers, but close pals. Of course, I'll help you. This earned a nod of approval from the people. I knew you are a good man who knows loyalty. Dong Tianba was moved to tears. Only Zhuo Fan then gazed at Dong Xiaowen with a smile of reassurance. "Don't worry, he won't touch you ever again." She thought Zhuo Fan was using this chance to take advantage of her, but his clear eyes evoked unknown feelings in her heart. Zhuo Fan now turned to Lin Tianyu and stuck out his hand. "Come." Lin Tianyu's smile of mockery froze on his face and was soon replaced by rage. He felt Zhuo Fan was looking down on him. Chapter 93, Speed. "Damn punk, what a load of gall you have. Once I'm through with her, I'll deal with you." Lin Tianyu stared down Zhuo Fan with killing intent. As a man from the 7 noble houses, everywhere he went all he saw was respect and envy. So a person like Zhuo Fan, who had only contempt, had to be put down. This was an unwritten law of the Tianyu Empire. Dong Tianba sensed his killing intent and sighed at Zhuo Fan's fate. "Ha ha ha, bro Dong shouldn't waste time with a clown." Aware of the change in the atmosphere, Zhuo Fan still sported a casual smile. It was spoken low enough to seem nonchalant, but loud enough to let everyone in on his words. Everyone knew who he was hinting at, but none saw it coming from a first layer of bone-tempering cultivator. Only a fool would mock the 7 noble houses. The people started to pity Zhuo Fan's imminent and gruesome death. "Ha ha ha, brother Tianyu, a fool just ridiculed you." Xiao Dandan felt the atmosphere was lacking, so she added oil to the fire. Lin Tianyu was now filled with hatred for Zhuo Fan. "Humph, a retard's words won't affect me. I'll just swipe him away once I'm done with the girl." He then stepped forward. A fierce wind blew and vanished, but his laughter never stopped banging on the other's ears. "Ha ha ha, only the last article remains, and then I will get to truly appreciate this lady." Dong Xiaowen was curled up in fear, her hands tightened on her last shred of dignity. Dong Tianba and the 4 elders made a tight circle around her. However, Zhuo Fan stood there impassive, as if it had nothing to do with him. Suddenly, Lin Tianyu appeared before Dong Xiaowen and reached for her last article with a grin. He, I won? Think again?" A snort reached his ears. He didn't even get the chance to react when a fist smashed into his pretty face. He went tumbling through the air and smacked the pavement before he could get his bearing. When he got up from the ground, his cheek was already swollen. What just happened? The two were so fast that the onlookers didn't see a shadow. They only heard 2 loud sounds, and then came Lin Tianyu kissing the ground. Zhuo Fan also appeared, his hand outstretched above Dong Xiaowen. "You got him?" Dong Tianba was stunned. When not even himself and his 4 elders could save his sister, this kid managed to save the day. Putting aside the fact that his first-layer bone-tempering cultivation held more power than a 7th layer, his speed alone was inconceivable. In a casual manner, Zhuo Fan rubbed his presumably sore fist. "Something just came towards my fist. Owie, it stings." His words startled everyone, and Dong Tianba even began to laugh. "Ha ha ha, great, bro, how did you do it? I couldn't even see him." "Do you even need to see?" Zhuo Fan rose an eyebrow and sported a vague smile. "Isn't his target obvious? If you build a wall next to her, he's bound to bump into it." It was so obvious now that everyone could think of it. They were so focused on Lin Tianyu's speed mastery that they were led by the nose. But even with his impressive speed, his target was Dong Xiaowen. All they had to do was keep their eyes on her. This simple reasoning almost made them tear up. "Amazing," an elder praised Zhuo Fan. "Young Master Song is really a genius worthy of our young master's admiration." "Ha ha ha, see little sister. Don't I always say bro Song is a man of ethics and talent? If it wasn't for him, you'd never have escaped this predicament." Dong Tianba laughed as he lifted the weight off his heart. Dong Xiaowen blushed as she conveyed her thanks and appreciation to Zhuo Fan through her eyes. Waving it off, Zhuo Fan made eye contact with Dong Tianba. "Bro Dong, can you stop? It's not up to you how it ends." Picking up on his gesture, Dong Tianba walked before Xiao Dandan with a smile. "Miss, we were lucky to have stopped this youth. I'm sure a disciple from Drifting Flowers Edifice wouldn't cross her word, so let us end it here. I will be taking my sister now." With a deep bow, Dong Tianba was about to leave. "Wait." Xiao Dandan eyed the crowd and gave a lopsided grin. I will forego this matter, of course, but too bad brother Tianyu isn't too fond of that idea. Humph, in all my life, I've never been punched so hard. Lin Tianyu stared with killing intent. I am not one to pick on people, but this game has yet to entertain me enough. I would have to ask you all to keep me company throughout the end. What? While the others were lamenting inside, Dong Tianba shouted in anger, and when will the game conclude? It'll be over when I say so. Lin Tianyu sneered. This came as a terrible shock to the Dong clan. Wasn't it the same as saying it wouldn't end until they'd have no dignity left? You're too freaking petty to even take a loss. Zhuo Fan scratched his nose and tightened his fist. Seems I can return this with courtesy. He didn't want to blow this matter out of proportions any further, but this rotten couple didn't know when to stop. Ha ha ha, this barbaric game is fun. Let me join too. Zhuo Fan laughed. He attracted the eyes of everyone, and also Dong Tianba's confused look. Zhuo Fan, however, didn't care about them. I used to play such a game with Bro Dong not too long ago. I ripped his woman's clothes while he ripped my woman's. The first to finish got the woman. Right, Bro Dong, Zhuo Fan hinted. Dong Tianba quickly woke out of his stupor and nodded. But it seems this game isn't completely fair. You get to tear my woman's clothes while I have no target. Lin Tianyu mocked. You think you are all-powerful just because you landed a lucky punch? Ha ha ha, wishful thinking, Zhuo Fan spoke flatly. Young Master Lin, are you scared, or perhaps whipped? Chuckles resounded all around, Xiao Dandans included. Despite being fearful of the 7 houses, everyone cursed them behind their backs. Lin Tianyu was livid but still deferred to Xiao Dandan by looking her way. Frowning, Xiao Dandan spoke plainly to Zhuo Fan. It seems besides Zhuo Fan, there are more and more people cropping up who slight the 7 houses. But do you have what it takes? If you can take even one article of clothing from me, I will kick brother Tianyu out and marry you instead. Xiao Dandan's challenge first came as a shock, then forced laughter spread as everyone came to realize the gap between the two. The 7 houses reviled those beneath them. How could they even entertain the thought of accepting a nobody into their house, as a groom no less? With an evil smile, Zhuo Fan blinked. Miss Dandan, be careful of what you say, lest you'd end up crying. You're the one who's going to wail. Xiao Dandan stuck out her chin. All right, enough talk. Get ready, I am about to start. Lin Tianyu roared over their conversation. Dong Tianba was getting into position, but Zhuo Fan waved him off. Ha ha ha, since I talked about fairness, only I will be defending Dong Xiaoan, lest he'd use it as an excuse to be even more shameless. Bro, Dong Tianba cried, but nodded in the end. I'll leave my sister in your care. He then took his elders to the side. Miss Dong, do you trust me? Zhuo Fan stared at Dong Xiaoan. She jumped, but nodded in the end, realizing the repulsive lecher from before was replaced by a reliable young man. Zhuo Fan grinned. Great, enjoy the show. But just then, a cackle came into their ears. Ha ha ha, the last article is mine. Dong Xiaoan curled up in fear, but Zhuo Fan was as calm as ever. He even had a mocking smile on his face. Bam. A crack resounded, and Lin Tianyu didn't even get to touch Dong Xiaoan as he was sent tumbling in the air before hitting the pavement again. He was filled with shock. You could see me. As he turned around, Zhuo Fan's eyes were cold. Whoosh. With a crack of thunder, Zhuo Fan appeared behind Xiao Dandan. His hand flashed and her dress was torn apart. You call that speed? Zhuo Fan's mockery shocked the crowd. This kid is an expert. Chapter 94. What goes around comes around. How could this be? Xiao Dandan watched the drifting cloth in shock. How could she not know her future husband's strongest point? Mary Woods was known as the Wind House, known for having the fastest speed in the empire. Not to mention, Lin Tianyu chose to abandon power for even more speed. He reached such a mastery that even a peak bone tempering expert would be left in the dust. However, a low-level bone tempering brat did the unthinkable and managed to surpass him. Not only was Xiao Dandan incredulous, but so was Lin Tianyu. His face was frozen in shock as no words could leave his mouth. As for Dong Tianba's group, they were slack-jawed, particularly young Master Dong, who knew Song Yu for ages. Never once had he displayed such outstanding features. Yet here he was, a third-rate clans member winning against a seven houses disciple. Everyone became silent, with all eyes focused on the proud Zhuo Fan, their words stuck in their throat. Grinning evilly, Zhuo Fan sniffed and said with satisfaction oozing from his voice, "Miss Dandin, you truly are an amazing beauty, evident from this fragrance. I will never forget this soothing smell for as long as I live." Xiao Dandin stared at him with a red face. Lin Tianyu was turning green, his heart bleeding from hatred. "Bastard, you dare harass my wife in my presence. Do you take merry woods for nothing?" Taking a side glance at Lin Tianyu, Zhuo Fan grinned inside and flashed before Xiao Dandin. She then cried in panic when Zhuo Fan hugged her. She tried to resist, but was a moot effort against Zhuo Fan's cultivation. "Damn brat, what do you think you're doing?" Lin Tianyu roared. Zhuo Fan watched the red-faced Xiao Dandin and raised an eyebrow in challenge. "Miss Dandin, I'm not as flimsy as that weak lord. I've always learned to take the initiative with a woman. My actions were a bit rude to you, miss. So you can hit me or curse me, but I'll still do the same." Xiao Dandin was glaring at him, yet her heart stirred. Zhuo Fan's pushy attitude was worlds apart from Lin Tianyu's flattery. This feeling was so new to her that she didn't know where to place it. "Rotten brat, let go or you'll be sorry." Zhuo Fan was courting his woman before his eyes and even before the public, something that Lin Tianyu could not bear any longer, but Zhuo Fan was far from done. He pulled her closer instead, eliciting a charming cry from Xiao Dandin. It made any male on the scene feel their pulse quickened, swallowing dryly and sporting wide and nasty grins. Meanwhile, the women around blushed. Lin Tianyu's face was ashen, wishing to tear Zhuo Fan limb by limb. Snorting, Zhuo Fan raised a taunting eyebrow. "Brother Lin, isn't this a game of your own accords? Since time immemorial, the winner receives everything while the loser ends up with nothing. If Brother Lin wins, you'll have two women. If not, well..." Zhuo Fan patronized, then turned to blow his hot breath in Xiao Dandin's ear. "Miss Dandin, if I win, please be so kind as to kick this man out and make me your guest." His tone was soft, yet his words traveled far, particularly stabbing into Lin Tianyu's ears. However, this wasn't what struck his core. It was Xiao Dandin's blushing and faint nod. Zhuo Fan had given another wave of shock to the crowd, and many were now eyeing him with envy. Damn rotten bastard. He snatched a drifting flowers edifices girl right out of that flimsy Mary Woods disciple in minutes. His skill is worthy of being a pioneer in the sacred art of chasing skirts. If I had such skill, I would also take a drifting flowers edifice girl for myself. Lin Tianyu trembled, his lips leaked a trail of blood. "Bastard, you've taken this too far? Ha ha ha, what of it? What goes around comes around. Next time, if you're lucky enough to win, then speak." Zhuo Fan's wicked grin wasn't in the least bit heroic or worthy of his conquest, but it made everyone's heart shiver. While the women were swooning, Lin Tianyu had a belly full of hatred. Zhuo Fan's incessant mockery was trumped by stealing his woman. This exceeded his bottom line long ago. "Son of a bitch, once I peel your girl's clothes, I'll finish you off." Lin Tianyu appeared before Dong Xiaoan. She cried in fear, but Lin Tianyu's evil clutches didn't arrive. A slap cuffed him over the ear into the ground. When he looked up, Zhuo Fan was back next to Xiao Dandin, continuing to mock. "Miss Dandin, that limp noodle lost again. I'm afraid I will have to relieve you of another article." A rip was heard and an article left Xiao Dandin's body more exposed. Zhuo Fan lifted her chin. "Miss Dandin, please, don't blame my uncouth act." Her charming eyes rolled and her face turned rosy, playing coy. "Can't you be more gentle? Ha ha ha, I am uncouth and unmannered. This is something that won't change for as long as I live." Zhuo Fan shook his head. Lin Tianyu's eyes were bloodshot and looked as though he was about to spit fire. "Rotted bastards, both of you?" Lin Tianyu went for Dong Xiaoan again with the same result. Zhuo Fan made sure to even slap him 5 times for good measure, and it resulted in Xiao Dandin's turn to loosen her clothing. Yet the lady hardly cared, making Lin Tianyu's coals of anger burn hotter. With but one flimsy and thin piece left on Miss Zio Dandan, Zhuo Fan's grin turned maniacal. "Brother Lin, final chance? If you fail now, Miss Dandan is mine." "Wretched filth, you dare mock the 7 houses." Lin Tianyu spat, the ire in his heart having grown out of his control. Yet, oddly enough, he was clear-headed enough to understand Zhuo Fan's speed overwhelmed him, so he chose another angle, using Mary Wood's name. But why would Zhuo Fan care when he even had the nerve to kill Hell Valley's elders? As a result, Lin Tianyu's words only worked to goad Zhuo Fan further, who, under Lin Tianyu's rage-filled eyes, landed a kiss on Zio Dandan's cheek. "Ha ha ha, I'm about to be Drifting Flowers Edifice's son-in-law. Why the hell would I be afraid of your goddamned Mary Woods?" "Isn't that right, my lady?" Zio Dandan was so far gone, accepting anything he was throwing at her, that she nodded without remorse. Ah, it would seem Lin Tianyu had had enough and charged at the couple. He even went as far as cursing at his revered Zio Dandan. "Bitch, you are both a bunch of dogs. I will send you both to hell." He made a hand sign, and a green gale gathered around his legs. The sharp whistling spoke of its deadly power as he kicked at them. He had foregone using his prized speed in favor of stealing victory by force. Mid-spirit ranked martial art, razor kick. Zio Dandan cried in shock. "Lin Tianyu, the gall of you to try to kill me right in Drifting Flowers Edifice's city? Humph, for a skank like you, I will do the world a favor by killing you both." Zio Dandan was now afraid after noticing the killing intent in his eyes. She was only in Kai condensation stage, while Zhuo Fan was in his first layer of bone tempering stage. It was not possible for him to take on such an attack. However, Zhuo Fan just mocked. "Brother Lin, is this your final struggle? Oh, how pathetic." Zhuo Fan's arm snaked around Zio Dandan's waist while his other acted as a shield. Bam! The green gale lashed at Zhuo Fan's arm, but the sounds coming out of it was that of screeching metal. The kick didn't even scratch his arm, though his sleeve did turn to shreds, revealing an all-glorious and perfectly chiseled arm. "This can't be." Lin Tianyu seemingly crazy as he muttered. "You're a body cultivator. How can you be so fast?" With a mocking smile, Zhuo Fan simply replied, "Who told you that we can't also train in speed? Trading off power for such measly speed will only be done by a dumbass like you." Zhuo Fan's eyes evoked killing intent that turned Lin Tianyu into a shivering mess. He didn't get to react as Zhuo Fan kicked him on the head. Blood spurted, and Lin Tianyu felt a sharp pain digging its way into him. He let out one final wail before his eyes lost their light and slumped on the ground. None of the people could believe their eyes. A simple kick finished a 7 noble houses disciple, who had a 6-layer advantage over his opponent. The fight ended not in praise of power or speed, but rather mockery towards Mary Woods. "Miss Dandan, did you see that? I don't discriminate. I am as uncouth and rude to men as well. If your fiancé lives, he still won't see reason. I hope you do not blame me for this." Zhuo Fan acted like his crime never happened and resumed flirting with the lady. Zio Dandan watched him enamored and blinked in joy. "You've done perfectly. With you around, why would I need that trash for? Don't you worry, you'll soon join Drifting Flowers Edifice, and Mary Woods won't be able to lay a finger on you." "Ha ha ha, thank you, Miss Dandan, for your care, just that." Zhuo Fan eyed Zio Dandan's last vestige of dignity. "According to the rules, for your fiancé to lose, I'd have to pry out the last article." With a coy and blushing face, Zio Dandan wrapped her soft, lily-white hands around his neck. "Brother, I am soon to be yours. If you want my body, you'll have to wait till tonight." "Or do you want the people to see everything?" Ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan scratched his nose after looking at her delectable body. Then Zhuo Fan's eyes turned sharp and startled the flirting woman. "Humph, weren't you listening? What goes around comes around. This goes for you too." Zhuo Fan reached for her last piece, and Zio Dandan was filled with fear. Would she have any face left to walk into Drifting Flowers Edifice if she went naked in the middle of the city? Suddenly, a loud shout came, "Stop!" and 2 blue silk ribbons drifted over. Zhuo Fan's hand froze in shock. A Profound Heaven Expert? Chapter 95. Bewitching Whispers. Two blue silk ribbons shot towards Zhuo Fan. He thought of dodging, but he dismissed that idea. Despite not unfolding his wings, his speed was beyond the bone-tempering stage, thus allowing him to one-up Lin Tianyu. This was a shock to everyone, but not unlikely to happen. In the case where his speed was to match a profound heaven expert's, that would label him a monster. Across the vast world, he might be the sole person with such a deviant degree of body refining. It was tantamount to telling everyone who he was. I'll have to gamble. One ribbon tightened around him and made any movement impossible. There, he reminded himself, I just need to showcase how strong I am, but within limits. Unlike that known deviant, Zhuo Fan, who could kill a profound heaven expert, the other wrapped Ainz Audioverse in a protective embrace. What followed next was the arrival of the owner of the ribbons. The people lowered their heads in respect, as did Dong Tianba and his sister. Zhuo Fan only gave her a rough glance. She was a lady in her 30s, wearing a thin veil over half her face, yet incapable of hiding her grace, and with how high her cultivation was, it garnered even more respect. While she walked with light steps, her eyes were solely focused on Ainz Audioverse. She extended a dainty finger and tapped Ainz Audioverse's forehead. Yuan Kai entered Ainz Audioverse's body and made her shiver, while also taking away the redness in her cheeks. What? Where am I? Ainz Audioverse looked around in confusion, but when she saw Zhuo Fan, it all came back in a flurry of images. She cried in shock and her face went beet red. How could I have done that? Silly child, you can't even tell when you were tricked. The woman in blue shook her head, then her eyes snapped to Zhuo Fan. Little brother, if you are intent on chasing after drifting flowers edifices, girl, you can chase them using your skills. But don't you think using bewitching whispers is demeaning and vile? Zhuo Fan praised her in his heart. She's quite perceptive. Bewitching whispers affected a person's mind so that the user could lead his victims to do whatever he wanted. This was how Zhuo Fan got hold of Ainz Audioverse so easily. This little trick wasn't a demonic cultivator's secret skill, but not anyone could employ it. First of all, the user's soul had to be strong, which made most of the demonic cultivators beneath profound heaven's stage unable to use it. And because this skill had limited power, most demonic cultivators did not train to use it. Ergo, the number of people aware of bewitching whispers were few and far in between. Yet here was one woman who knew its effect. Zhuo Fan grinned, Lady, I have no intention of chasing Miss Dandon. This is only for the sake of teaching her a lesson. Senior aunt, don't listen to this runt. He dared to humiliate me and looks down on drifting flowers edifice. Ainz Audioverse was raging as she recalled the scandal she partook in. Even tears started swelling in her eyes. However, the blue woman eyed her coldly and shouted, Quiet, haven't you had enough of disgracing yourself? Then turned to Zhuo Fan. I would have long ago put you in your place if not for knowing you had a good reason for using that foul skill to charm a woman in Drifting Flower City. The woman then turned her attention to Dong Xiaoan and spoke an apology. Miss, Dandon was spoiled by her master. I will make sure to punish her. Please don't take it to heart. Ah, I would never. Dong Xiaoan was startled. The lady in blue smiled as she flew, and two ribbons took Ainz Audioverse and the unconscious Lin Tianyu. But Ainz Audioverse didn't forget to glare at Zhuo Fan with loathing. Zhuo Fan, though, did not care. He was thinking of the blue lady's last brief look she gave him. Thanks to Zhuo Fan's strong soul, he managed to sense it. Was I just found out? Zhuo Fan frowned as he watched her leave. Brother. Dong Tianba came with the rest to Zhuo Fan to express his gratitude. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, the Dong clan's name would have been sullied. Damn it, none of the 7 houses' domain is safe to linger for long. Big brother song, thank you. Dong Xiaoan tightened the thin clothing on her body and spoke shyly. Not paying attention to any of this, Zhuo Fan spoke with a frown. Bro Dong, who was she? Dong Tianba's tone was grave. Drifting Flowers Edifice's first overseer, the Iris Edifice's kin caking. Ha, such luck that the one we met was the Iris overseer. She is honorable and kind. She is known to never pick on clans and other disciples. But if it were Peony Overseer, with her fickle personality, she would have released her wrath on us. I see with her cultivation, it is no wonder she is an overseer. Zhuo Fan took a deep breath and ripped the ribbon to shreds. Bro, how are you so strong? That was Iris Overseer's ribbon imbued with her Yuan Kai. How did you break out of it? Dong Tianba watched Zhuo Fan as though he was viewing a monster. I feel like I don't know you anymore. Laughing, Zhuo Fan waved it off and took out a small bottle. The Song clan is third-rate, but we have our ways. Look, this is our body-tempering pill. It's all thanks to this that my body is so strong. As if body-tempering pill is only a fourth-grade pill. It's not outstanding enough to make you stronger than a seventh-layer bone-tempering cultivator and break out of a profound heaven expert's restriction. Dong Tianba's expression remained impassive. Zhuo Fan smiled. It wouldn't be a secret method of the Song clan if anyone could refine it. You think I'd join the 100-pill meeting if it weren't for this? Dong Tianba was starting to believe him after hearing Zhuo Fan continue to praise the pill. But what they didn't know was that these were only lies made up by Zhuo Fan. Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan was feeling vexed. He could not understand why kin-caking did not expose him if she knew who he was. Did she go to call for help thinking she could not defeat him? If that is the case, then staying here would be all the more dangerous. She could be asking for backup, Zhuo Fan said frantically. Bro Dong, I have some urgent matters to take care of. Let's talk at a later date. Sigh, I haven't given my proper thanks, how can? But before he could finish, Zhuo Fan was already meters away waving his hand as he left. Dong Tianba was startled but sighed in the end. Bro Song truly is husband material. Wanner, you must be regretting your refusal by now. Brother. Dong Xiaowen rolled her eyes, but still peeked at Zhuo Fan with clear and emotion-filled eyes. Meanwhile, at the Drifting Flowers edifice in the guest hall, a charming and enticing woman in red sat in the lounge. She wore a thin veil, obscuring her most prominent features. But it couldn't hide the fire in her eyes that could stir the coldest heart. She was a true vixen. On her left was a middle-aged man, with even whiter hands than hers. He was stroking his goatee, but his eyes rested on her every curve. The woman in red rolled her eyes and smiled. Elder Lin, do I have something on me? Cough, Peony Overseer must be joking. The old man faked his cough and showed an embarrassed smile. I can't help but wonder, why isn't the exalted edifice lord present and it is the Peony Overseer who is welcoming me instead? He, is Elder Lin not satisfied with me? The lady fluttered her eyes at him. Her gesture almost stole the elder's soul away, finding it difficult to reply. Peony Overseer is very considerate and kind and ha. Humph, I came here to join the 100-pill meeting, not to see you two flirt. An angry snort came from Peony Overseer's right, a red-haired elderly. Since the meeting hasn't started, I'll be leaving. I have important things to take care of. Hell Valley's fifth elder, why are you so vexed? Peony Overseer smiled. The meeting will commence upon the edifice lord's order. The great houses have yet to gather, so it is only natural for it to take a while longer. Peony Overseer, don't listen to this old goat grumble. These days, Hell Valley was sacked of its 3 elders by a mere brat. They lost all credibility, so how could they have the patience to participate in the 100-pill meeting? Right now, 5th elder must be thinking of new and ingenious ways to skin that punk alive. Or maybe the anxiety of having his poor little elderly life in danger got him wound so tight he has been jumping in his sleep. It must be torture, ha. Only, Lin Zishan, screw off. I wonder how many elders Mary Woods would lose if they met that brat. 5th elder slapped the table and glared at the middle-aged man. Lin Zishan also stood up and returned a glare without fear. Wanna fight? Their power was on full display and sparks could fly at any second. But laughter interrupted their staring contest. Ha, how rowdy. If you guys want to fight it off, count me in. Chapter 96. Vicious Pill King. Those words were made by a man in a green robe entering the guest hall. His hair was green, his eyes were green, and even his beard was green, painting a particularly strange image. He had a violet gourd strapped to his waist. His appearance caused Elder Lin and the 5th elder to show respect. Master, you are amazing beyond words. Not even Hell Valley and merry woods dare utter a sound in your presence, ha ha ha. A youth in his 20s came following behind the elder. He was at peak bone tempering stage. Yet, his tone lacked the respect and manner one should have when talking to the 3 other people present there. The trio's faces turned ashen. Their anger was slowly rising, but they held their tongue. This scene would shock anyone. 3 profound heaven experts were mocked by a bone-tempering pup, and they didn't even retort, despite the rude tone. 5th elder, who was known for his quick temper, was also silent, a scene that even his disciples would find it hard to imagine. Elder Yan, you should mind your disciple. He doesn't seem to have any manners. Is this how a junior speaks to his elders? 5th elder said unhappily. Yet the elder in green caressed his beard with a smile. Hell Valley's 5th elder, why argue with a child? It doesn't befit your status, ha ha ha. Exactly, you're totally not acting as a senior should. So why should I treat you like one? The youth's brash voice was tinted with mockery. 5th elder shivered and his face turned red, itching to pry this fool's head from his body. But he forced his anger down and resumed to clenching his fists. With a crack, a piece of the table was vaporized. Lin Zishan eyed the 5th elder's anger and secretly sighed. He had some reservations when looking at the elder in green as he forced a laughter. Ha ha ha. I'd never guessed such a small meeting will bring together 4 of the 7 houses. With Elder Yan attending, the meeting will run smoothly. He, Lin Zishan, you don't need to give me lip service. I know none of you see me eye to eye. But who told you to name it as the 100-pill meeting? You think it's worthy of the name 100 Pill if I, Vicious Pill King, is missing in attendance? The elder in green didn't give Lin Zishan any respect, and even mocked him to the point. Lin Zishan turned his head away. Peony Overseer was livid, but on top of her anger lied a deep, seething hatred. Elder Yan Song, Peony Overseer spat. Drifting Flowers Edifice doesn't seem to have extended Pill King Hall an invitation. So why have you graced us with your uninvited presence? Ha ha ha, Peony Overseer, you're as fiery as ever. With his eyes flashing green, Yan Song snorted. In the Tianyu Empire, I can go wherever I want with no one daring to oppose me. Now that I'm here in your Drifting Flowers City, are you going to kick me out? You... She was poised to attack, but Lin Zishan stopped her. Peony Overseer, calm yourself. Eyeing Yan Song cautiously, Lin Zishan sighed as he gave her a look. Before Edifice Lord comes, be careful of devolving the situation. Peony Overseer snorted, turning her body away, easing Lin Zishan's worry. Ha ha ha, Peony Overseer is like a lass, so spiteful. So it is a wonder to me how you still became an overseer. Master, you were right. A bunch of broads can never accomplish anything. Drifting Flowers Edifice is the worst of the 7 houses by far. The youth ridiculed. The eyes of the 3 turned sharply. Vicious Pill King is too arrogant, and his disciple belittles anyone he sees. Their friendly conversation was interrupted when a sound came from outside the door. Little brother, Drifting Flowers Edifice may have only women, but it has stood strong in Tianyu Empire for a millennia. It has its own principles. It is not something anyone can criticize. A beauty in blue floated in, the Iris Overseer, kin caking. Senior sister, you're back. Peony Overseer cried, regaining her confidence. Where did you go? We have someone barging uninvited, and I am powerless to stop them. Peony Overseer's eyes snapped to Yan Song, but kin caking simply smiled. Shouldn't you be taking care of your precious disciple instead? I once told you to raise your disciple better, not to disgrace Drifting Flowers Edifice's reputation. Who did she offend? Shaking her head, kin caking simply clapped. 2 female disciples brought Zio Dandan, who was still wrapped in the blue ribbon. With her curves full on display, she earned the youth's fiery gaze. Then 2 more disciples brought an unconscious Lin Tianyu. Tianyu. Lin Zishan jumped next to him, then his look was filled with murderous desire. Who hurt him? The youth cut her off before she could reply. Master, is that kid's injury grave? He, that's putting it mildly. If not dead, then a cripple. The culprit sure had no restraint. Yan Song enjoyed others' misfortune. The youth laughed in ridicule. Mary Wood's disciple can't even take a hit, and his master is no different either. Lin Zishan gnashed his teeth, glaring at the youth. Qin Keqing smiled. Little brother is wrong. The one he met was an even younger man, whose strength is above all the 7 houses' genius disciples. Little brother is Elder Yan's disciple, but even you will meet the same fate. The youth frowned, filled with rebuke. Qin Keqing secretly smiled. Senior sister, why didn't you bring him? Is he stronger than you? Peony Overseer jerked. Shaking her head, Qin Keqing said, Perhaps not, but you know how I am, staying outside others' affairs. If someone messed with my disciple, I'll intervene, but... Qin Keqing sighed as she looked at Xiao Dandan. Dandan, you explain, and be honest. I already know everything that transpired. Yes, senior aunt. Xiao Dandan sobbed a nod, then retold the events. The people there sighed at the conclusion. Not for the humiliated Dong clan, though, since none of the 7 houses gave a damn about these people. They were considered slaves in their eyes, and their disciples were of the same mind. Some might be even more ruthless than Xiao Dandan. It was only thanks to the Drifting Flowers edifice's restrictions on their disciples that made them far more restrained. What was on everyone's mind was Zhuo Fan's conduct. Not only did he end the humiliation the Dong clan received, but turned the humiliation back at Xiao Dandan and her fiancé. With such a savage method, 5th Elder couldn't help associating him with a familiar figure. Didn't his actions resemble that of Zhuo Fan who killed the 7th Elder? He stroked his beard as he stated, Ha ha ha, what is wrong with the Tianyu Empire? With Zhuo Fan as the origin, many more are starting to belittle the 7 houses, assaulting our disciples again and again. If we don't keep them in check, none will fear us. He, isn't it all because of Hell Valley's incompetence? You have yet to find that insolent brat, too. You're making us, the other 6 houses, look bad. Yan Song mocked. 5th Elder wasn't angry as he turned to the youth behind him with a smile. Yeah, it's all our fault. But for an elder to step into a disciple's conflict, isn't it more shameful? Lin Zishan, too bad you didn't bring another disciple to take revenge for Tianyu and save that Dandan girl's reputation. The youth jumped in front of Xiao Dandan before Lin Zishan could reply and took her arm. Come with me, I will avenge you. And with that short declaration, the two were gone, causing the 5th Elder to show a broad smile. Insolent, that brat has no manners at all. He even ignored my presence and took my disciple away. Peony Overseer's lip trembled in rage. Yan Song waved his hand as he walked off. Ha ha ha, in this world, a woman's fate is to land in a man's arms. Drifting Flowers edifice wouldn't have lasted so long without this. When Yan Song was gone, the 5th Elder's eyes squinted as he too took the initiative to leave. That old fool must have also sensed it. Peony Overseer was confused. Why is everyone leaving? Lin Zishan frowned, eyeing Qin Keqing with a profound gaze. Iris Overseer, are you certain that troublemaker isn't that demon Zhuo Fan? What? He's Zhuo Fan? Peony Overseer jerked. Qin Keqing's eyes showed a peculiar light. I am unclear. The kid is outstanding, but not enough to kill Profound Heaven experts? Maybe he is faking it. Lin Zishan then laughed. I see now why even Vicious Pill King is impatient to watch the fight. If he really is Zhuo Fan, his disciple is as good as dead. At that time, Yan Song will make a move. However, his lips traced a cryptic curve. Qin Keqing finished. It is unclear if Zhuo Fan can kill a man viler than even Yugiki. After all, he is called the Vicious Pill King for a reason. Lin Zishan nodded with a mutter. I just hope he is Zhuo Fan. Chapter 97. Scourge Woman. Under the faint rays of dusk, Zhuo Fan was venturing alone through the city. He seemed to be at ease, but his mind was hard at work. He was spreading his soul to his surroundings for detection purposes. Yet after such a long time, no expert appeared in sight. Maybe I'm reading too much into this. Maybe my cover isn't blown, Zhuo Fan whispered. As he strolled around, he ended up around a street with rundown buildings. This place housed people like Zhuo Fan, those from third-rate clans. Hey, this is my area, take your things out of here. Cut the crap, I came first. What's yours? Get lost. Kid, you dare talk back to this young master. Do you know who I am? Humph, why would anyone care? If you think you're so great then, how did you end up here? These events played out everywhere, the third-rate clans claiming a new dwelling as theirs. This was a place where the weak were despised. Yet ironically, even these weaklings who were discarded in this dump fought among each other. Humph, what a pathetic bunch. This is why third-rate clans can't amount to anything and deserves to be in the slums. Zhuo Fan spoke in a harsh voice, no longer paying them any heed. He walked further in and found the shabby buildings on both sides have already been taken. Everyone eyed him with open hostility, afraid he'd want to fight them over their lodgings. This seemed like a common occurrence here. Zhuo Fan scoffed. His every action was only to further his own goals. Fighting over a house disgraceful to him. Unfortunately, he found no place vacant as he wandered around. Do I need to fight for a bed? It is much better to take the sky as my roof. Zhuo Fan suddenly halted. His eyes watched the house before him with skepticism. Then he looked at the people around oddly. At the end of this row of shabby houses, there was one building that looked to be in better shape, yet no one lived in it. With how rowdy the crowd was before now, there was no sign of anyone around. Frowning, he turned to the people fighting in doubt. Why are you foolishly fighting? Can't you see that empty house? Humph, you're the fool. If you want to die, go right ahead. Someone was quick to snap in derision. Zhuo Fan was baffled, but one man was kind enough to advise. Brother, you can stay at my house if you'd like. I will make room for you, but you mustn't step foot in that one. Why? Sighing, the man explained. You are new here, so you don't know. The owner is a scourge woman, her body riddled with disease. Many have disregarded this warning and chose to live there. Even though they stayed far away from her in the back of the house, they all died 3 days later. Yeah, not even beggars would stay there. And because of lack of space in the drifting flower city as the 100-pill meeting approaches, we were sent to this dump. Goddammit, isn't Drifting Flowers edifice the ruler here? Why don't they just take out this scourged woman once and for all? Zhuo Fan snorted inside. If that woman was disease-ridden, he had to see it firsthand for himself. You all are standing outside yapping on and on. None of you dare to take action and still want to send someone else in to kill her. It was obvious who were the true scourges. Ignoring the senseless chatter, Zhuo Fan was walking straight to it under everyone's gaze. Brother, do you have a death wish? My life is boundless. Zhuo Fan waved him off. Whether plagued or poisoned, while other people heated in anxiety, he was worryless. Demon transformation art could absorb anything in this world, even this disease. The closer he got to this plagued district, the colder it became. This made Zhuo Fan frown. He found no plague here, but abnormal changes that could only come about from an array. Who's there? Zhuo Fan followed the shout to see a girl before a broken-down house in rough linen staring at him. The girl may be dressed in coarse linen, hiding her form and face, but her pure eyes caught Zhuo Fan off guard. He swore he never saw such mesmerizing eyes in his life. What beautiful eyes! Zhuo Fan admired. The girl's cheeks turned a tint rosier. Her eyes lowered a bit but still had the same coldness. Who are you? Who told you you can come in? I am Nitrain City's Song Yu, arriving here for the 100-pill meeting. Because of my third-rate clan status, I can only stay here. Zhuo Fan cupped his hands, smiling like a gentleman. The girl frowned, her tone harsh. Then stay in another house. Aren't you afraid of death by coming here? I believe death is unimportant. I saw how selfish and despicable the people here are acting and couldn't recognize such men as my neighbors. I would rather choose death in this peaceful place. Stop lying. Think I'd believe your sophistry? She huffed. Helpless, Zhuo Fan made a heartbroken face. Lady, I'll be honest. All the people before are stronger than me, and I can't beat them. If you throw me out, I will die at their hands. To such a sound argument, the lady nodded, believing it somewhat. But Zhuo Fan switched tones way too fast, which caught her off guard and caused her to be suspicious. Her tone grew colder as she asked, You're afraid of being beaten to death, but not afraid of me. Do you know who I am? I do, of course I do. Zhuo Fan bobbed his head. I heard them say there is a scourge woman here. That must mean you, but I would rather get diseased than die beaten. As they say, a flower should be allowed to roam free. Quiet, don't try to play smart with me, the lady snapped, her eyes darting around in thought. She pointed her white finger to a broken house. "Sleep there, but you are to never wander outside at night or you will die." "Yes, lady, I promise." Zhuo Fan nodded, and when he looked up, she was gone. He narrowed his eyes, and his revering gaze now turned to one of coldness. I couldn't see through her cultivation. Did she reach the radiant stage? Or maybe she's a common person. But how can a common person hold such a tone before a bone-tempering expert? Humph! How amusing! Zhuo Fan's mouth perked up into a grin and entered his house. "You must be up to something, since you forbid me from going out at night." "Then I will do just that, and find out what you're hiding." Zhuo Fan went to meditate. Time trickled by, and the night cast a cloak of darkness over the slums. A sudden ripple came from the slums, followed by a sharp decrease in temperature. Zhuo Fan shivered and muttered, "I was right, it is an array." His hand flashed and revealed a small bottle. It contained the same pill he used in All Beast Mountain Range, an energy-concealing pill. Whoosh! Zhuo Fan flicked it into the air, and a flash of red came from his body and swallowed it. The ethereal blood infant made Zhuo Fan give off a wicked smile. Not even a radiant stage could find it now that it ate that pill. "Go!" Blood infant went through the walls and flew deeper into the slums, reaching the furthest area. That place was in ruins that formed an odd array. The lady sat upright in its center, deep in meditation. The bright moonlight, with its extreme coldness, entered inside the array, then her body, while the rest chilled the slums. With each ray of power from the moonlight she absorbed, her body grew a sheen layer of ice. Then, a green flash from her forehead pierced through the ice and slowly faded away. Each time that happened, the lady's eyelids trembled as if in great pain. Third-grade array, a moon array. Zhuo Fan sighed and withdrew the blood infant. He now understood why the previous people died. He thought it was because of the Scourge woman's vile conduct or her disease. But after he saw it, he knew that it was neither of those. She was only treating herself. The ignorant people approached her, and the moonlight's yin energy ravaged through their meridians, and that damage eventually killed them. Moon Array allowed one to absorb the moon's yin and cultivate, but spending too much time in it would throw one's inner balance out of whack. Yet, this Scourge woman had no intention of cultivating. She was just using the moon's yin to suppress the poison inside her. Unfortunately, this was not without side effects. As yin gathered inside, her meridians would start to deteriorate, and one day she would become a cripple. The more she tried to contain the poison, the more violent it would be when she couldn't hold it in check any longer. It could even take her life. Such a scene caused even the great demon cultivator, Zhuo Fan, to feel pity for the lady. Just what poison was so deadly that needed such an extreme method to suppress it? Chapter 98, Playing the Fool. At the first ray of dawn, the moon hid back behind the forest while the sun was rising to take its rightful place in the sky. In its shine, the ice on the Scourge woman thawed. The lady opened her eyes and sighed with exhaustion. "Lady." A cry of shock came from Zhuo Fan, holding fruits to his bosom as he staggered towards her. The Scourge woman jumped to her feet and waved the leaves to cover the array. Then she snapped a glare towards Zhuo Fan. "Didn't I tell you not to wander about? What are you doing here?" Lady. You didn't say anything about going out during the day." Zhuo Fan acted oblivious to the array beneath him, pointing naively at the sky. The Scourge woman was stunned, then blushed. She rebuked, "If you are to stay in this place, you must remain in your quarters even through the day. Or I'll kick you out." "Eh?" Zhuo Fan shuddered from the heavy injustice that befell him. He hanged his head and walked away with remorse, but then he turned to leave the fruits before the woman. "Lady, I find your complexion to be slightly pale, so I picked these this morning. Please take them. And thank you for letting me stay." Zhuo Fan sighed and trod away. He made himself out to seem as though he was a particularly bleak figure, filled with loneliness, who had suffered a dash of injustice. The woman turned from him to the fruits, and her heart softened, picking one up. Zhuo Fan's back was towards her, but his soul gave him full knowledge of her every move. He let out a devious grin. So long she picked just one fruit, it proved he had made a breakthrough to her heart. Next, he needed to stick to her for as long as possible to find out the poison that had cursed her. There's a fine line between godly medicine and abominable poison. As the 100-pill meeting hadn't begun yet, he had no clue where to search for rare ingredients. Since he had the time, who knew if he might get something from sticking close to this scourge woman? He. Women are the best swindler and, ironically enough, the easiest targets. Zhuo Fan snickered inside as he slumped away from her sight. Noon. The scourge woman was doing her usual routine, sitting upright on a rock, absorbing the sunshine one breath at a time. A sudden hubbub pierced her ears, disturbing her inner peace. With fire in her eyes, she marched to the source. She watched a throng of people raving, "Kill him, beat that lousy punk to death." She approached doubtfully and witnessed Zhuo Fan wrestling with a stocky third-layer bone tempering expert. She shook her head ready to leave, but Zhuo Fan yelled at the top of his lungs, "I won't let you insult her. She is a good person. Screw you. That scourge woman killed numerous people already, and you still dare to take her side." The stocky man he was fighting against punctuated his reproval with a slap. But Zhuo Fan was stubborn as a mule. He was mocked, roughed up, shamed, yet his eyes never lost their will to fight. "Humph, she's been living here long since you came barging in. Before then, some people die to God knows what, and you people start slander the lady. Can you even call yourself a man? Hey, this kid is asking for it. Finish him off." "Yeah, letting him live will invite disaster upon us. He is just like that scourge woman wanting to kill us all. But before he kills us, we'll just have to take him out." "Kill, kill!" The crowd began chanting like madmen. The scourge woman saw this unfold with a shiver as anger started to well up in her eyes. "Stop!" A crisp shout rang in their ears, even over the thunderous roars of the mob. They turned in shock, then shivered in fear, staggering away. "It's the scourge woman. Watch out, everyone, or she'll infect you if she gets too close." In an instant, the people around started to run off. Even that bone-tempering expert dismounted Zhuo Fan's prone figure and fled in fear. The scourge woman walked straight to Zhuo Fan and helped him stand. She only eyed the crowd around them, then brought him back to the plagued house. The mob sighed in relief and wiped their sweat as they watched them go. "Split the money," a sudden shout echoed. The people gathered around again, and at the center was a pile of glittering spirit stones. The dazzling show of light struck the core of everyone. Damn, this must be more than 10,000. Wasn't that kid from a third-rate clan? How did he get so rich? Hey, stop poking your nose in others' business. Who cares if he wants you to beat him up as long as you get paid? This must be around 50,000 spirit stones. That young master said each can take 1,000, not a stone more. I got it. That fellow wants that scourge woman, so he wanted us to make a play. He is playing with fire. Who in the hell would go after a woman plagued with disease? Bam! But his words were welcomed with a flurry of blows. The man turned in shock at the angry, stocky man. "He told you to not speak of this once you get your cut. If just one of you has loose tongues, all of us will end up dead." What's so scary about a rich kid? Even if he might be from a second-rate clan. The first guy was still trying to justify himself, but the stocky man's slap left him traveling through the air. "Bastard, I told you to shut up. You can't even begin to imagine what that young lord will do to us if this gets found out." The stocky man's inflamed fists trembled with fear, recalling the scene of a man turning to ashes before him. Zhuo Fan let only him witness the almighty power of fear. The others were oblivious to his devious and poisonous acts. Nonetheless, since this stocky man was the strongest among them, if he was scared, he would share the fear and keep his words in mind. In a flash, they clamped their mouths and left after taking their share of spirit stones. On the other side, the scourge woman took Zhuo Fan to the broken-down house. A small bottle appeared in her hand after seeing his bruised-up and bleeding body. She ordered in a rather cold voice, "Eat it." Zhuo Fan knew it was a healing pill, but he turned his head away. How could those useless bone-tempering men even dent his perfect fifth-grade demonic treasure body? His wounds were self-inflicted to stir pity in the scourge woman's heart, and if he just ate the pill, the woman would just take off. So he put up a tough front like a spoiled brat. The woman, however, was perplexed. What, scared there's poison? I am not afraid of staying with you. Do you think I'm afraid of you poisoning a pill? Zhuo Fan huffed. Didn't you tell me to get lost? Why did you save me then? The Scourge woman eyed him deeply. Then, why did you still try to defend me before those people? Weren't you afraid of being beaten to death? If I had arrived just 1 second later, you'd have died. Zhuo Fan laughed inside. He knew that after a full night spent on absorbing the moon's yin, the following day would be used on absorbing the sun's yang to warm her meridians. If not, even the strongest of experts could not withstand the corrosive yin energy raining havoc through their body. When he did his rounds around the area, he knew the spot she picked for absorbing yang. It was all a matter of staging a good show with his fellow neighbors. Not even mild-tempered people could keep away from the ruckus once their meditation was interrupted. In layman's terms, it all went according to Zhuo Fan's foolproof plan to breach the Scourge woman's psychological barriers and accept him with all her heart. Zhuo Fan turned his head and stared right in her eyes until her own eyes faltered away. He spoke with emotion. My mother said, eyes are a window to one's soul. There's no way a person with such beautiful eyes possess an evil heart. And you also let me stay. You definitely have a good heart. If those people slander you for murder, how could I stand by and not defend your name? Zhuo Fan's open bootlicking was filled with childish naivety, lacking the feeling of deception an adult would have. If a lady heard it, she wouldn't loathe this childish behavior. On the contrary, they would like it even more. That's the secret to capturing a woman's heart, not using flowery and sweet words, but to stir her motherly side. This epiphany came to him after talking with Dong Tianba. He used to feel Dong Tianba and Song Yu were simply mighty silk pants. Though their chasing skills were vile and repulsive, it still achieved results. Therefore, he was using the same methods. It's true the world is filled with wondrous trades. Everyone's a master in something. The effect was obvious. The Scourge woman's cheeks tinted red and snapped. Silver-tongued? But the eyes, though, now showed acceptance. Thanks, Brother Dong. Thank you for teaching me the way of chasing. Zhuo Fan secretly sighed, but his face was still etched with that childlike innocence as he laughed. Sister, I know you for so long, yet I haven't caught your name. How is that long? We only saw each other 3 times. Rolling her eyes, the Scourge woman mumbled, You call me Sister Chuchu. Yes, Sister Chuchu. Zhuo Fan put on a puppy-eyed face that made even him nauseous, but his hands were tied. Women ate them like candy. Now take the pill. Chuchu extended the bottle, but Zhuo Fan smiled and opened his mouth. Sister Chuchu, feed me. Sighing, Chuchu shook her head helpless, glared, but she still extended him a pill with her dainty hand. Zhuo Fan saw her hand approaching and grabbed her wrist suddenly, pouring in his Yuan Kai, Chapter 99. Amazing alchemy skill. His Yuan Kai didn't travel far as a sudden chill, caused by the yin power, broke his contact, and a thin layer of ice crystals formed on his hand. Zhuo Fan was in shock. This didn't come as a result of the terrible chill, since it belonged to the yin power of the moon. What startled him so was the poison the Scourge woman was housing in her body. There were 7 types of poison twisted inside, and each one of them was enough to leave a person dead as a doornail. As opposed to miraculous medicines, this was a certain death poison. With how the 7 poison were twisted among each other, even a radiant stage expert would be in endless torment before dying. He didn't know anyone so vile and malicious that would administer such poison. But one thing he did know. The poison was far too strong to be suppressed by the moon's yin power alone. And there was one more thing Zhuo Fan found inside her body fighting off the 7 poisons, a medicine. The Bodhi Jade sap. With his eyes wide, Zhuo Fan's heart was in exultation. Bodhi Jade sap was a miraculous medicine capable of reviving someone from an inch of death. A 7th, if not 8th grade medicine. 1 drop was enough to save a mortally wounded person, and this was what Zhuo Fan's aim all along. Now he was apathetic to the Scourge woman's plight, only having eyes for the Bodhi Jade sap to restore the Thunder Skylark egg. All that was left was to figure out how to get it out of her. This miraculous treasure wasn't a common topic he could discuss with her. It breached one's lifeline. What are you doing? Zhuo Fan's act was instantaneous, and only now did she pull her dainty hand away and glared in fury. His eyes darting around, Zhuo Fan put on a sappy face, rubbing his hands in worry. "Sister Chachu, your hand is so cold, let me warm you up. Don't play with me." Chachu stared at him filled with doubt. "Say it, why did you search me with Yuan Kai?" Zhuo Fan sighed. "I noticed Sister Chachu's unwell complexion, and since my clan is an alchemist clan, I thought of helping you. I didn't expect Sister to doubt me." Zhuo Fan now sported a face filled with injustice, and even sniffed to drive the point in. It had the obvious effect, and Chachu's heart softened and her eyes no longer glared. "My injury isn't something a third-rate clan can help with, but thank you." "Who says that?" Zhuo Fan raised his head like an indignant child. "My Song clan from Nitrain City have been alchemists for generations. My dad is a third-grade alchemist and passed his teachings on to me. If you don't believe it, come and see my skills." Zhuo Fan grabbed Chachu's soft hand and went outside. Chachu was so stunned, she forgot to fight back. No matter what she was thinking, she didn't seem to want to cut at this big boy's enthusiasm. Zhuo Fan led Chachu through some broken-down houses to the fright of the new locals. Of course, most of them were in fear of the Scourge Woman, while only one man felt dread from Zhuo Fan. He was the stocky man who witnessed Zhuo Fan's vicious methods. The pair arrived at the tavern where Dong Tianba stayed. In his rush before, he even left the Song carriage here. It contained the ingredients the Song clan readied for the meeting. "Bro," he ran right into the Dong siblings. Dong Tianba was in glee while Dong Xiaowen gave a bashful nod. "Big brother Song?" Yet, Dong Xiaowen felt something strange as she caught his hand holding Chachu's wrist. Dong Tianba noticed this also and felt awkward. "Bro, who is she?" "Sister Chachu, a new friend." Zhuo Fan smiled. At his words, Dong Tianba dragged him to the side with a raised eyebrow. "Wait to go, bro, you got one just as you arrived." "Ha ha ha, it's all thanks to Brother Dong." Zhuo Fan's words came from his heart. You'd think a cultivation maniac like him would know how to get close to Chachu if not for yesterday's long chat with this prodigal son. Stealing a glance at Chachu, Dong Tianba gave a lustful grin. "Bro, is she hot?" "I can't tell from her clothes." "But she should be hiding something amazing." I'm not sure since I never saw her body." "What?" Dong Tianba cried out. "Not even her face, and you want to bed her?" Zhuo Fan shrugged. "Don't be like that. I don't look at her like that anyway." Zhuo Fan brushed past him, letting him stand dumbstruck, his brows furrowed in deep confusion. If a man isn't after a woman for her body, then is it for love? "When did my dear bro change so much? Brother Dong, where's my carriage?" Dong Tianba recovered only after he heard Zhuo Fan's yell. He replied, "In the back of the tavern. Come with me." Dong Tianba led them out back, and Zhuo Fan went right inside the carriage, beginning to take out all the glittering and odd ingredients. He didn't look at all serious. Instead, he was as pure as a child. Chachu found it normal, but the Dong siblings were startled. Where did the vicious and sinister Zhuo Fan of yesterday go? Dong Tianba then realized, it seems that love can make a man go crazy. "Bro, you are caught in a love trap." Not minding the looks he got, Zhuo Fan met Chachu's eyes and spoke with a boyish smile. "Sister Chachu, watch closely." His hand now held a scarlet Yuan Kai flame, throwing dozens of ingredients inside. Yet it was amazing how the ingredients didn't mix. "What precise control!" Dong Tianba exclaimed. A third-grade alchemist could, at best, handle 9 ingredients at once. But Zhuo Fan made light work of dozens. His skill went beyond the 4th grade, perhaps even 5th. 4th-grade alchemists were seen only in second-rate clans, 5th grade in first-rate clans. As for those above, they were talents raised in the 7 houses. Dong Tianba just couldn't believe it. When he met Song Yu again in this city, he discovered that not only did his power soared, but even his alchemy ability jumped. If he had 1 iota of skill he shows today at the start, the clan head wouldn't have refused him. Dong Xiaowen was watching him with an even more amazed expression. Chachu nodded faintly, her eyes evoking praise. His skill at his age made Zhuo Fan a diamond in the rough. But Zhuo Fan wasn't going for just praise, he wanted shock. Only shock was enough to assure Chachu of his alchemy ability and let him have the Bodhi Jade sap. Then, Zhuo Fan's eyes narrowed and gripped the scarlet flame containing the ingredients, putting it out. Only a weak trail of smoke was left behind. "What are you doing?" Dong Tianba cried. "I thought this guy improved, but why does he suddenly lack common sense? If you forge all the ingredients together and put out the flame, you'll ruin them." Chachu shook her head with a light smile. "He is still a child. How can you refine with an unsteady heart?" Then, among the pitying gazes, Zhuo Fan smirked mysteriously. "As an alchemist, how can I not know when my pill is ruined? I don't need you to remind me." With a smug smile, Zhuo Fan opened his hand. A piercing red light flashed and left behind a round, red, and glossy pill. How is this possible?" Dong Tianba was beyond shocked, not daring to even believe this was real. It went against all alchemical common sense. From the gloss and the fragrance, it denoted it as a second-grade pill, but of top quality. It had a far greater value than any pill of the same grade. An apt description would be, "a pill that jumped grades." Chachu narrowed her eyes in shock. This was her first time witnessing such a skill. Zhuo Fan snickered inside. This refining method was called Universe Palm, taken from the 9 Serenities secret records. It preserved the ingredients' effects and even boosted the pill to top quality. It was no wonder those in the mortal domain were oblivious to it, since not even the sacred domain was aware of its existence. How could mortals even begin to understand the secret methods of the ancients? It was all for the sake of getting that Bodhi Jade sap, or Zhuo Fan wouldn't have revealed such a technique. To common folk, this secret art meant nothing, but to alchemists, they would rave over it. He'd be inviting disaster if they knew of it. But these potential issues were for him to deal with in the future. All that mattered now was gaining Chachu's trust. Zhuo Fan grinned as he brought the glossy red pill before Chachu. "Sister Chachu, I felt your hand freezing, so this yang pill is for you." Only Chachu raised her eyebrow but mocked instead. "I appreciate your kindness, but yang pill is a second-grade pill. It has no effect on me." "How can you be certain if you haven't tried it yet?" Zhuo Fan's cryptic smile left Chachu in doubt, but she also knew this pill wasn't ordinary thanks to the special method he employed in refining it. She chose to take it after some muttering. Chachu suddenly felt her body shivering, her eyes filled with shock. She had an expression that no one could decipher. Chapter 100, Rainbow Cloud Palm. "How is this possible?" Chachu exclaimed. That pill was unlike any she had taken. It dissolved in an instant into a miniature sun and caused her to let out a scorching breath. The strong pill effect traveled to every corner of her body, warming it up. When the effect faded, a comfortable feeling still lingered while also dispelling most of the yin power damaging her meridians she absorbed last night. Chachu was incredulous such an astonishing pill existed in this world. Her Yuan Kai was of yin attribute, and normal yang attribute pills would be rendered useless. As such, a mere second-grade yang pill should have already been offset by her body before it could help dispel the moon's yin power inside her. But Zhuo Fan's pill was burning like the sun, yet it was gentle, nurturing the recovery of her meridians. The crux of it all was that her Yuan Kai didn't fight against it, allowing her to capitalize on the pill's entire effect. This went beyond even her wildest dreams. A pair of sparkling eyes stared at Zhuo Fan's. Zhuo Fan was gleeful inside as he smiled. "How is it, Sister Chachu? My pill is different from the rest." Chachu nodded unconsciously as she praised. "You are so young yet using such an enigmatic, refining skill. In a few years, the entire empire will know your name." He. It has already, though you don't know it yet." Zhuo Fan cursed inside, but his face still evoked the same boyish smile. "Then, Sister Chachu, if there's anything hurting your body, I will make it sure that it stops." Chachu jerked. Zhuo Fan's words struck a chord in her. She knew her own body all too well and needed a great alchemist to remove the poison. However, Chachu muttered to herself. Zhuo Fan was always watching her, his heart stretched taut. If his mind could be heard, it would be like, "What's the holdup? Hurry up and fork that damn Bodhi Jade sap over. If you don't have it, then point me in the right direction at least. Then a laugher suddenly resounded. Ha ha ha, took you long enough. I've been waiting here for a whole day, brat. Two figures landed from the sky. One was dressed in red, the beautiful figure of the girl Zhuo Fan humiliated yesterday, Ainz Audioverse. The other was a man, a handsome youth in green and with an eerie green flicker in his eye. Dong Tianba and his sister jumped in shock. Chuchu was also affected, staring at the two with a complicated gaze. While Zhuo Fan's expression was grave, his eyes glinting dangerously. Son of a bitch, I almost had it. Your meddling warrants death. Zhuo Fan was itching to snap these two's necks, but noticing Chuchu, forget it, I'll keep playing the naive child. He, punk, I heard you were quite strong. Sister Chuchu, they're picking on me. Beat them up. While the smug green youth was pointing at him, Zhuo Fan pulled on Chuchu's clothes. He was striking an uncanny resemblance to a younger brother bullied by others and asking his boss for help. This caused a widespread shock to all that knew of yesterday's affair. The green youth's face twitched, watching Ainz Audioverse in skepticism. Miss Dandon, is he the one who was hard on you yesterday? Is he the same insufferably arrogant punk? Why is it he has not one bone in his back? Ainz Audioverse felt dizzy. He wasn't like this before. He was even bossy with my senior aunt. Is he bipolar? Young Master Yan, he is, but he wasn't like this yesterday. Humph, whatever. Since he is the one, I will give him a reckoning for what happened to you. Snorting, he said to Zhuo Fan. I don't care if you're a spineless coward or a retard. Since you offended people from the 7 houses, you deserve death. With how skilled and heavy-handed you were when dealing with Lin Tianyu, you are worthy of my personal involvement. You beat Lin Tianyu. Weren't you weaker than even a third-rate clan's disciple? Zhuo Fan's eyes darted everywhere, then gave an embarrassed smile. If I say he tripped and hurt himself, would you believe me? Everyone almost lost balance and collapsed. Dude, can't you come up with a more realistic lie? Chuchu smiled out of anger. Song Yu, if you admit you lied to me from the start, I can still forgive you. But you are clearly taking me for a fool. Chuchu brushed her sleeve and vanished, leaving only her angry voice in his ear. Humph, since you court it, you deal with it. Sister Chuchu, let me explain. Zhuo Fan trailed, but she was gone. When Zhuo Fan turned around, his eyes were cold and deadly. His previous cute and adorable look was gone, replaced with murderous desire. You bastard, couldn't you wait a minute more? You ruined my plan. Zhuo Fan's tone carried a vicious desire for revenge, making Ainz Audioverse shiver as she hid behind the green youth. Even the youth held a serious expression. From being in contact with so many people from the 7 houses, it was easy to figure out a man's nature from a single glance. But Zhuo Fan's naked killing intent made his judgment moot. Such savagery only came from the kind of beast. Humph, from how tough you act, it is no wonder that you dealt a heavy blow to Lin Tianyu, the green youth mocked. Too bad you met me, Pill King Hall, vicious Pill King, Yan Song's head disciple, Yan Fu. I am unlike that trash from Merry Woods who indulges in lust. I am the vicious Pill King's successor. Zhuo Fan frowned. Vicious Pill King was the title of the best alchemist in Pill King Hall. But the first in Pill King Hall wasn't like the first in any other clans. To some clans, their #1 alchemist title was gained by being the best in alchemy. But in Pill King Hall, it not only represented alchemy, but also concocting poison unlike any other. From this, his title, Vicious Pill King. It could be said that he was the mightiest killer and savior in the world. With life and death in his hands, he became known as a true Pill King. In other words, this kid's good at poisons. Humph, Zhuo Fan mocked inside. Poison might inconvenience the rest, but to him it had no effect. See how I use my demon transformation art and wring your cultivation dry? With a crack of lightning, Zhuo Fan appeared before Yan Fu. The shock Yan Fu felt was palpable, not expecting the first layer of bone-tempering stage cultivator to employ such speed. It was no wonder that Merry Woods' disciple who, despite his focus on speed, lost so badly. Yet before he could react, Zhuo Fan kicked him in the stomach. Spewing blood, Yan Fu flew out, making a human-shaped hole in the wall around the tavern and bounced 50 meters in the street. Everyone was slack-jawed. To be honest, if not for Zhuo Fan's irritated state, he would have toned it down. Casting a side glance at Xiao Dandan, she was scared out of her wits. Zhuo Fan sneered. No matter who you call, they'll all end the same. Do you women from Drifting Flowers edifice can only rely on men? Ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan walked away and left her crying, feeling wronged. Zhuo Fan's contempt and harsh tone cut deep into her. It was no longer humiliation, but despise. Going through the broken wall, Zhuo Fan walked towards Yan Fu, who was getting up. The tavern's customers and the bystanders hid when they saw it was a fight involving the 7 houses. He, quite fast, the fastest beneath profound heaven's stage, I reckon. Yan Fu sneered as he wiped the blood from his mouth. Zhuo Fan snickered. Well, this is a first, seeing one happy to be beaten. Humph, I am happy, but of certain victory. Victory, Zhuo Fan disdained. I know Pill King Hall can make pills as well as poisons, but you think you can beat me with poisons? Ha ha ha, debased punk, you know nothing of the world. Yan Fu's eyes flashed as he laughed. My master is vicious Pill King, revered by all. If not for his poisons, why do you think the 7 houses fear him? Yan Fu spread his arms. A mist flew from his palms that gradually changed its color, soon letting out 3 different types of light. Red, yellow, and green interweaved. Zhuo Fan scratched his nose, feeling slightly numb. Crud, this punk's poison skills are good to the point that even I have been affected. He was cursing inside, however. Zhuo Fan had a calm expression on the outside. He, have a taste of Pill King Hall's legacy profound ranked martial art, Rainbow Cloud Palm. Silavin, 14 chapters a week again. This will be the last dump for a long time. We will reach /surpass manga this week.